Yeah, they were.
Okay, try it now.
$3.99 this
really?
morning.
Okay.
Testing. Oh yeah, for
Oh,
sure.
okay. Okay, awesome.
It works. Hello.
This is good. Okay.
So yesterday's session was recorded, and maybe I'll just go over kind of what we talked about yesterday. The things yesterday that we went through is our first speaker was Beth, and she was talking about like how you find a buyer. So her things she talked about, well, actually the things she talked about, if someone else wants to recap what she said, but she was kind of like, if you were to name 5 things about yourself, the 5 things that might identify you. Like for her, she said she likes hunting, she likes tequila, she likes dogs, she likes, I don't know her 5 things, but
One was like being
boss, lady boss, or whatever. So those were her 5 things. So like obviously Jamie might not be a lady boss. He might have other 5 things. But like I like monkeys, I like scrapbooking, I like wine, whatever it is. So the 5 things that make me me, and the 5 things that make you you, people are going to gravitate towards me. The people that know, like, and trust me, they're kind of like in my little sphere, and then the people that know, like, and trust you, are your little sphere. So even though we're doing the same thing, we're not in competition with each other, because there's plenty of business for everybody, and everyone's going to have their own, interests and hobbies and likes and friends and that kind of stuff. So that was one thing she was talking about, and she's also talking about the difference between prospecting and marketing. That prospecting is like, kind of like pretty much like a face-to-face, like, making phone
networking,
calls.
like networking.
Networking, yeah. And marketing's more like sending mailers, but really what you want to do is be prospecting. In fact, I had read somewhere that like one phone call or one face-to-face is worth like 10 mailers or 10 emails or something like that. That's how impactful it is just to like be talking to somebody or
I think
emailing
she said
somebody.
like marketing supports the mailers. Or
That's
sorry,
right. Marketing supports
the
the
prospecting.
yes. Oh, sorry.
80% of your business will come from 20% of your work.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. That's right. That's right.
She didn't say it yesterday, but it takes 8 times. Eight times to touch a contact before they actually make a decision.
Yeah, that's true.
So if you give up before you do it 8 times,
You didn't get anywhere.
yeah.
So that's why too, persistence. It might seem like you're pestering somebody, or you might want to give up because it's you're like, oh, I already sent out 3 mailers. It doesn't seem like it's working. But then you keep doing it, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, somebody actually called me. So sometimes you just got to keep doing it. And we're going to be talking about farming area. That's going to be part of my little section this morning. And with that, you got to just keep doing it, because you may not get immediate results the first time you send out a letter. Sometimes you're lucky. You send out a mailer and someone like, oh yeah, I want to sell. Like, oh okay. But usually you got to just keep doing it. And consistency is key. And not everybody's just. And I think someone said yesterday, it's not like you call somebody and they're like, yeah, I'm ready to sell today. Like usually it's like you got to work that relationship a little bit. And then after that, I was talking about managing expectations, and that was just kind of making sure you. I'm trying to think. Buyer orientation. When you're talking to a buyer for the first time, kind of let them know what you can do. You can help them if they see it for sale by owner. You can help them if they want to buy new construction. You can help them if they're planning on going to open houses. Just to kind of let them know how the buying process works. And one of the things he said was, it's great if you can meet them and have like an initial consultation, whether it was at the office, and maybe find out what their needs are, what their wants are, what their wishes are. Trying to think what else.
And Beth put a sheet in there. It's just like a checklist that she goes over with every buyer consult.
Yeah, there's like a checklist too. It's in
Yeah,
there.
it's in there.
Just to kind of make sure you go through everything. He talked about that DISC assessment. Have you ever heard of DISC?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Have you heard of that, Kaylee?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, so it's in the binder in the very back flap. Is called resources, and it's the very first page. And the only reason I'm bringing it up is just because with Exit they refer to it, and people say DISC, and it took me like a year before I even said, what is that? Like everyone seems to know what it is. I have no idea, and I just never thought to ask. It's different personality types, and the reason it's important to know that there are different personality types is you might have like a strong personality, and you're talking so you don't wanna come across too strong if they receive, things in a different way. So just kind of making yourself aware that, sometimes you have to adjust how you're talking depending on who your audience is. And then the D, like there's D, I, S, and C, and then there's lists of kind of what all the traits are for those different personalities. So, and it's great because like different jobs, like recruiters and stuff might look for certain personalities for different heads of jobs.
I just wanna say one thing, because I know it's like the Enneagram. That's the hot one right now, cause I've been in education for 24 years, and it's it was the colors was one, every now and then a new type of personality.
Braxton Hicks,
Yeah.
Braxton Hicks, whatever.
No, not Braxton Hicks.
Hey,
I think that's how Greg something.
I'm married. That's like.
I got it.
I don't see a GIS or
Just
C.
say Bridget
But
Stratton.
yeah, if you're familiar, the Enneagram right now is really
I don't know.
I did the
hot
Enneagram.
one, so yeah, people may know that. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
common people not in education might know that.
Have you done the Enneagram?
I have. I'm a one.
Are you
I
really?
didn't see a one.
Well, you don't know me?
Yes.
But I'm an eight.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. So, but I mean.
That's negative when you say you're an eight, right?
Yeah, well,
That's a bad
no,
thing.
it's positive. It's good to know that you're an eight, because I know that I need to be on top of my stuff when I get with you.
I'm
Like,
a different type.
if you go into a meeting with him, you better come ready, because he's like, let's go, let's do it. That's an eight. Structure to the hill, like.
The Enneagram?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah.
Who are we missing today that we had yesterday? Are we missing someone?
Oh, Shannon's gonna be a little bit late. Her babysitter,
Yeah,
Mr.
he's
Mom.
gonna, I don't know him, but he says he's eight. Does he call you? He'll call you out on your stuff, like is that him? Like he's gonna upfront.
Oh, is he an A? Is that what
He
you
said he's an eight.
Oh, an 8.
Oh,
I don't
I'm
know.
a 9, 8.
Okay.
Yeah, what's
Yeah,
like
so
it's-
eights tend to be just very
Yeah, they're-
upfront. It's like I'm
Probably
gonna tell
speak
you like
before
it
you
is.
think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kind of
So I'm a
people.
9
They
with
are
an
not
8 wing. I
very,
didn't have an 8 wing, I wouldn't get anything
tactful.
done. 'Cause
Like,
I'm
you gotta
just so
go-
laid back.
You gotta learn tact. They gotta learn tact.
Hold emotions in.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
gonna
You're
tell
not
you.
sitting around waiting for opportunities, you're just getting them.
Yeah.
Pushing.
Take risks,
Yeah.
which,
You make rash decisions.
pretty much.
Yeah, they're just like, let's go, let's do this.
Listen, yeah, okay, I'm ready. Yeah. Like, was it Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck, like, just went to like a chapel in
Oh,
Vegas
yeah.
or something?
Oh,
Yeah. They
Yeah.
just get married at like an Elvis wedding or something?
How did we get
They've
from
already
the
been married
Enneagram
once,
to
but-
Ben Affleck?
Rash decisions.
Yeah.
Rash decisions.
Impulsive decisions.
Yeah.
They're with women, right?
Yeah.
Although I don't even waste no more brain matter on him.
Oh my gosh. And so let's see, what else did he talk about? Oh, like kind of rules of happy house hunting. And then after that, we did relationship building ideas. And so that we were talking about updating your CRM and kind of things you should know about your clients. We brainstormed maybe their names, their birthdays, if they have a favorite sports team, anniversary, graduation, pet's name, kid's name, if they're married, job, contact info, when did you buy or when are you thinking of moving? As you're like, talking to your people and when you're asking questions with the buyer, or even if it's like your seller, sometimes you might be talking all about the house, but you never asked, when's your birthday or something like that. But you wanna constantly, look at you, we haven't even started.
Yes, I'm
This is all, since we don't have morning speaker, we're just reviewing. Shannon, Tracy, Shannon, and Shannon, Kayla, you know Shannon, Shannon?
For one of them, yeah.
Oh, okay, well, hello,
Yeah.
meet each other. Hello.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm late.
You're totally
My
fine.
mom, babysitter, was like, I thought it was 9. I set my alarm wrong. I was like, what?
Yeah, no, I'm serious. You're kidding us. No, it's all good. In fact, we haven't even, I'm not even mic'd, we haven't even started because we're gonna wait till 9 just so we don't throw off all the different speakers today. Yeah. Yeah, no, you're good. So we're just kind of recapping what we talked about yesterday since, we had a couple people that weren't here. But yeah, relationship building, the key point is that your, relationship with your client does not end at closing. So just because you close the house, that's really the start of like your long-term relationship. So you want to be, using them like, cause you're hoping they're gonna be happy with you and that they wanna refer business to you, so you wanna just start something. So whether you put them like in a CRM, like on a drip campaign that kinda just, sends them certain things or reminds them, of like when your, home purchase anniversary, maybe happy birthday cards, send them holiday cards, those type of things. That's kind of what we talked few fun activities around the room, kind of like ice breaking things that we did. And then Kathy spoke after that. She talked about, so once you have your buyer and you've done like your buyer's presentation, Ed talked about the buyer's presentation. But once you have your buyer, then we talked from their showing, we talked about showing safety, and then mapping out a plan about, taking people through. She said the most homes you might wanna show during one day might be 10, like that's a lot for someone to see, it's a lot for you to show. And also too, that, what did she say? I think she said like maybe 8, like maybe within 8 homes, the people should be able to pick something out, yeah. You don't wanna be showing, sometimes you have to, like show gazillions of homes, but really if you're doing a good job up front, really finding out what they're looking for, and as you're showing them things, maybe the first time out, you're like, okay, this kitchen's, you want a big kitchen or whatever, and then they show you another home, she said, remember you want a bigger kitchen, this home that you're showing me right now doesn't have that big kitchen, you sure you wanna go see it, so you're not just like spinning wheels and showing things just to show. She talked about that, she talked about, entering everything into Dotloop, we use Dotloop here. Are you familiar with Dotloop?
I just got familiar because Tina's been introducing me
Okay,
to it.
yeah, so she talked about that, she talked about multiple offers, she talked about, timelines on the contracts, there's certain timelines, so she went through that. Cayenne spoke after her, she talked about like what happens once you do have an agreed upon offer, and how you have your inspections, and then the resolution, and then the appraisal. After that, Kevin from the title company came in and he talked about closing documents and Alta statements and all that, and went through all the numbers and what that all means, what title insurance is, and that. And then after that, I think we did a little beach ball game, which was kind of questions, and that was kind of the whole gamut. So yesterday was taking from like finding a buyer all the way to them closing, and then what you do after closing, and kind of soup to nuts yesterday. So that's what we did. So we referenced some of the things in the binder, but we really didn't go page by page through the binder. So the homework last night was just to kind of go through the first half of the book and just see if there were any forms or anything that looked, that you weren't sure what they were. What's nice is that all the contracts that you possibly need if you're making an offer for a buyer are in the binder, and they're filled out. Ed filled them out, and he put like notations on the top of each page, like why you would use this or in what situation you use this contract. But they're all filled out. Every deal's a little bit different, but like when in doubt, it gives you just some like a good starting point, so you can kind of understand like what you put in these blanks. So that's really nice. So it's really helpful. And we have that today for the seller side too, if you're listing a property.
I have a question.
Yeah.
We have a buyer and we put, all of our offer and everything in Dotloop, and does that go, does Tina review that? Or, I mean, I know Tina's.
Yeah, so once you have all your docs, let's say you are, you're putting something under contract, and you have all your docs, so like, let's say you have your confirmation of agency and your disclosure and your buyer rep agreement, your purchase sales agreement, et cetera. Click on all those, and then send it to Tina for review.
Okay, but once you get to the point where you've had it accepted.
Yeah, once it's been accepted.
Okay, but she doesn't need to see it if, like, I'm just making it.
No,
Okay.
no. So once you have all your paperwork together, send it to her, and she'll like go over it and make sure nothing's missing, and she'll check if there's like an initial missing, like she'll say, oh, you
Oh,
forgot to
great, I
initial
need
the
that,
buyer
yeah.
bond. And then also too, oh, your seller didn't sign, or whatever it is, she'll double check it, so it's another pair of eyes. And she'll make sure that file's totally complete before like at closing, and you give her
Right.
the Alta statement and the seller's check. She will not give you your check until you have all your docs.
Okay.
So, but she'll
Okay.
let you know ahead of time. And if for some reason you forget to send that to her, you can always just sort of, as you're walking out the door, when you just say, oh, do you have my file on 123 Smith Street? We're supposed to close on it at the end of the month. Just want to make sure that I sent it to you. Sometimes I do that because you forget. Like, oh, did I send you that? Or we changed. Oh, and also too, like Kevin had said yesterday, if you are under contract, if you have your inspection, and then you're gonna like do some type of credit at closing, or you're adjusting a price, you gotta make sure you let the title companies know that you adjusted the price, or there's some credits or something like that, not to wait to the closing table and say, oh, no, we're giving them $10,000 credit for some little repairs or something like that.
A lot of the people that I work with, the other agents, they'll have somebody else come in, and they'll be like, oh, we work with Jeremy or something, and then they'll
Yeah.
have, hey, this is Brittany, I'm gonna be working, and I'm like,
Yeah, so it's best that you know how your deal yourself, it's best, you're ultimately liable, so you know, you kind of sometimes, I mean, for me, I like to know where everything's at all times, because if my seller calls me, they're like, did so such and such happen, and I'm like, oh, well, I don't know, let me check, that doesn't sound good, but you know, they're, if I have to like check with like my, somebody else, so it just depends, if, some people prefer it that way, they're not like a detailed person, they're gonna forget, oh, wait, our inspection period ends at such and such date, but, as many deals as like I've done, like I just do my own, just
You
because
don't get
those-
like lawsuits.
I don't, because, you know, cause I'll write, like somebody was saying yesterday, if you get a calendar, if you have a calendar, like just a calendar, and you just kinda write the dates, like, you know, their inspection period ends such and such date, the resolution, just put in the calendar, the closing dates of this day, just so you kind of can keep up with it. But if you're a person that can't keep up with it, you can hire these companies that will do that for you. And a lot of people choose that, a lot of people choose that.
So you're talking about like a
Like right
transaction
now,
coordinator,
I got all these notifications saying, I need this for your closing today, Marissa.
Yeah, so you might benefit from a transaction
My
coordinator.
client's laughing, he's pretty.
I did like that.
Another one to say.
Yeah, so there's a company that worked with, my
Yeah, that's
previous
what
mentor, so I didn't know if we could
I had one
use
at
those types of
You can
companies.
use any transaction coordinator you want to use, for all Tina's still gonna
She
do
was
the documents.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I didn't even have to
as far as
respond to the other
contact
one.
and your follow-up with your contracts, you can use that, whatever transaction
She did
coordinator you
everything.
want. Cindy in our office does do that, she does a lot of them for Jamie, she does a lot for Jamie.
She was like
But you can use that
$285,
company if you
and
have
she
to.
signed the contract.
I don't know what she charges, but, I mean, I think it's usually like a couple $100, I don't know Cindy, but I think those, they usually charge a couple $100 per deal.
I know some, the other agent I'm working with, she was paying somebody like $450 to do her
Yeah.
balloon.
Right.
The one in my own office was $275.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question, so
Which
this
I thought was
transaction
fair.
person, so what exactly do they do?
So what they do is, once you have your contract all signed, they will just, do all like, you kinda hand it over to them, and they will.
So you do your
They
own.
put them on the MLS, you're selling it?
No, they really won't do that, once you're under contract.
Yeah.
And so either you're listed under contract, or you're working with the buyer that's under contract, they will just then make sure all the inspection is ordered and done, and then resolution is turned in on time, and they'll check with the lender and the appraisal and how.
Okay, they do the scheduling of the follow-up.
They do all the following, and then I'll talk to the title company, make sure the title company has the documents, and all communication that goes through the transaction coordinator.
I just need to do that.
So, I mean, it's good to, if you use it, I've never used it.
I suppose if you've got so many
Yeah.
balls in the air, like
Yeah.
you have 10 houses or
Yeah.
something, you need help with that.
You might use some help, and you don't wanna have like, if you're on a assistant or something like that, you have somebody kind of do, you know, finish those deals, just to make sure, 'cause yeah, if you have 10 deals going in 1 month, you may like get, you know, you might not be able to send out like all these emails, like how Beth was sending out those email things out. You have so many checklists going, you're like, oh, did I send that one to that one? So at that point, it could be like that,
I see.
and boy, I mean, that'd be a great problem to have. Right?
Yeah.
You're right, 10 deals going right now, you know, that'd be.
So maybe a great problem.
Losing track.
Yeah, I guess I doesn't lose a track. All right, well, I guess we're gonna start, it's 9 o'clock.
Okay, let's get
So,
the
all right,
mic.
I'm gonna shut the door, we'll get the mic. Did everybody sign in the book?
Oh, no.
You gotta sign in the book.
Hi.
I did not get candy for this today. No candy for me.
No candy.
No candy for me. Just like if you're on time and late. I mean, it's not good to me. I'm not happy with my mother. I was like,
If not 15 minutes early, you're late.
yeah, that's how I am. And actually with my son for baseball, I'm making him 30 minutes early. Like,
Good mother.
yeah.
So Mike, myself, you sent it, okay? Yes. Ed, we just kind of did like a whole overview of, we just spent like the last 10, 15 minutes going through what we talked about yesterday. So we're just gonna mic and start. Does that sound good? A few housekeeping things, I guess I could have mentioned that. Make sure everybody silences their phone. We have a couple breaks built into our day. We have a question wall on the back. You can ask questions anytime. We're gonna really try, if we have questions, to like run a microphone to you before you ask the question, because people that were watching online can't hear the people in the audience. So if we say, wait just 1 second, we're not trying to be whatever. And then, yeah, make sure everyone signs in the book. A couple of things to point out is that we're doing this back-to-school free haircuts over at the Paul Mitchell School, which is next to us over in Kroger. So we're gonna have a tent out there. People can stand there, you know, meet families that come in. I think we're gonna be handing out some things. It's Saturday, July 30th from 1 to 4. But if you know any schools or anyone that needs free haircuts, you can send this out to everybody. And the school supply drive, Tina's got a box right in front of her desk. And if you have any extra, like, new crayons, pencils, folders, paper, you can bring those here to donate because we're going to give them. Or I think she said we can Venmo money because for some reason that works better with whenever we're doing collection. If people are like, can I just Venmo you? Can I Venmo you? Or Zelle or whatever. And then most importantly, I know we talked about it again yesterday, is Thursday night. We have an evening with Exit. So I don't know if you got to see our fun video we made yesterday. It's quality all the way, guys, right? Yeah, it was like a two-take thing. We're like, what do we say? But anyway, it's for all of the agents here. It's like a social, like everybody get together. Also, too, if you've like worked with another agent or you worked a deal and you're a co-op agent, you want to say thank you. It's like an appreciation. We're not doing any exit pitches. It's just have fun. There will be drinks, so there will be alcohol. There will be food is being catered from Safari, so like chicken kebabs and veggie kebabs and things like that. Jen Pavada, who most of you know who she was, her husband's band is going to be playing live music there. And we have games, like the ladder game and cornhole, and then we're just going to have a good time. So we really want you to go, even if you can come for 15 minutes. It's from 5 to 7. It's at a beautiful mansion, so you can like explore the grounds, and that's really pretty. But honestly, 15 minutes would be great, just if you could just pop in or stay the whole time. Because I think if you just come for a few minutes, you're going to want to stay the whole time. So, all right, so that's our housekeeping. So we'll just move on. The part I'm going to be talking about today is finding a, I got to mic myself. Yeah. Oh gosh. Okay. The part I'm going to be talking about is finding a seller. A little bit of it is going to overlap with what Beth said, but we're going to be talking about a few other things. Let's do that. Can you hear me if I do that? Is that too low? Okay, maybe I'll go higher. Like that. That's probably better? Okay. Okay. So in your book, if you want to open up to the seller tab, and the first page you're going to see is the sphere of influence. So find the seller tab. It's halfway through your book in sphere of influence. So we're going to kind of start with that. Awesome. Perfect. Let me just get this. Oops. I'm going to grab the pages. Okay, so the key to real estate, which you've heard us say this many times, if you want to last in this business, you need to know how to list real estate. You know, list to last. It's a phrase that people have said. I've started 28 years ago, and I knew it from day one. If you want to stay in this business, you need to be able to list. It's great to work with buyers, but really, the listings is more of like a sure thing. If you have the listing, you know you're going to get paid as long as you can get the home sold. Sometimes with buyers, they can kind of be flaky. You could show them around a little bit. Even though you have the buyer's rep agreement, they may end up not buying anything. So if you can list, you will last in the business. And it's sort of the key. And you just got to remember that. It's sometimes can be a little intimidating because sometimes this might feel like it's easier to work with a buyer. But once you've done a listing, you're going to be like, oh, this is so much better. It's just so much easier because you don't have to go look at 20 homes, 10 homes, 50 homes. You're just focusing on one home. The difference with listing is you might have a little bit extra pressure on your shoulders just because you're feeling responsible for this home and you're like anxious that, oh no, what if it doesn't sell, or am I doing the right things, am I marketing it? But other than that, it's not that it's easier, but it's going to be less headaches for you, I think, and it's really something to strive for. So the reasons people sell, you guys probably all can list them. I can ask you. But reasons people sell, there's usually some type of life change. So there's a divorce, or people are empty nesters, their kids have grown and they're going out of school, they're retiring, or it's a young family and they're looking to have more kids, so they need a bigger home. It could be something with your job, you're being transferred, so you have to sell. Sometimes people just want to get a bigger home just because they want to live on the lake. Some people are downsizing, maybe your in-laws are moving in with you. So there's lots of life changes that happen, that are reasons that people want to sell. And so it's kind of good to kind of have that mindset, because all those different things are different ways you can kind of focus and look for leads. You know, not that there's a specific way to work on divorces, but if you happen to know a divorce lawyer, he might be a good lead source for you. I mean, it kind of sounds bad or weird, but this is how you have to think if you want to list. You need to think of these different categories. Those empty nesters, you know, let's say you are, you know, like the 55 and older. You know, that might be something you might want to focus on, and there's ways to find those type of leads. You know, if you like to golf, perhaps, you know, or maybe you're in a club that does, not that you have to be 55 to knit or sew, but, you know, like if you like sewing or knitting, typically, you know, sometimes it's like that community. So like if you're in a club like that, you know, it might be a way for you to find those leads or find those sellers. So, so hey, I'm not far from 55. I'm just saying I'm over 50, but so it's just mindful to kind of think of all those different groups. The reasons why people sell are ways for you to help figure out, you know, new ways to generate a lead. And we were looking for this today. We're talking about leads for sellers, people that want to sell. So one of the biggest things that we all talk about is you want to work with people you know, like, and trust. And so we talked with that yesterday about Beth and about the things that make you you. But also the people that know, like, and trust you tend to be in your sphere. And we briefly mentioned, like, if you think of a bullseye, the people right in the center, you got like a target, like those rings. So your sphere of influence is, you know, maybe you have this like center ring, which those are your ride or die people. They're right in the center. Then you have that ring that goes outside of that, the ring that goes outside of that. So your tightest, closest friends, advocates, the people that will give you business all the time are in that center. Then it goes out and goes out and out and out. But all those people in those circles are big spheres, and so all those people are your spheres. And I know we wrote down yesterday, I think, 20 names of people that you could possibly know, whether it was your veterinarian, whether it was the person that cuts your hair. We kind of wrote through all those. On this first sheet of paper here, it says, whom do I know? It's just another list. In the very front of your book, it's got two other pages of lists of people, who do I know, but this is another one that says, who do I know, and it's talking about who cuts your hair, who does your dry cleaning, who does your pedicures, where do you purchase gasoline, what are your children's coaches' names, what's your spouse's best friend, you know, who are their friends, that kind of stuff. It just kind of goes on and on, so your sphere just can grow and grow. And one thing that you want to do is, even if your sphere isn't buying or selling, the key is you got to ask for the referrals. You know, we're in the business of asking for referrals, letting those people know in your sphere that you can help them buy or sell a piece of property. They may not be ready, but they may know somebody. And it might not be somebody they know in their little circle, but in their, you know, their bigger circle or their outer circles. So that sphere can just grow, and there's a lot of power to that. So you really, when we say, and if you all do Buffini in the fall, it's something that we focus on, is like reaching to that sphere and to the people that you know, but then the people that they know, and you can build your business through referrals that way. So it's a great way to generate leads. The second thing that I want to talk about, besides the spheres, because I know you guys understand that, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday, expireds and withdrawns. Does everybody know where to find expireds and withdrawns on RealTracs or like on the hot sheet? You don't? Okay, so on RealTracs, on the MLS, when you do a search and you go down on the search, there's like 5 categories. Let's say you hit residential and there's like 5 categories. It's going to say active, under contract showing, under contract not showing, expired, withdrawn, and closed. So it's in that drop down. So, yes.
If you like, because I'm going to be on that, I show them while I'm up there.
Okay.
Real quick, just go to it and show them.
Perfect. Okay, so Ed's going to show you exactly where that's at. But with that, the expireds and withdrawns, once you know like where that's at, you can kind of go back and see what his, you can see what's expired and withdrawn every single day. You can set yourself up like to look at that hot sheet, kind of what all the the hot sheet's the activity for the day. Anything that's new that hit the market, anything that closed, withdrawn, expired, etc.
Exactly is a hot sheet. I see that, but
It's like the one-page daily activity of whatever it is that your parameters are. Okay. So like if you're looking for like Hendersonville, like what's happening, or Sumner County, or whatever you do. You can
set that up for yourself in RealTracs, or is it something that
you can set up for yourself in RealTracs. You can set yourself up like on Auto Notify, which is, that's another thing on RealTracs.
I know how to do it for my clients. I just didn't know.
Yeah, you can send it to yourself.
I hear people saying hot sheet, like she said, but I didn't.
Yeah, and you don't have to send anything to yourself. It's just if you're looking on the Real Tracks like every day, or if you just go on in the morning, see what's happening today, and it kind of changes throughout the day. But anyway, expired and withdrawns are there. And one thing, if you're looking for leads and you're trying to build business, expires and withdrawns are great and valuable leads because they already want to sell. They've already put it on the market. Expireds tend to be people that had it on the market. It might have been priced too high, or there could have been the realtor might not have done a great job for them, or wasn't marketed right, or there was something in the comments, or who knows. But these expired and withdrawn people that already tested the market, they want to sell. So it's not like you have to find somebody that wants to sell. These people want to sell. You just now need to reach out to them and convince them that you're the right person to get that property sold. What's really nice about expireds is that they've probably been on the market for at least, usually when you list a property, it's at least 90 days, if not 6 months or something. So they've tested it, and they went through their whole time, and it expired out. That means they're, when you list it and you put that expired date, they went through the whole process and still they hadn't sold. Either they got no offers, or the offers were too low, or everybody was saying something about the price, location, or something about the property. So they want to sell, but they are really great prospects for you to get that listing. You need to somehow convince that you can sell it to them. They're most likely going to be motivated to sell because they've already wasted 3 months of time. The motivation, what's great, is they'll probably reduce the price because they know, okay, we were asking $400, it didn't sell. They're probably motivated to reduce the price a little bit, which is great. Or if there was something that needed to be done that was just, maybe the stairs going into the home were all like falling apart and no one could get in the house or something, they're most likely to maybe get those stairs fixed to get the home to be able to be sold. So, that's what's really nice about expired. Withdrawn, it's a little bit different story. Withdrawn, they could still be working with their real estate agent, so you just kind of need to be careful with that, just with code of ethics. Sometimes people withdraw because they want to refinance their property and it can't be listed active if they're trying to do a cash out or something like that. Sometimes it's withdrawn because they have a family member coming to stay with them for a month and they got company in the house, they're just withdrawing it right now. Sometimes people over the holidays are doing that. Or let's say they had it on the market, they had an inspection done and found out the roof was terrible. So they're putting the new roof on the home. So it could be withdrawn for those reasons. I would still prospect, I would still reach out to them because you don't know the reasons why they're withdrawn. They could have withdrawn it because they're just, maybe the realtor, their agent, was convincing them, let's just withdraw it temporarily, but they're hoping to talk them back into relisting it. So I would still go for those withdrawns for sure. For sure go for those expireds. I think those are great sources for you. These are people that definitely want to sell, but you just have to, with the withdrawn, there might be a reason that they're temporarily off the market. Yeah.
What's the best tactic to approach expired and withdrawal?
Okay, so the best thing would be to call. The best tactic for anything is to call. Call or knock on the door. I mean, knock on the door would probably be the very best, but if you're not going to do that, at least call. But before you call, you have to do your research first. You want to make sure look it up on the MLS, look at that sheet, go under the tax record, see what attachments were there, see if there was a video on YouTube, find out everything you possibly can. I mean, you also want to be quickly too, if it's one that just expired this morning, you want to go through that and look through those things kind of quickly so you can kind of be, for early in your call, because they may get blitzed with 10 other people calling them or 20 other people or something like that. But that shouldn't distract you. You should still do it, but at least get as much information you can on the home, pull up the MLS sheet, pull up the tax data, make sure you understand the prices maybe in the neighborhood, just do a quick CMA or something, if it's in a subdivision, kind of see what the neighbors sold for, just so when you're calling them, you have a little bit of knowledge, and so it's going to make you look more professional. Plus, if they say, yeah, my neighbor sold just 2 weeks ago for something, and if you have no idea what that home is, they're going to they're going to dismiss you right away. So just kind of do your what do you call it when you? Yeah, due diligence. Yeah, I was trying to think of a really fun word, the one that like FBI or whatever. But yeah, do whatever that is to, your investigation stuff. Yeah, do as much as that you can, and that way when you're calling. But yeah, definitely call. And it's a way for you. That's something you could be doing today, especially if you don't have any business right now. Every day you should be doing expired withdrawals. Every single day. When I moved. Oh, I thought you were going to. I say when I moved here, I had been selling for 20 some years up north, and my business was going great. But the very first thing I did when I moved here, and I didn't know a single soul, called expired and withdrawals. Day one, no one had to even tell me to do it. I just know to do it because these are people that want to sell, and they're ready to go, and they're looking to reevaluate or make a decision. So you got to do it, and it's something you could be doing every single day, and you're going to get lucky one of these times, and you're going to get the deal. Your goal is just to either make an appointment. You don't have to tell them what was wrong with their home. You might say, oh, I noticed that it's, you might find something in the remarks that might kind of lead you into say, oh, it says that something, and that might be your reason, like, oh, well, what, I bet we could do this, or you might have another idea. Or you let them know, I'm working with this group, big network, or, my office has 95 agents, if you if I was able to list it, I could share it with my office right away, I bet we could get it sold right, whatever it is. Just kind of follow through with that. Okay, moving on from, and I do have some paperwork on expired and withdrawns. It just kind of talks about what the difference is, and that is in the binder. You can look at it another time. Let's talk about for sale by owners. There's these 2 pages right here in your book that I put in there, kind of the difference with for sale by owners and realtors, and let me just go through that. For sale by owners, there's a lot of fear with that, and you don't need to be afraid. What's nice about for sale by owners, like expired and withdrawns, they want to sell. They're ready to go. They're basically telling you they want to sell. You just need to convince them that you're the right person to sell it for them. So if you look at those 2 pages, under price, the realtors, you generally get more money from a sale of a home with a realtor, according to the National Association of Realtors. For sale by owner, their thought process is you don't want to pay a realtor 6% for the home's closing costs. But you fight that back as the realtor saying, I can get you more money. And so it kind of can make that difference. Marketing, a realtor has access to the multi-listing service, the MLS, where thousands of buyers can look at your home. For sale by owner, sellers cannot get their homes on the MLS. They have to pay out of pocket to market their home. So, they could put it out there on Zillow or something like that. But also, too, all the realtors that are in our network, we're all focused on selling these different neighborhoods. We're here in Hendersonville. We're selling Hendersonville. We're selling Sumner County. We're selling other counties. There's 95 agents in our office. We have eyes that are looking in that specific area. You put it out there. You just don't. It's not the same type of energy and focus. Time, realtor dedicates their time and energy on selling the home, hosting open houses and providing walkthroughs. For sale by owner, sellers usually have a hard time giving up enough time to show the home to all potential buyers. For sale by owners usually have a job, so they're probably showing their home at night or in the evenings or on the weekends. So truthfully, as a realtor, you could be showing it to the people during the day. They're missing a lot of opportunity. So that's kind of how you have to think of that. Negotiation, realtors become the middleman between buyers, agents, escrow, and title companies. For sale by owner, sellers must do all the negotiation themselves. So truthfully, if you're talking for sale by owner and you bring them a stack of all the contracts that they need to know what to do, they're going to be like, oh, they have no idea. They don't even know about filling out disclosures. And if you just print them all out and say, oh, okay, well, I wanted to leave these for you on your first appointment. I was just going to leave these for you because I know it would help. They're not even going to they're not even going to know what to do with all this stuff. It's going to kind of not intimidate them, but it's going to give you a leg up because they're like, oh, I didn't know I had to fill out all these. Oh, yeah, this is this one, this is this one, this is this one. They're going to say, well, wait a second, maybe I do need your help. It's just a tactic you can use. Legal help, realtors. A realtor knows the legal ins and outs of a home sale. We're not attorneys, but for sale by owners, sellers who don't know the legal parts of a home sale could be sued. So again, like fair housing and all those type of other issues that they are putting themselves, if they don't really know what they're doing, they can also say stuff they shouldn't say, like they might, because you kind of, they have to disclose any material defects, but sometimes people can get themselves all tripped up and say, oh yeah, there used to be, whatever it is. We get raccoons in our attic all the time, or something really bizarre. They might just say something that's going to throw, you're like, oh, never mind, I don't want to buy the home. So that's why you have a realtor to kind of be that middleman person, right? But other places to find for sale by owners, obviously you drive around, you can see them. You can look on Craigslist, you can look at Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes those are places that people will see for sale by owners. There's places that are advertised that you can kind of look on different websites for sale by owners. So it's something you shouldn't be afraid of. One thing I like to say that I keep on my wall, I think since I started real estate 28 years ago, is the acronym QTIP, quit taking it personally. So if you call and they hate you, okay, they don't really hate me. They're not even angry with me. If they're rude and just click on you or something like that, move on. I always have to tell myself, if it doesn't affect my health, my kids' health, my life inside my house, with the things that are most important, let it go. It doesn't matter. It's, it's just like, yes,
Here's another thing that I catch, because I do lift a lot,
yeah,
and drive around a lot of neighborhoods. And for instance, like a for sale by owner sign in their yard has just the address and no phone number.
oh,
I took a picture of it the other day because I was like, so I have to go research the address just to find your phone number,
yeah.
and you're trying to sell your home.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah. All right, so that's perfect.
The address.
For sale by owners,
They don't know
usually,
what they're
they
supposed
don't,
to put on their sign.
they don't even know that. Yeah, so they don't really know what they don't know, and you as a realtor can kind of educate them. But truthfully, don't take it personally. Keep trying. Don't be afraid to do it. These are people that are ready to go, and it's a good lead source for you to get a listing. These are homes people want to sell. They're putting it, their sign's already out there. It's a chance for you, and there's ways to like work with them too, saying if I can get you more money, and you can commission, yes, 6%. Everything's always negotiable. Sometimes it's not even the commission. Sometimes it's like some terms. Like they might be thinking, oh, well, I can't move until August 31st, so I just got, they don't know that it's okay. I can still list this property. We can still sell it. We can do a temporary occupancy. They don't know all the rules and all the reasons and all the terms that are involved. So you just don't know until you call. So definitely call. So these are just some things you can do. But with the most, I don't only have like 15, 20 minutes, and so the most of what I want to talk about is farming. But before I do that, there's some other ways to generate leads. Let me do that first, and then we'll talk about farming, because that's the biggest thing that I want to get through to you guys today. Other ways to generate leads with volunteering. So volunteer in schools, churches, the community, or whatever your interests are, right? Networking. I'm in a business networking group. I do mostly commercial real estate, so that's important to me that I talked with other business owners. But even if you're not in commercial real estate, talking to those business owners, talking to the vendors. If you're getting your nails done, talk to the owner there. You never know, because they talk to lots of people during the day. They have their own sphere and their own client lists, and if you can just kind of tap in with just that one person, that might be enough business to keep you busy all year round. So it's really important. The people that you do business with, make sure they know what you do, and you can have a reciprocal relationship, and I have some ideas for that. Join any kind of groups or clubs, professional groups. Also get to know other agents from other areas, because we love to have referrals. Referrals from our clients are great, but referrals from other agents are even better, or can be better as well. If someone's like from Knoxville, there's lots of people that look Knoxville, and then they look at Nashville. Or people that are looking in Chattanooga, they might be then also looking in Nashville. Especially like if you're coming from California or Illinois, you might not be sure where in Tennessee you want to live. So if you can just kind of get to know some other exit agents, even if they're like a RE/MAX agent or another company's agent, just getting to know some other agents. There's ways to do that, like Facebook groups or maybe some other clubs and things like that. But if you can get referrals from other agents, that's a great thing to do. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Real Estate Investors of Nashville, some of us are members there. That's really a great place to network.
Perfect.
With either other realtors in other counties and investors that could help, with the listings and so on, and lawyers and contractors.
That's awesome. So did everybody hear that from Lori said? So that Real Estate Investor Network, a Facebook group, that might be something to look into joining, or find other groups that are like that.
Yeah, we meet once a month in Franklin, Tennessee.
Okay.
There's 3 or 4 different
In the
real estate
Nashville area.
investors network associations, so you can go to Facebook and join 3 different real estate investor networks.
Okay.
And
So-
you can go to meetings too for free, like we can get a pass.
Okay.
If you're a member, so.
Well, it sounds like a lot of you are doing this already, but for those that are not, these are good opportunities. Ed, did you want to say
I
something?
was just gonna say, some of you will hear from Bobby Jean later today. She's teaching a class. She was out quite a bit last year. Her husband had a lot of health problems. Almost day one since she's been here, and this is her 4th year.
Yeah.
Her 4th year. But while Bobby Jean was out with her husband, ever since she's been here, she probably does a third of her income off of her referrals. I sign referrals constantly for her from agents out of Florida, from different states that she has just reached out, like you said,
Yeah.
and made acquaintances with. And it's like rapid fire with her. So she has lots of closing from referrals that she does, that she just,
referrals this way and referrals coming to her that way.
It's amazing, so.
Yeah. So just a quick little plug for Exit in our conventions. It's a fantastic way to meet other agents, especially with our company, that are going to want to refer to other people in our company from all over. So if you go to even like our Southeast, I think a couple years ago it was right here in Nashville at Opryland. It was a way for you to meet agents that are in Florida, or meet agents that are in Georgia, in Kentucky, or in Knoxville, or in Chattanooga, or in Memphis. And it's just a great way it's a place that you can network and meet other people. That's got kind of the key of going to those. The national convention is in October, and so that's coming up, and it's definitely something to always just think about. It sounds like it's all fun and games, but you learn a ton of information while you're there. Different national speakers and trainers are there, but it's really that networking is key, because I have like somebody in Knoxville that I give business to, and she gives business to me. It's really wonderful, and I met her there. Talking about social media, Facebook groups, like join, and if you do join, post articles that are helpful, maybe things related to moving sales or garage sales, helpful tips for sellers, and then if you do something like that, if you kind of create your own website or something, you want to make sure you have lead capture that you can find out who's, give them a way to contact you. But post things in the groups. If I don't know if they allow you to post things, but be active in it. Don't just like stuff. Post new content. And also social media. That's a great way to find other leads. Shouldn't be the focus of your lead generation. Should not be social media. It really needs to be your sphere. Look for rent signs. I know here in Tennessee, if you help someone rent a home, you might get $50. You might get $100. Or up in Chicago, you at least get half a month's rent or something like that. So you're at least getting $1,000 or $2,000. But anyway, here it's different. But helping a renter, ultimately, you can convert them to buy. So you might just be helping them rent for a year, but they might be looking all year to buy something, or they might have a 2-year plan. So it's not a bad thing to help those renters and convert them.
I actually have an example of this from yesterday.
Yeah?
Oh, sorry, it was 2 days ago. I was sitting there, I'm helping my boyfriend list 2 of his rental properties, and I'm just managing it and using that exact same strategy.
Yeah.
And I've just been calling them whenever I get a lead, and I'm chatting with them. Sometimes they're interested, sometimes they're not. But this one guy I spoke to 2 days ago, he's moving to Nashville from Atlanta. He's never been here. He's moving. His job starts in like 3 weeks, so he's not ready to buy yet. But we talked, we just chatted, and then after like 30 minutes, he said, "Well, I'm probably looking to buy in about 8 months." And I was like, "Very cool." And we kept talking, and then I just mentioned I'm a realtor in the community, and I'd love to help you look. And yeah, just built that rapport with him and put him in my U-Sherpa, and he was like, "I'd love for you to help me."
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And to take it one step further is he might just be looking to rent, but his friend might be moving here too for another job, and they might be looking to buy a home. Or who does he know? Because he might, say, "Oh, my brother's looking, but he's looking in Atlanta. Oh, I can help him find a home in Atlanta. I can refer to an agent in Atlanta." So you got to be taking it that next step and next step. Always ask for the business. It's not like you're being pushy. This is how we generate leads. Thank you for sharing that, Grace. Yes, you can buy leads online. We do have some platforms here that you can do that. Door knocking. That's always a classic. That's a key. And we have agents here that have a lot of success doing that. Marissa, I think you've done that. You've done that, which is amazing. That is something Ed's gone out with people to do. And if it's something that you want to go door knocking, there's people here in the office that will partner up with you and love to do it with you. So that's definitely a great way to go through a neighborhood and knock on those doors, because all those homes are inventory. They're just not listed yet, right? Hold open houses. If it's not your listing, maybe you can sit an open house for somebody else and try to pick up a buyer or seller that way. So it's a good way to generate a lead. Borrow listings from other agents in the office. So you might be a new agent and you don't have a listing, but let's say Heather has a listing. Ask me or ask Julia or ask whoever has the listing, "Hey, could I use your listing to advertise something on my Facebook?" Sure, yeah, because that only helps my client get their thing promoted further than I'm reaching. You're going to reach to other people. Or you might want to do some type of mailer. Like, let's say I'm not sending out a just listed card or a just sold. Ask me, because I probably haven't, which I need to do that. But if I haven't done it, and if you want to do it, sure. Oh, you get some leads. That's fine. Let's take advantage of each. Not take advantage, but help each other, because it helps us get the properties moved, but also can help you. There's ways of doing that. So just ask agents in the office, and we can always put something on the Facebook page. Just say, "Hey, does anybody have a listing that I can send some just sold cards out or just listed cards?" That makes.
Question: if you were going to send out like a just sold, what would be the best way to gather addresses within like a mile? How would you go about like gathering the addresses of your
you can do that right on RealTrax. So if you've taken a RealTrax, yeah, on the tax suite, right? And you can go under, I can show you how to do that. But there's a way to do that. Maybe we should have a class of how to, because you can get a whole neighborhood. And we're going to talk about farming in a second. Work with investors and flippers. So like talking to the Real Estate Investing Network group, that's another one we can do. So, all right, so those are some other ways to get leads, but farming. Am I not live? Keep going, okay.
I think she's good.
She's good. Tina hasn't texted, so she said sound is great.
I'm actually gonna get the handheld, I was, so that,
Oh, yeah, oh, here it is.
so as we're asking questions.
That's right.
because they can't
Didn't I
hear
say that
you.
early, like remind me? I said that right in the beginning, like we gotta use the microphone. Beginning, yeah, okay, rewind the clock, rewind the clock. Okay, so farming, does everybody understand what farming is? Farming is picking a neighborhood or picking a subdivision, and then you're gonna be constantly reaching out to those people, like touching those people over and over and over. It's gonna kind of be your either geographic area or it's gonna be your demographic area, and you're gonna farm those things, and it's something that you're gonna do either monthly, weekly, quarterly, whatever. You wanna just constantly be in touch. So farming, it's kind of like cultivating, like throwing the seeds out. Each time you send them something, it's like throwing some seeds out, or you're watering a plant just a little bit, if you think about it, that analogy. You're watering it each time, and eventually, I want to sell, and that's your big flower, right? Or your big tomato plant, or something like that. I have crazy analogies, sorry, like that. But anyway, so with farming, though, it's geographic or demographic. So geographic would be like picking a subdivision. But if you're picking like an area, let's say in Cotton Town, there might not be a lot of subdivisions, so you might want to pick like a zip code, or you might have some type of boundaries, like from this highway to this highway, whatever. Usually you want to kind of at first maybe do something that you're capable of actually doing, because sometimes you can get a subdivision that's got 1,000 homes. Well, really, are you going to be able to send out 1,000 mailers or handwrite 1,000 notes or do 1,000 of anything and do it regularly? That's going to be tough. You want to keep those numbers to like 100 to 250, I would say max. You want to keep it something that is within the realm of what you can do, because the key is being consistent and the key is following through. So just take on what you can do. If it's 50 homes, that's a good start too, but like 100 to 150 or 250. You also want to pick an area that might be within, if it's not your own neighborhood, which I would recommend doing your own neighborhood first, but if it's not your own neighborhood, 10 to 15 minutes from your home, max. Because if you start farming something, let's say in Franklin, it's hard to stay connected. So like if it's something within 10 to 15 minutes of where you live, you know where like the coffee shops are, you kind of know what's going on in the community, you know if they're building a McDonald's on the corner, you might run into people at the grocery store. The connection is going to be a lot easier if it's something that's in your area. You'll know like about the schools, you'll know about the churches, you'll know what's here and what's there and what's on that street or 10 streets over, you know where the parks are. So it's important to at least be very familiar with those properties. So that's a geographic. Demographic, yes. Go, Julia. Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
So there are neighborhoods, brand new neighborhoods going up all over Middle Tennessee. Is there a year that's best to target that these neighborhoods, how old they are, right? Like Hermitage has homes built in the 60s, and Mount Juliet has homes built 2 weeks ago. So is there a kind of a sweet spot for when the houses were built?
So, okay, yes, I think there is. You got to kind of think to yourself, and there's ways to like narrow your search down. And in this book, there's like a 2-page thing that Ed had put together on farming. He did a whole class on farming, and so there's 2 pages here in after these ones that you just looked at that kind of go through breaking that down. But yeah, the sweet spot would, if you kind of think the average person lives in their home like 5 to 7 years. So if someone just built their home, they're probably not going to sell, next year. Yes, there's going to be those outliers. It's like they're transferred for a job or something. But the typical United States person moves every 5 to 7 years. So for me, I would look that up. When you're doing your farm too, and Ed had talked about this in his class, and it's in there, you can also, as you go through, pull that list like through tax data of like all the people in that neighborhood. You can, if you take the time, which it's really great to do, if you take the time, you can kind of see when they bought their home, how long they've been in their home. The longer they've been in the home, they might be looking to, downsize, their kids might be grown, or they've been there 5 years, that might be a great person to do. But if they just bought their home, they might not be somebody that's really, there's a lot of strategy involved. So, but I would definitely wait at least 5 years old. That'd be my suggestion. But if we were doing demographic, that's kind of like when I was talking about like focusing on golfers or focusing on first-time home buyers or 55 and older neighborhoods or whatever. That's a different thing. That's a different like group to farm. Most people just kind of farm or golf course community or lake homes or something like that. But most people tend to farm like a geographic area. But you want to know everything that you can about that area that you choose. So that means you need to know, like if you live in the neighborhood, you really can, it's easy for you to know about the HOA, like if there's a homeowners association. But you want to make sure you're aware of their HOA, and there's things that you can do with that HOA, and I'll get to in a second. And I'm sorry I'm going fast, but I'm looking at my time here. So you want to make sure it's close to your home. You want to research that area backwards and forwards. You want to make sure you pick that size of your farm area. Definitely have clear boundaries. So if it's not a subdivision, make sure you road to road or these highways. Sometimes you want to weigh your options if you're choosing a farm area. So if you're just going to pick a subdivision in Hendersonville, for instance, you look at the average sales price, look at the turnover rate, see are homes actually selling in there, or are people just staying there and they're so happy they're going to stay there forever. Also income potential, sometimes that makes a difference. You can look at the demographics. Also, if you have a farm area, you want to welcome every single person. So if a home sells in your farm area and you didn't even sell that home to them, make sure you welcome them to the neighborhood. So that way, they may forget who their realtor was, or they may just like you better because you brought them like a little thing of bread or something like that saying welcome to the neighborhood. So if you live there, it's way easier because you say, hey, I'm your neighbor, I live 3 doors down. But even if it's not, hey, congratulations, and send them something. Just saw that you bought your home. I farm your neighborhood. I'm your go-to realtor. It's something that you can definitely do. Key to farming is that you want the regular touches, just like a plant, and you're constantly watering it. So your first thing that you would probably do is introduce yourself. Say, hey, I'm your go-to realtor. My name is Heather. Something else you can send out to them would be market reports. So you might send out monthly. These are the homes that have sold in your neighborhood, and it might say the address. It might say the list price and the sales price or days on the market, just kind of a snapshot of what's happening in that farm. Every month you might send it, or you could do it once a quarter or something, but that'd be like the second thing you can always send out. And then you can often offer like a free market analysis or something like that to say any time that you would do that. But these are just some ways you can touch them. You want to maximize that farm area, and ways about doing it is, even though you might have chosen like a subdivision, you got to sometimes think a little bit bigger in that subdivision, because you want to position yourself as that go-to, and you want the most exposure in front of those people as possible. So some ideas for that are like attending and participating in neighborhood events. So even if you don't live there, but they're having a pet parade or something like that, go to it, bring a pet or something like that, attend it, participate. If you don't know what's happening because you don't live in that neighborhood, you can do Google searches for like local things that are happening in the community. Check with the library what's happening in the community, what's happening at the churches, the community centers, kind of find out what's happening around there. Sometimes going like to a Starbucks or even like a Tractor Supply or a co-op or whatever. Sometimes they have the bulletin boards with all kinds of like things that this is happening, this is happening. Check those things out. If you're going to participate or go to one of these events, check with whoever's in charge of that HOA and see if you can be either a vendor there, see if you can be there, like if it is like a pet parade or whatever, and maybe you're going to give out dog treats or something like that. See if that's okay, check and see if you can do that. Or ask to speak if it's some type of something else, and you can offer real estate tips or the trends in the marketplace or talking about their neighborhood. Ask to speak. If you can get in with the HOA, that's a great thing to do. You can run targeted Facebook ads. So once you know the people that are in your farm area, ultimately the goal is to kind of get some of those emails too. But if you don't, if you know their names and if you can somehow do some targeted Facebook ads that focus on that area, that would be something you can do. Partner with local businesses that are in that area. So like the local coffee shop, hair salons, groceries. You can ask if you can leave your cards. And if you say, can I leave my card at your restaurant? Like if you go to Cafe 393, there's all these agents' cards and stuff there. But anywhere you go, sometimes just the dry cleaners, they might just have 2 cards there. Most people are afraid to ask. Ask if you can leave your card sitting on their counter. And in turn, you say, hey, I'm going to put you on my preferred community list, you know, that I give out to everybody, you know, these are places you should stop by. So it's something in turn you can give to them. Truthfully, you know, make that list, but I mean, even if you didn't make the list, you know, at least you're offering him something, right? I mean, no, make the list, right? But like, just say it's your community resource list and, you know, kind of best places to go, like my favorite restaurants, the favorite hair salons, or whatever, just kind of how we have our vendor list. You might have, as that farm person, these are my favorite places to go. So in turn, you can do that for them. Some people still read the newspaper. So you might want to share some real estate advice in the newspaper that your farm area gets. You know, so sometimes some neighborhoods, like let's say it's like Fairview, for instance, they have their own like newsletter that comes out. They also have like a little magazine that comes out. So see if there's like a HOA newsletter that goes out to the community and see if you can either advertise in there or just do some real estate news or some tips of the month or whatever. But if you can get in there, that's going to be golden because it's, you know, in their newsletter that they're getting right to their home. Sponsor a local team or event, school events, like you can sponsor the uniforms or you can sponsor like banners. I remember, real short funny story, my son, he was in, I think it was like 6th grade. So boys already were like kind of whatever. And he was playing baseball. And the business that sponsored his team, on the back of his shirt said like Orioles or something. The back of his shirt said Mommy's Milk Ltd. No. And for 6th grade boys, I'm like, really? Like, why couldn't he have Exit? Why does he have to have Mommy's Milk Ltd? It was like a home business. It sponsored 6th grade boys baseball. So every time the kids went up to bat, everybody saw the back of their shirt, and like the other kids just made fun of, you know, their team. It was horrible. But to sponsor a team with Exit would be a great thing, right? That would be a great thing. So, but anyway, right? Like home lactation, not so sure, right? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, but you know what? It's been years, and I know that business. Like, if I knew someone that needed that service, I would know who to call, you know, because it was on the back of that shirt, and I saw it every time he went up to bat and every time everyone went up to bat. Yeah. So also, like, local display advertising. Like Ed and Janie have a billboard up. Sometimes there's park benches. We're not in an area that has like bus services and transportation hubs and things like that, but anywhere you can kind of put your advertising, you know, is a great thing. Anything display. Sometimes even like at a car dealer or something like that, you might be able to leave some cards. Or if you see those, I know like Tractor Supply and the Co-op, just because I see those community boards, just tack your card there. You never know who's going to pick it up, because some people actually look at those boards. You could do pay-per-click advertising, focusing on keywords, and that's something else we could talk about. Videos on social media. One of the agents that was here, she would do videos in the kitchen. She would do a cooking class, and she would post, you know, she would sit there and cook the whole meal. She partnered up with a mortgage person, cook a meal in the kitchen down here, and like make a video, and so she would send it to her all the people in her farm area. Volunteer at a local charity, like Animal Shelter or Habitat or something like that. Because again, we're focusing on trying to get exposure into your farm area, so you become that go-to, so people know who you are. You can do creative direct mail, and those are things that, you know, you all know how to do. Flyers, postcards, you can go on Promo Shop and make something. You could do local business coupons. I've seen where people send those cards saying, you know, you get 10% off at this restaurant. I mean, it takes a little bit to go to those places and work out those arrangements, but if you mail those out, and I think there's some companies that actually already do that, and you pay for it, and they put your name on the back, but it's like a little, looks like a credit card, but on the back, kind of like how those football teams and stuff do that, like 10% off here, free Subway or whatever it is. Also, too, you can always like mail out cute little things like calendars or like little plastic key chains or stuff like that. And door knocking. You know, best exposure is like, you know, hanging something on their door, knocking on that door. So those are ways that you can kind of make yourself that go-to realtor. Yes?
I don't know if you guys have been into
Oh yeah, that's right. Hold your thought.
Sorry, I don't know if you guys have been into like coffee shops lately, but they have boards, some of them, where you can buy a meal or buy a cup of coffee. And so that might be another good idea to like put your card with that and say coffee on me for today. They have cute little sayings. I went into, oh my God, I can't think of the coffee shop, but and I was out of town in Lewisburg at a nice little coffee shop, and they had one like, if you can't afford a breakfast or something like that, you can pay for in advance for someone to come in and pick up breakfast off the board. It's called Bro something, Bistro, Bro Bistro, or something like that. But
Yeah.
a lot of them now are doing it. So
that's
that's
awesome.
another good idea, to leave your card and pay for a cup of coffee for somebody or a meal.
I was going to say, I did hear somebody paying for, you know how they say, like they pay for the person's coffee behind you in the car line or McDonald's car line? The person said, she said, yeah, I paid for their meal and asked them to hand my card to the person in the back. I'm like, that's so crazy. It's a great idea. Cause
You get stuck in those lines all the time. You just go. I want to know the person that's like, well, thanks. I'm not paying for the person behind
Yeah.
me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know, there's
I'm gonna
one
stop,
person
yeah.
It's like I'm quitting it.
She's got a question.
So local gas stations or non-local gas stations, when I was with Mark Spain, every gas station I walked into on the way to an appointment, I would ask if I could leave my cards.
Good for you.
Every
yeah.
time. And there's one gas station in Hendersonville, I will not say which one. My cards are all over that gas station
Awesome.
because I know the assistant manager.
Pumps, or you leaving them inside?
No, you leave it inside. You just talk to the assistant manager, the manager that's on duty, and ask them, and they let you put it there.
Also, I was at MAPCO on, I think, Bell Road, and someone bought stickers, and they're putting them on the pumps. So,
You probably can't.
yes, like,
You
yes,
can't do that.
I saw a real estate sticker. It was an EXP person had a real estate sticker stuck to the pump. So I'm like, I'm looking at it as I'm pumping my gas.
Yeah. All right. Well, don't. All right. So let me say it really loud to the speaker. Don't do that.
This is a little creepy right there. I mean, they have magnets. It's a magnet, so like if they can, well, like a magnet sticker. So,
Yeah.
It's taken off every day by
Yeah.
the manager.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe not do that. But yeah,
Wasted that money.
there's lots of creative in the car wash.
So diligent.
There's lots of creative ways to get yourself out there. You just have to be like thinking every day. You know, Beth had said yesterday, like to do two hours of prospecting, and whether it's, you know, going to have coffee with a friend for 45 minutes or whatever it is, just to be face to face in front of people for 2 hours every day. Because it's easy just to sit at home and like start binge watching Netflix or something like that. But if you can get out of your pajamas, just like go out for 2 hours. You know, even if it's you're just going to the library and you're just talking to the librarian. You know, anything can create business for you. So you just have to be in that mindset to just kind of put yourself out there and not be afraid to just be in front of people. Shannon's got a question. You got to run real fast. Okay.
It's not really a question. So just to think, when you're talking about Sphere, when you're saying like ways to get it. So my very best friends, they know I do this. They're so proud of me. They're like all excited. And we all went to dinner recently, and I looked all of them dead in the eye, and I was like, guys, I need business. I need you guys to be better friends. Like, talk to your work people. I need your help. And every single one of them this week has sent me somebody to call.
Oh
Every
my
one
God,
of them.
I love that.
But they were like, we didn't even think about that. And I was like, I swear to you, if you love me, which you all claim to do, I need you to help pay my bills, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the Bible says, you have not because you ask not. You ask.
Oh, that's. All right.
But I want to work on that one.
Well, with that, just quickly, just to close out my little section, because Ed was supposed to start 5 minutes ago, so sorry about that, Ed. I'm just going to move on. So let's say you have that seller, that you have someone that actually says, yeah, you know what, I would love to list my home. You know, great meeting you, blah, blah, I'd love to list my home. So the first thing you need to ask them is, okay, when would be a great day for me to come over, or what works for you? And also, too, you have to kind of feel out for themselves, like if you're not familiar with their home or anything like that, if it's like you may want to plan to go there one time just to get all the information and then go back a second time as a follow-up, or you may just want to do a one and done, like you're going to bring all the information, you know that model home so well, you know all the comps. It really just depends on the home and the people. So that's something you kind of just want to decide to yourself if you're going to just go there one time or two times for a meeting. Also make sure that when you do have that seller, make sure you get their name. You know, like if you met somebody at the pet parade or whatever we're talking about, make sure you have their name and their address, you know, because you hate to be like, oh yeah, we want to list our home, and then you get busy or whatever and you forget to like write down the information or something. Make sure you get their contact information, get their email address. Really important to have their phone number. And the reason for that is because if you're going to go on that listing appointment, that texting list with exit before you go to that appointment, if you text list with exit to 85377, so write this down, text list with exit, no spaces, so text list with exit to 85377. You can all do that, later during your break or at home later. But so to 85377, in the box, just write list with exit. They're going to get a 2.5-minute video of how you can market their home. It's going to talk about our smart signs. It's going to talk about like the individual home URL, like websites for each home. It's going to talk about the flyers, all the things that Exit does for them that you're not actually physically having to do. But it's a professional 2.5-minute video. Talks about our mobile business cards. It's going to just kind of highlight our technology. So before you even go to that appointment the next day or whenever it is later in the week, they're going to already be like, wow, this is really cool that I could text this and this happens. That's going to be one, because you're going to look like, wow, she must be technologically savvy and a professional. But also, too, they're going to understand, like, wow, she's doing all these things. And I was talking to another realtor. They didn't send me this, so it's going to kind of set you ahead. So it primes you for that meeting the very next day. They're going to be already kind of warmed up to you a little bit and kind of impressed. So you're going in there not just so cold. So I think with that, I'm going to just move on and introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ed Andrews, owner of our office. And he's going to take it from once, you are, once they say, yes, we want to list our home.
It'll take me about 2 minutes to set
Okay.
up.
And here is your mic. Sorry,
So
sir.
great stuff, Heather.
Oh, good.
That is everything she told you, it truly is the key. Beth hit on it yesterday. You need help? No, just one more minute. No. So mine is going to be a little more show and tell, if you will. So because of that, I'm going to use my laptop. I'm familiar with my laptop. Okay. Get this cord where I don't trip over it. Wouldn't be funny to me. Might be to you guys, wouldn't be to me. Okay, here we go.
Oh, what a nice picture.
Okay, so thank you guys for allowing me to be part of this. So we need a taller stool, don't we? Okay, it's all right.
There's
I'm
a
gonna-
pillow. I think Kathy said it was.
Nah, it's okay. I'll make it. You know what? I might actually, because it's easy. It's easier with a computer to sit, and then I'm gonna be trying to reference the book too. So my title on my cheat sheet that they gave me was prep, and prep some more. And I will tell you that on your listing appointment, you cannot be too prepared for a number of reasons. Number one, who are you going up against?
Everybody.
Yeah. You know, if this is a property you've had listed before and you're going back out, it's a family member, it's somebody that you know, you have the listing. It's not that you're going to interview for the listing. You're physically going to do the listing. Some of what you would do might emphasis on the word might be different. But the fact is that the majority of the time, particularly if you're not well established in this business, where you're still working your farm areas and the things that Heather's been talking about, you're likely not going in front of a, I don't want to say friendly audience, but as we said, people want to do business with people they know, like, and trust, right? Well, there's a great probability you haven't been able to develop that yet. So the last thing you want to do is go in unprepared and assuming anything. That being said, the one who is the most prepared, that shows that they should be that trusted advisor and they should be the one selected to do that listing, is the one that comes in with the confidence, with the knowledge, and with the data to prove not what you say, but what you do. And so you cannot, I've heard it said before, whether it's with golfers or any other sport, you always hear people say, practice makes perfect. How many of you believe that? Let me see your hands. If you believe that practice makes perfect, how many of you believe that perfect practice makes perfect?
Yeah, that's better.
Right? So how do you get perfect practice? By practice, practice, practice. And once you practice, 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 and you learn the techniques, and you're familiar with information, and then you get these opportunities to go on these, you continue to do that, and you learn what works and what does not and what's effective. I can say I have been doing this. This is my 25th year. The vast majority, not all, but I can honestly tell you this, the vast majority of the listing appointments that I've gone on or I get to go on, the vast majority, I would say at least 85 to 90%, we get. And we do that because I assume nothing. And I mean nothing. I don't assume that we're going to get that listing. I assume that they called because they're interested in selling. They are motivated to sell to a point of at least doing their discovery, interviewing. What about it? So I have gone up against, and some of you may know these people and some of you may not, and it doesn't really matter. But forever in Sumner County, for many, 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 many years, at least 20, Gwendolen has been the name. Everybody knows Gwendolen. For probably the last 15 years in Sumner County, Bernie Gallerani has been the next one that you see so much. And it's because their entire business truly is based on getting signs out, getting the listings. Because they know two things. Number one, they have a lot of buyers, and they have buyer's agents that handle those. Your listings bring buyers. But again, your listings, as Heather's already said, that's where your money is, right? Can't tell you how many times I've gone up against them. And those of you who are familiar with the Davidson, Metro, that area, Terry DeSims. For many, many years, Terry DeSims and the DeSims team was like the top dog in Nashville before Gary Ashton. And I'm saying that to say, though, we've gone up against them many times. Almost always, we get the listing. Is it because they're not great at what they do? No, they're awesome at what they do. You know, Gwen does 30, 40 million every year, and you have those that do that. But they rely strictly on their name. When they go in, they'll go in assuming they're going to get it. Their name is going to carry them, and they don't do a tremendous amount of the detail work because they don't have to. Well, we're not them. And we're not likely, unless that's our go to be a mega, mega, mega like that, and it's not. So then what's the difference maker? The difference maker is I don't want to go on 100 listings to get 10. I'd rather go on 15 and get 12 than to go on 100 to get 10. And most of theirs is about numbers. And it's massive numbers, but it's about numbers. So what I would like to teach you guys is one, how to prepare. And as the day goes on, you're going to hear more, not only just what Heather talked about, but with Lindsay, with Bobby Jean, with different ones, how that you're almost certainly, you at least have an outstanding chance of securing that listing because of your preparation, because of your tools, because of your technology, because of the team that you have. And early on, one of the things that kind of freak you out is your lack of experience, and you're like, why should they choose me to do that when there's all these experienced people out there? Is that a fair question that you would worry about, is your lack of inexperience compared to those who have it, right? And obviously, when you have that, a couple of things you will do, again, once you're prepared and have everything done, is the fact that that's a great question, and I understand. They're so busy, you know, they focus on so many that nobody gets their attention. Try calling them and talking to them personally after you've got the listing. Doesn't exist. You get all the minions. With me, you're my main focus. I don't try to be a volume agent. I just want to be the best at what I do, and I can guarantee you that if you use me and our team will make sure that you're getting quality service, second to none, and most importantly, we'll get your house sold less time for more money and less hassle. I guarantee that. And you can. So prep, okay? So I think what I'm going to do first is we got a lot of different things to go through. I'm going to start with the basics to begin with, which is, okay, you guys have done your farming. You've done all the things Heather said. Now your phone's ringing. You got opportunities to go, right? Yes. So now that that's happened, what are we going with? What are we going to do to make sure? So what I'm going to use today is the address and the sample that's in your book. So I'm going to take you through steps 1 in gathering the data and preparing and so forth, okay? So the sample that you're going to see in your book is 4771 Job Trail, which you don't have to refer to it right now. I'm just going to give you that so that when you're going back through later, you kind of know where that comes from. Mine will look a little bit different because the same address, when Lindsay did it, it's been several days since she did hers, okay? But I'm going to use that same address to actually show you kind of how things change, okay? So obviously, we know we got this appointment. We really don't know anything. We're assuming we really know nothing about them. So we're going to start from scratch, okay? So first thing we're going to do, I think I need about 5 more books to sit on. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is go to search. And I'm going to pull the tax data, okay? So how many of you have never pulled the tax record before of a property? Is everybody comfortable in going into RealTrax and pulling the tax data? Great. So I'm going to avoid that. I'm just going to pass from that. Obviously, the tax data tells us a ton of things. How long they've owned it, what they paid for it, what it reflects that they're, the square footage and so forth as per the tax data. It tells you the lot size. It actually tells you if they have any loans on it. Well, why is that important? The date of the loan and everything. Why would you say that is important to understand if they have? Yes, Marisa.
So like if they've refinanced or something like that, and if they owe more, then you kind of understand why they're selling for the price they're trying to sell for.
Absolutely. So understanding that, and again, this may not reflect the most current data. On this one that we're looking at, you can see it does. 4/13 of 22. So the likelihood is that's pretty accurate, right? But obviously, when Lindsay pulled this and used for hers, It actually hadn't sold yet. But we're just going to do this from scratch and just use as though we don't know that, okay? So obviously I've pulled the tax data. Once I've pulled the tax data, then I come over and I go into my search. Now, I'm going to uncheck all this for a minute. And I'm going to go back to search again. And you see what I've put in my search criteria. Of course, I've put in under items selected, I've checked all. Why would I check all on this for my initial search? You have any idea why?
Because you can see like the builder site, and it goes back to like the 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah, the main reason is this. Again, we're assuming this is a listing appointment we got that we really know nothing about, and it's a result of whether it's our FSBO, expired, withdrawn, door knocking, wherever we're getting this listing opportunity, we're assuming we know nothing about the house at that point, right? So a couple of things that we want to know when you go in. Number one, if a house has been listed 14 times in the last 3 years, there might be a common denominator as to maybe why it hasn't sold. And it might not be all the bad agents that they hired that didn't know what they were doing. Because that's often what you'll say is, oh, I hired these people and they didn't do what they said they'd do. And so okay, what's the common denominator? In that case, the seller, right? But you want to find out the history on that house. So if we put in, if you noticed, I put in the street number. So I'm just looking for this particular house that I'm going to go see. I want to know what all the history is about, if it's been for sale, if it's been listed, did it sell, are they flipping, what's the history behind that, so that I know what I'm talking about with the history. Okay, make sense? So you'll notice that that's what you got. Then when we, of course, do that search, of course, there's what it pulls up, because it starts with, so obviously they've had it and it was canceled 3 times, expired, and closed. So we want the details to that, right? So what are the actual details behind that? So obviously,
real fast. Canceled is the same as withdrawn. Oh.
Right.
Canceled is the same as withdrawn. They just sort of changed
Correct.
that.
Yeah. Now it used to be expired and withdrawn, which is what you check on your search, but canceled is basically withdrawn. Yes. So that being said, I click all, and then I want to see what, when, and why. And so now I can see the variations in the prices, how long it was listed, blah, 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 blah. Make sense? So now I've got a history on that house to at least help me kind of get inside their head as to what and why. So when you do that, again, it's just helping you be knowledgeable about that specific house. You got to be, and we'll get into that, you got to be knowledgeable about that specific house. Then you got to get knowledgeable about the comparable houses, and then knowledgeable about the subdivision and circumstances, in order to really be able to go in with full-blown knowledge that you are the expert in the room, and that you have, what do they say, the devil's in the details, right? And that's what we're going to do, is peel back those details. Okay? So everybody understand the method to the madness on this one? Okay. All right. Now that we've got that on this house, now let's look and see what our comps would actually be if we're going to do comps on it.
A quick question.
Yes.
Do you print this out? Ed, do you print this out before you go to the appointment?
Absolutely. I'm old school. Full disclosure, I'm old school. I print out everything because I'm a visual. It's for me. I don't mean I leave it with them. You'll see in a few minutes, and then Lindsay's going to go over what you're taking and leaving, okay? But I'm doing my homework, and when I'm doing my homework, I'm a visual. I need things where I can go through and have it, and once I've got it here and once I've got it there, then I can transfer it and put it into a presentation. But all of my research and my data helps educate me and helps put the rhythm, the rhyme and reason together, so when I'm presenting, I know what I'm talking about without question. So yes, I do. So now I go back and I change my search, and now I took out the 3771, because I mean 4771, because I'm not interested in that particular address for this. I want to know what are the comps. If I'm going on that appointment, what are the comps? All right, so here's kind of your criteria behind pulling the comps as a rule, as per my rule. Not the rule. There is no rule that I know of. My rule is, as far as, by the way, you'll notice also when you go up here, I'll go to here. Under my selected, I no longer pulled expired and withdrawns or canceled because I don't care. I'm looking for things that either I'm competing with this listing if I list it, and or what has the market accepted, meaning what has a ready, willing buyer and a ready, willing seller potentially agreed to. And I can only know that by under contract and or closed. That's the only way I can know those two things, right? And those are the three things that are important, because anytime that you're doing a listing and talking to people, if available, you want to have at least 2 to 3 that you're going to be competing with, because the same people are going to be looking at that house is going to be looking at those houses. So you got to know what your competition is. Then you got to know what is, if there is such thing, what's under contract. At least what somebody has put an offer on, and you assume that it's going to be within those parameters. So you at least think it's going to be within those parameters of that. And then, of course, the very most important one is the ones that have closed, because that's not only what a ready, willing buyer and a ready, willing seller have agreed to, but there's a great probability, and you can look at that in your tax and deed records and so forth, there's a great probability that a lender has agreed to a mortgage, or an appraiser has agreed that the value is there to substantiate that. You can assume that, and that's a fair assumption, okay? So that being said, those are the 5 categories now that we're working on, okay? And then your homework comes, okay, now that I've found my categories I want to work on, what are my parameters? Well, here's kind of your parameters that I use. My square footage. I want my square footage to be around 500 square feet, under or over. If you can tighten it up closer to that, fantastic. But those are parameters. If I can keep my comparables within about 500 square feet up or down, that's what the appraiser is going to be looking at. It doesn't mean that if it's higher than that, it won't happen. If it's slower than that.
Julie, I have a question.
I was just going to add too, if it's in a subdivision where there's models, like it's, you know, that there's the Ashcroft and a Kensington and a Ashley or whatever, you can just, instead of with square footage and all that, you could just kind of say all the models that are Ashleys, because they're all going to be exactly the same.
Mm-hmm. Correct. So anyway, all that being said, so this is kind of what you're looking for. So with your square footage, you want that, and I might say, by the way, she's correct with that. However, sometimes that same model may or may not have a finished bonus room. The bonus room may have been finished. Don't want to get too deep in the weeds.
You're about to.
But, well, hopefully not, but I'll tell you why. Because on this list, which let me just go over here. We've already done our search, so let's come over here now. Let's just. All right. So we've already got the list up. So here's where we're trying to determine. So if in fact we know and you see several that are that same exact square footage or close thereabout, right? You can kind of figure that's a model. But then when you go into the detail side of that, it could in fact be, for example, the tax record on this one may be one of those that is that one right there could easily be this one right here with a finished bonus room. Your tax record might say that. The last previous sale square footage may say that. That's why when you go to look, and you'll see that in a minute when we pull the comparables, you can see the disparity because often the tax record reflects the floor plan when the builder built it, and depends on when it was built. They're paying impact fees by the square footage. So if the plan says 2557, the plan says 2557 and optional bonus room, it's not uncommon that the builders paid on the 2557 because they didn't want to pay that impact fee on the extra 500 square feet. So again, and it makes a huge difference. If you're going on a listing appointment and you're giving them comps based on 2557, it's actually 3124 or 3000, and you present to them your price based on 2557, and the two people that were in before you or the one comes in after you, and they've picked up it's 3000, who looks like the one that did their homework and knew what they were talking about? That's another good reason why that when you're getting ready to set up the appointment and that conversation Heather was having before you go, those are great questions to ask. So let me just ask you a question, by the way. I'm just kind of, while we were talking, I kind of looked at your tax record. Now you guys have lived there for how long, right? Blah, 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 blah. Your square footage is. You're just getting a few of those little basic things, so when you do this, you know, because I can tell you this, whatever number you put out there, there's not a snowball's chance in Hades that you can pull it back in and get a redo. There's not many mulligans when you go on these appointments, so that's why it's so critical that you are prepared when you go to have the correct information. Make sense? So again, the one with all the details looks like the professional in the room. Okay? So what I've done then is I've used that parameter. I tried to select out of all of these 15 listings that are here, which ones, first the selection I did up here was, again, let's go back to, I used 6 months to go back. We will get a time, and we're quickly approaching it, when that number will go to 1 year. And it's not far away. It's within months of that going back to a year. 3 months ago, 3 months was the criteria that they wanted to use because where the market is. So as a market shifts, the days on market shift, etc., then you will go back further, and particularly if the unit sales go down based on interest rates and so forth, if it does, of any significance, then you'll have to do that to get enough comparables to do a true legitimate thing, okay? So again, just going. Then also, again, in your age. So pretty much that same criteria. This particular house that we're looking at was built, I think, in 2007. I'm 90% sure that's what I saw. So I want to go back, I can go back at least 5 years or more back when, maybe it was 2006, but anyway, yeah. So anyway, I went back to 2007, and I went up, actually 5 years. You can go 5, you can go 10, because a lot of times, depending on the subdivision, you have what's called effective years. But the point is, you want to get parameters, leave yourself some parameters to be able to find the houses just to get them to come up. Once they come up, that's when you start selecting which ones are you going to actually use for your comparables for that particular report. Make sense to everybody so far? I don't want to get too far in the weeds and lose you, because I'm going to kind of rush through this because we got some other.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
You were saying that you try to stay within the same amount of square feet.
Yes.
How do you
Within 500 square feet up or down.
How do you determine if it's listed, say, as 26, but it had been finished and the builder only used it for the tax purposes, but say there's a 500 square foot bonus room? How would you find out that information?
Well, first, that's why when you have that opportunity to set the appointment, you're just kind of asking it. So I'm just curious. I'm looking at your tax record and it shows this.
So you would ask your potential client.
Oh, yeah.
But how would
before
you
I go.
find out? How would you find out about the other homes?
You mean the
Like, say it's listed at 2618.
You really can't. But here's the deal: what you're going to pull for those are apparently what has closed. It's either what's on the market, under contract, or closed. Those that are closed, you have to assume. Again, I know the analogy breakdown of assumptions.
You look at the pictures. That's one way.
Yeah.
I mean, because all those pictures were from when they were listed, and you can actually see if that bonus room was done. Not to jump in, but you can see the pictures are done.
That was great. That was really
So the question was, how do you really know if the comparables you're using either did or did not have finished bonus rooms? Jamie's answer was pretty good, actually. Is obviously on the MLS listing, there's a likelihood that those pictures that were in the listing are still online. So you could click through those pictures and see if you see a finished bonus room or not, and or look in the remarks, because it'll be in there.
So if your client had some area that had been finished, you would compare that property to the ones with a higher number of square feet.
Without question.
So
and
if
that's
it's
kind of what
listed
I'm saying.
at 2618, but they've got a finished room and you know that, then you're going to compare
That
to
is
like
correct.
3100
That is
square.
correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
That's what.
And that is why you're asking them on the phone if you have that opportunity. That goes back again to Heather's question. Are you going to have one meeting or are you going to have two? Because if I don't really know them, there's a great probability that I'm going to do all this homework as best I can, and I'm going to have it in my little briefcase or folder for me. But I'm probably not going to share all that on my very first meeting, because I really need to come back, because what if it has everything you're talking about? And we get into that in a minute when we get our net proceeds sheets and things. What if it's a pigsty? What if they've had, and by the way, any of you know me, I love animals. I love my dog. Ain't nobody come between me and my dog at my house. My dog's in my house. My dog's part of my house. I love my dog. But if they've got 2 or 3 great big German shepherds or whatever that's in the house, which is not necessarily unusual, and they've gnawed the door frames and the woodwork and it's in pretty bad shape, is it likely to bring top dollar in today's market? And the answer is of course not. I'm not going to ask them on the phone, is your house nasty? Have the dogs tore things up? Because guess what? I won't be going on that appointment, because they're going to say, dude, no, you're not coming, right? So you can't, some things you just can't know. You don't know, but by the same token, I've gone on some that in the previous listings and previous things, it just didn't look all that. And you get there and you're like, oh my God, this is a model home. It's perfect. These people either have had a transformation or whatever, because it's just the bomb, right?
Can't you ask what condition is your house in? Is it, you know,
That. Yeah, we definitely.
does it need work? What's
Yeah.
the last thing that you've been doing to it, you know?
Yeah. I think when you're having your initial conversation and you want to go to the appointment, I think you want to ask as little about that as you can without making them feel like that you're. I think that you've got to be gentle, but you got to ask enough questions. And the really most important questions are, and again, let me say this: every phone call is going to be different. If you are awesome, and some of you really are awesome at engaging and having conversations, and the more information, if they're willing to talk, and the deal is, number one, don't ever make them feel like they're being interrogated. You're not the FBI, the CIA. You're not there to try to find ways to say whatever you say can and will be used against you. If you have the ability to really have a great conversation with them, Lori, you may be able to get, I'm serious, so much information from them during the conversation, not the Q&A, but the conversation, that when you go on that appointment, you can have this and probably should be prepared to do this. But there's a great possibility that you won't be able to get that, and you can gauge, kind of like we talked about that dispersonality yesterday. You can kind of gauge that pretty early on in your conversation, whether they're just wanting to get on the phone, get off, come out here and look at it, you know, and so forth. And so you try to gather as much as you can without pushing the envelope to a point of potentially making them feel uneasy. Does that make sense? It really does need to be, though, in conversation, not Q&A. Okay? Yes.
Maybe you're gonna get to this later. I just thought about, just like the house can be like nasty or things can be damaged, what happens, or how do we value the home when it's been so personalized and it's just so different from the other homes in the neighborhood that, okay.
I have a neighbor who actually. I have a neighbor right now who, so her client, she's been dropping the price, obviously, because it's in not so great a neighborhood, but her client put so much detail and so much work into the home that she took a picture of every little detail. There's over 50 pictures on MLS just to show people how detailed the work is that she did, you know. But yeah, it's not in the best area. It's in Antioch, but it's not in the best neighborhood in Antioch. Yeah. But this house is a diamond in the rough in Antioch. Yeah. The one beauty of this is that will come in to determine, and again, by the way, you're going to see we will do 3 different net proceed sheets as we get into this. And those net proceed sheets will take into account probably not going to be the top of the market price, probably going to be the median price, and going to be the model home price. And so you're not going to say that to them, but what you are going to do is once you're there, you're going to be discussing, you know, this is where, and again, Lindsay covers that in hers, but this is where the market we feel like is going to land. And so I think, honestly, it's my recommendation that we price it at this. But you're taking that in consideration as you look at it, that either it's going to jump off the shelf, it's going to die on the shelf, or it's one of those that may have to have some adjustments done to make the shelf life what it needs to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, because I see a lot of homes like that. Like you'll go through, well, part-time, I deliver medications for hospice patients.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in lots of neighborhoods, and I'll see a beautiful neighborhood, but then there's this one house that, you know, gate around the property, fountain in the front. It just looks so out of place in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's like, how in the world would you do like comps and things
Yeah,
like that?
yeah.
When people have put hundreds of thousands of dollars of remodeling into their home, and they want to get like top dollar, but the market doesn't
Right.
support that asking price.
Right. Yeah. That you're going to have those, and when you have those are the type of things that you just have to say. It's like people that put in these elaborate swimming pools or things of that nature. Some things are done for their enjoyment. Some things are done that improve the value of the house, the functionality of the house. But everything that they do does not improve the price of the house as far as the market value. Okay? And again, the actual listing presentation kind of covers that back in through there. So I'm going to try not to step on what Lindsay's going to cover with you. But it does kind of cover that when you get through there. Okay? All right. So now we've selected, and of course you'll see again, what I tried to do was my rule, nobody else's rule, 500 square feet up or down, age as close to 5 years. I'd use 10 to pull the group, but I still try to stay to that 5 as best I can. Appraisers typically will try to go 10. That's why I said the 10, because appraisers will go 10 if they're incomparable. They use effective age. If you ever get an appraisal and you look at it, you're going to see that it has the year built and it'll say effective age. And effective age could range 10 to 15 years, because if somebody's really brought it up to today's standards, they're going to utilize and give thought to the effective age, how it compares to the newer homes. Make sense? So that's why 10 years is okay. And again, remember something. These are not hard, fast rules. This is where you start. The closer to your actual house you're going to, the better. If you can't find them, you expand those and you get as close as you can. Sometimes you got to expand your area. Sometimes you got to expand your age. Sometimes you got to expand your square footage. You got to expand the time on the market. If 3 months is a norm for most places and there's nothing in there, then you go to 6. If you can't get 6, you go to a year. You do what you got to do to get comparables and make it work. Is that cool? Okay. So these are the ones that I have selected to say they meet the criteria as to age, square footage, and as close as I can to my 6 months to 12-month criteria for researching. Everybody good with that? Okay. And once I've done that, then I come over here and I click Cloud CMA, because now I know I've kind of done my homework. So I should go back because I had that over here. I'll do my CMA first. Again, this is going to be included in the Cloud CMA, but I've done this to kind of let me know as far as my average on my square footage, my average on my per square foot, and my average on sales and days on market. I've done that for me. Make sense? You guys good with that? All right. I save those, and then that's when I come over to the Cloud CMA, and I'm going to tell it to fetch those listings that I've done. But then you got to fill this in. So I've done that over here. So I've put in the client's, I've already filled that in over there, the client's information, you know, what I want, etc. Okay? And now I can just come on here and see what it looks like. And that's not the house. I didn't download the picture of the house, so that's a stock house. But through the Cloud CMA, I've used this as my listing appointment presentation. Okay? Are you guys good so far with how we've done that? Okay. Now, a little bit of backside for you guys. And this is not totally what this class is about, but you need to go into RealTracs and make sure that all your information is in here, and Cloud CMA. You can go into the Cloud CMA and make sure your profile's in there updated. All of your information's in there. Because you're with Exit, because you're going to be logging in, Cloud CMA knows you're with Exit. You do get to choose. Are you going to select, let me go back a minute if I can. This is going to give you an option to decide if you want a custom report or if you want the exit report. So once you have decided that and you click exit, then all your exit logos and all that stuff automatically comes up. You don't have to put them in, they automatically come up, okay? It's just important that whether you, in fact, if you hadn't been on a listing appointment, now's probably the best time to get this done, because when you get a listing appointment, you might have tomorrow to go on the appointment, you might have 2 days. It's possible that you have 2 hours. I have literally gotten phone calls and somebody'd say, I know you don't know me, but my friend Sue told me to call you. My mom, I can use this because I'm kind of in this right now with mine. My mom's in very bad shape. I am acting as her power of attorney. I'm in town. I flew in from New York. I'm going to be here through 6 o'clock this evening. I was just talking to my friend Sue, and she thought you would be a great one to talk to about helping us get rid of the house. Can you come look at it and talk to us? We've got to leave this evening. We'd like to have a conversation about it. What am I going to say? I'll be there, and I'll cancel whatever appointments I've got, and I'll do my homework quickly and go. So sometimes I don't have a lot of prayer. Well, that's not the time to be going in and filling out your profile and making sure that you're set up to quickly do this, okay? So panic is not a good option. And so if you're prepared up front, right, proper planning prevents poor performance.
Yeah.
Is that good? Okay, PPP. Proper planning prevents poor performance. PPPPP, whatever. Anyway, just remember that. Proper planning prevents poor performance, okay? Is that kind of part of that? Prepare, 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 okay? All right, so, any rate, that being said, this is what you got. And again, you can add to it, take away from it.
If we get the standard exit one, is that the picture that's going to come up, or do we have to load that in ourselves?
Well, you can change. What I would do if I had time, for purposes for this class today, I didn't have time. But if I had time, when you get back over here, you can upload a photo right here. See where it says? You can upload a photo of that particular house, which is the best thing to do if you have time. Like if you're going on the appointment tomorrow, and you got time this evening, drive by there, take a quick picture, download it on your computer, and you get ready to do this, add it to it. Now it's really personalized to them.
Or a lot of times you can find it through like a Zillow search or RealTracs.
Give her the mic. Because I want everybody on that's listening online to be able to hear.
A lot of times you can also find photos if you just search the address in Google. It'll pop up through like Zillow, Realtor.com, or you can just look on RealTracs on the old listings.
Yes, you can do it for this purpose. You cannot do it for your listing because it's a violation. If it's best pictures, she paid to have them done, and now it expired, and you're going on the listing and use her pictures, you're going to get a phone call from her that says, I need to talk about a couple of options. Either pay me for my pictures that I paid to have done and or take them down. And it's 100% within her right to do that. You cannot use another realtor's pictures without their express permission, okay? Now,
It is okay for CMAs, right?
I'm sorry?
It is okay for the CMA.
It's okay to use a photo for your CMA. If it's online, it's okay to use it for this, but it's not okay to publish into a public space like on RealTracs or Zillow or anywhere else. That is a violation, okay? So don't do that, Okay? At any rate. All right. So we've done that. We got that. So here's where we are. And I'm not going to have time to go all the way through this because we got some other things we got to go through. But this is basically it. It's nice. I like it. We've used a lot of it. By the way, you see why I said use the exit one? Because if you choose the exit, all our material is already in there. It's automatically in there. So when you go on, if you choose to use the exit template, it's in there. Okay? So, and again, Lindsay is going to go over hers with what she did for them, and she did use the Cloud CMA. So you'll see that. But that just gives you all the stuff that's in there. So we're not going to go through that, but that helps you with that. Okay? Everybody good with that? Because I got to get into some, doing some net proceeds sheets and a couple other things quickly. Okay? I got 17 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's okay. We have a little bit of a break. Lindsay starts at 11:15, so we just
Okay.
have a little break.
Okay. All right. I'm going to clear all this. If y'all are good with this, I'm going to clear this part and go into the net proceeds. Is that okay? But I tell you what, for 1 minute, let me go back to this one and I'll show you why. Okay. So we're going to assume, let me pull this up a minute and see if I can get all three categories on the bottom line for a second. Hopefully I can. All right. So what we notice is that what we're competing with on average, is 739. That's our competition that we're competing with, right? What is actually closed, of course, your square footage on average. If you go with your average, it's 28. If you go with your closed, your average is 32, so that's another 400 square foot. And if you go, with what's under contract, if you go with what is closed, your average is 3175. So 799, 874, 739, but our square footage is a little less than this. So if we're going to calculate our square footage, now again, something some of you may or may not know, and it may kind of sound crazy, but it's a fact. The lower the square footage, often, everything being equal, amenity level's the same, neighborhood's the same, everything is basically the same. Often, you get more per square foot for the lower square footage than you will with a high square foot. Sounds insane, sounds crazy, but it does. So don't automatically assume that, let's just, let's use this as an example. Here's one that's 2,618 square feet that brought that is on for $279 a square foot, right? And here's one that's 3,300 square feet that's on for $236 a square foot. Your closed, where you're under contract showing, again, what is, here's 251, but let's go down to our actual closed, if you will. 254. So, and again, when you look at your square footage per square foot, look what the lower one did. So it doesn't mean necessarily that square foot, but if you take and use the aggregate, which is not a bad thing to do, again, assuming you've looked at the pictures, you determine that these are all the same. So if you kind of come in here and you look at these averages, you can figure that somewhere in that 255 to 260 per square foot, if all things are equal, is probably going to be pretty close to your benchmark for that. Okay? So, somebody got your calculator in front of you? And I'll show you something in a minute that you'll see. So let's take for conversation's sake, let's take 260 a square foot times our 28.
3,066. On this listing?
Yeah.
3,066.
The one that are comparable, the one we're using? Is that what it's got in there?
The one on Jove Trail?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3,066.
Great point. Okay. That is a good example of, thank you for bringing that up, because again, we're going to use 3,060. In fact, we can tell because here it is. It closed. No, the other one just like it did, but here, that one did. The square footage on the tax record for our subject house is 2823. Different than what it actually closed for. Okay. The one we had earlier where we had all of them on the board, I guess before that one. Okay, that's after I did. But anyway, there it is. So here it's showing 3,066. Look at the difference. This is the same house. 3117. Same house. 3117. 3,071. 3,066. Which one's correct? Well, from my standpoint, wrong answer. I don't ever want you to measure a house. If you measure a house and you get sued, you're out of luck because you're not a professional measurer. Your disclaimer notice says that. Let the appraiser do it. There are services that do that. We have one of our photographers that does work and does things, measured it. Please, I'm begging you.
That's what I mean, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please. Don't you ever measure a house. You're setting yourself up for a huge lawsuit. And there have been huge lawsuits with that. Do not ever measure it yourself and use that as your published measurement. You want tax records. You want appraisals. You want whatever you can get your hands on that either the seller supplies you with and or your vendor, meaning if it's your photographer who also provides that service. Please don't ever put agent measured. That's an option, by the way. That is an option in the listing, but it's a horrible one.
Just to clarify, you can measure a room like 10 by 10, 11 by 12 or something like that. It's just that for the total square footage, do not put
Correct.
agent measured.
Exactly. Thank you, Heather. That was my point. Obviously, you're going to measure when you're putting MLS listing as far as room sizes. I'm just saying the overall. Because again, I'm willing to bet you this, that every single one of these was an appraiser who measured it. I can have 5 appraisers look at the same house, and there's a good probability I'll get 5 different numbers. They may vary 10 square feet, they may vary 50, but it depends on how they do the angled ceiling. If you're in a bonus room and you got knee walls versus a full-blown, if it's not 8 foot high and it's got knee walls coming in, they can't count that square footage on the side that's under a 5-foot pendulum. If it's 5 foot or less, it's not considered finished square footage. So I'm just saying, but I don't want to get into the weeds too deep on that because I won't get done at all. I probably won't anyway, I'm sorry. But anyway, so let's just use this one as an example, and we are going to say that we're going to do this one now based on the current market at $260 a square foot on 3,066 square foot. What are we doing our comp? What are we going to do our net proceeds on, Heather? $797. All right. So if we go back to the most current ones over here, we're looking at that $799.9. Probably not a bad point, right? That's probably what I would say if I was going to take it to market and I was recommending. That's probably what I would say. Let's start at $799 based on the comps, right? So, now, what are they gonna say? Depends, they all want more money, right? So, we're gonna come back to Real Tracks. Come back that same search criteria. We're gonna come over here to reports. We're gonna do sellers net. And obviously these are some that I have used, so we're gonna reset. And I'm not gonna fill in all this. You guys can, but we are gonna go $799.9. And we're gonna close that house by August the 30th. We're going to say they owe $350,000. They're just simple math. And of course, we want our full commission because we're going to work hard at it. Our property taxes are
$24.43.
Thank you. And title policy, I'm gonna put one in just based on the way I calculate.
How do you know that?
Maybe 120 or something.
I'm sorry?
How do you know how much the title is?
Well, here's your rule of thumb. And again, we can get schedules and things that have that. But your rule of thumb is if you do 0.0045 times your sales price. So if I do that times $799.9, that's going to give me $3,500, and I'm going to say $3,600 for your title policy on this house.
Okay.
Plus, you have a search fee, and that search fee typically is around $300, up or down, depends on who does it. So in this case, we're going to use $3,900 just for this purpose only. And your lenders, by the way, or title company, will give you schedules for it by county. If you use that number, I will say this when we get in net proceeds. I've never, and I will use the word never, been to a closing where the seller got back more money than they were expecting and got upset at me. I've never had that. So Rhonda will tell you she's done all of our closings, or 90% of our closings, for the last 15 years. I do this on every listing I go on, regardless whether it's family or whoever. I do a net proceeds. I take it with me to closing. And we're sitting at closing, and I'm looking now at the closing statement, and I'm looking at the net proceeds. If there's a big disparity, what am I going to do? I'm going to go look at if their mortgage is way more than what they said. I can't help that, right? But at least my CMA is going to have in there based on what they tell me, right? So you're just managing expectations from that standpoint. And let's say if it's in a nice subdivision like this and is, most time now your HOA fees, your transfer fees are $300 to $500, and your contract does say, unless it's changed in verbiage, the purchase sales contract says that is a seller's expense. And so many times agents don't put that in, and then that's another gotcha. So again, going off the contract, going off of this. So we're going to put in 300. And on mine, you will notice that it automatically populates exit trends. Obviously, I don't want to miss that because I don't want to pay that. Okay? So we're hoping, well, this one's got to be revised. Can y'all pick up why? Does anybody see anything on there that stands out to you to begin with? Huh? The commission, the listing broker fee. I wouldn't be willing to sell this house for $47.94. So sometimes it does that. And I don't know why. I'm sorry.
What if you just put this 6% or $1?
Yeah, you might be in the dollar box.
Well, let's just do the dollar amount. Just to do 6% of the $7.99. So, $36,000. For this purpose, we're going to put in $36,000. 043. Those numbers come out better for us, not quite as good for the seller. All right. So there's your net. They're going to walk away with $407,784 is what they're going to walk away after they've paid their mortgage, their prorated taxes, after they've done all of that. That's what they're going to walk away with. Now again, assuming that we're listing that at $799, but then I would also revise that, and I would change that to, let's say it's in rough shape. Nothing else is really going to change on there except for the sales price. So if I felt like, okay, that one's pretty rough, that probably is a $759 instead of a $799. That's a $759. It's just a matter of pushing one button.
It'll change everything accordingly.
And it'll automatically.
And what about the other costs, you know, all of the attorney fees and all that, that will be added later?
No. No. That's a good catch, Michelle. That would go right here, which I picked up the title, but for our purposes, I always put it right there, and I dismissed that. If you use $550 in there, you're going to be covered for most closings, and that is where that goes.
And then what about recording fees?
Well, recording fees is in that $550 will get the recording fees as far as the seller side of the recording fees. Okay. The buyer will have your tax fees and all that, what they call the tax stamps, but this will cover your attorney and recording fees from the seller's side, okay?
Commission's not showing up on that.
And where again did you get the seller's stamp sheet? I think.
Where did I get it?
Yeah, I didn't.
When you go up to the top.
I missed it, so can you?
When you go up to the top on reports,
Okay,
bottom right corner.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question too? Where would you find a breakdown of who is responsible for each cost? Is that in the purchase, the PSA?
Your PSA determines that, and it determines that, and everything is negotiable. It's all negotiable. It's a negotiable, but that does have to be either in your purchase sales contract and or your counters. But who is, you have some rule of thumbs. The market dictates your rule of thumbs. If we had this class 4 months ago, seller would never pay title. Seller would never pay a home warranty. Seller would never pay anything. 4 months ago, the seller would pay nothing except just his on specific cost, and that's it. but the market started shifting about 60 days ago. The market totally shifted about 3.5 weeks ago. I can't predict anything. I'm not going to. I don't think our market is going to see a major, like, total, like, complete revamp. I don't see that. I'm not saying it won't, but I don't see that. Our fundamentals are pretty strong here. Everything is pretty dadgum good here right now. But we're returning to a normal market, and a normal market scares the crap out of everybody because very few people, our memories are so short. They don't remember the real normal markets. We've been in a pretty dadgum good market for the last 7-8 years, and so things have really got more and more and more where it's all about inventory and the seller is the king, and now that's changing to where it's leveling the playing field. Okay?
I was just going to ask, what are our 3 net sheets? The 3 net sheets, they're asking price, what it actually sells at price, and what's the third one?
Well, you got your 3 net sheets are going to be, first I always tell you, and just kind of remember this, regardless, I always do 2 net sheets. I will normally do 2 in my listing, meaning here's where I would recommend we go to market. If the market accepts it, great. If the market rejects it, we may have to go here, and that here is based on what you really think. So you give that. But here's the most important net sheet, and this is the one that will save your bacon. Once you have this house under contract, you do your net sheets, and again, Lindsay will probably cover it. No, who does this afternoon? Somebody's doing the purchase sale, talking about negotiating. But once you've got an offer on that house, that's when I do the real net sheet to say, here's the offer, here's what they're asking, and if we accept that, here's where you are. And then that way they know if they accept it or if they counter, you can adjust it. Make sense? Okay. Are y'all? Yes, Michelle.
Do you prepare them that this might change ever so slightly, based on
Again,
it's a good faith estimate?
Without question.
Okay.
Again, what I always tell them is this: you guys got to remember one thing. Realtors can do math by one number and one number only, 6. So we don't leave money on the table. We want to get you the absolute highest price we can, and this is assuming that we feel like that the market will accept this. And if things change, these numbers will change. It changes accordingly. But this is certainly our go. This is what we're hunting for. And because I get paid, the more it sells for, the more I make, you can bet your bippy that I am going to do everything I can to get that price.
Okay, sorry, this is probably a dumb question, but this is so helpful. What did you say the typical seller cost was? You said in a normal seller market, it's negotiable, and then, seller was king, whatever, but you said seller would only pay for seller's costs. Well, what would that be?
Well, if the seller was paying absolutely nothing for the buyer, nothing, okay, then all he's going to have is his prorated taxes,
right,
his attorney fees, and then his commission does his commission.
Okay.
That's it. Okay. Under 6 months ago's pricing, the only cost seller had was the commission he was having to pay to sell it, and the attorney fees, and then of course if he's listing with us, the exit 260. That's all he would have, but it changes. I will tell you, don't use this, but just for your purposes, if you're having a friendly conversation, typically seller's cost is about 1%, just purely the seller's cost. So if you're talking about what it actually costs, if it's selling for $799.9, normally just his pure side of his cost. I'm not talking about commission. I'm talking about this things offside. Normally about 1% will cover what the seller's net cost is as a rule. Okay? All right. Are y'all good with this? Because I really got to kind of shut this down and go into just a couple of other things real quick, okay? Are we good? Are y'all good? Okay, because we're over. So I will, any of you who ever have any questions about any of this, I will gladly sit down one-on-one with you and go over anything that you want. I will tell you one of the things I told y'all I would do earlier, so I am, is you asked earlier when Heather's talking about the farming, the hot sheets and so forth, the same search bar that you're going in to do all this, there's your hot sheets right here on the top right corner. And again, I would always, and I have some saved on mine, I would always go ahead and set up a search criteria to begin with, and once you set that up, the first day you're just going to get blown up. But after that, if you check it every day, you're only going to get the things that came up in the last 24 hours since you run it last. So that will keep you updated every morning, and those of you who've had one-on-ones with me, you'll know that's part of what I tell you when you're farming. That should be the first thing you do in the morning when you get up is pull your hot sheets and look and see what's about, what's out there with the expired withdrawals, etc. Okay?
That's based on the criteria that you have for your farming area.
That is correct. That is correct. Okay? Are we good? Okay. Then let me move on through here. All right. Prepared documents needed, complete and listing folder. How many of you are totally familiar with .loop? Okay, if you're not, you need to get. We have templates in the .loop. There's a .loop class, so I'm not going to go into all those, but all the folders, all the documents that you need for this listing appointment, when you go in, you set up, it says listing set under the templates, listing set, pop up your listing set, all your documents are in there. Once you start a loop, and she'll give you that, it goes into view details. If you fill in all those details to begin with, before you ever start, when you get on all these documents, bam, it says autofill, yes, autofill, yes, autofill, yes. Click, 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 click. Don't duplicate the work, okay? I would, again, I keep using the word assume, and I'm telling you don't assume, but yet I'm going to tell you some things to assume. You always want to assume the sale, meaning go in prepared, go in ready, take your sign, take your lock, take your documents that you can have with you, be prepared, and ask for the listing while you're there. They may or may not. They may say, we've got 2 more interviews. We want to have those. We feel bad. We've already made them we've already made the appointments, and we feel bad not doing it. Well, again, after Lindsay does her presentation and you're going to see some things, you're going to like, well, what are you waiting on? I don't mind calling those people and telling them that we've just listed it for you and that we would love for them to bring their interested buyers to look at this home and that we look forward to co-oping with them. Hey, you know what? You have not because you ask not. I ask. You go in and ask, okay? So, all right?
Okay, so it's time for a break. Our next speaker is Lindsay, and she's at 11:15. She's not in the room yet, so let's take 10 minutes. So 11:20, okay? 11:20, and come back, please. Good job, thank you.
Too much stuff.
Well, it's a lot to cover. Yeah.
So good, isn't it? She was so good.
Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah, and I've listed how many houses in that area.
I put it all.
Well, I don't remember ever learning.
I did too. So we got to.
I have questions for yours, and I have questions for Ed's.
Okay.
I have to run to the bank for
Oh, yeah, just get Bethany in. All right. Yes, I'm gonna write these down, then we'll just make sure that we don't duplicate the questions.
Yep.
And if it gets like Lindsay.
I know. I'm sure she is. You didn't write down any of your own.
I did.
I mean, did you write any for your presentation?
So this is, I sent her to this one.
Okay.
It's the one I was talking about. I just looked it up. It is still for sale by owner. And I drove their neighbor's home on a lift 3 weeks ago.
It looks what?
And it surprises me. It's still for sale by owner, not sold yet.
Okay.
And it's a beautiful, like,
Cool.
beautiful area. Big, beautiful house.
Awesome.
I did. And so I think it can go up to, more than 150. I'll have to look at, to see what the ARV is.
Can we warm it up a little in here? It is freezing.
Huh?
Yesterday was hot, so I
Like
was like burning up my today. It's freezing.
After it's redone?
I know. It's,
After it's renovated.
Well,
I'm almost about to call my husband and make him bring me some.
After renovation.
I got a sweater upstairs.
Yeah.
Do you?
It's gotta be over
I'll
300.
get you a sweater.
Oh my God, you're amazing. Okay.
I have to look at, I have to look at it.
Okay, all right.
I really don't remember. I
Okay,
don't
that's
know
fine.
our houses.
That's
But
fine.
let me send you, the pictures.
Okay.
And,
Oh, the question
Winchester.
205 West Winchester or 165 East Winchester?
No, I think
Down here, or is it upstairs?
I'm sorry?
Is there a restroom down here?
There's two down here. If it's not occupied, there's one at the end of the hall on the right, and if it is occupied, the other door at the very back end. So they're on both corners. Hi, you. I'm sorry, I'm late.
Wait, what are
Running
you talking
late.
about?
I was running late.
Who's talking too long?
Oh,
I was.
I think you need to go about 30
It's-
more minutes, and then it'll be one.
It is.
Everyone can still hear you?
never worn
Okay.
those.
I know. Can you try it out?
Just so you can be ready to go.
Test, test.
Did it work?
Okay, so let me introduce. Okay. Okay, so everybody, we're gonna start, we only have 35 minutes before our lunch is gonna be here, and we have a lunch presenter. So, our next speaker is Lindsay Smith, and she. She's gonna be, now that we, have done all of our prep work, we're going into our listing appointment all ready, we have our numbers in mind, we kind of know what the home's all gonna be like, but we have not gone in to see the home yet, and what do you do next? So she's gonna take us from there to actually saying, hey, are you ready to sign today? So Lindsay, with no further ado.
Okay. Well, I'm very nervous. This is not my forte, public speaking. I put off public speaking to my last senior year and semester in college because I did not want to do it. It was horrible.
You're just chatting with friends.
Yeah, so I'm glad it's a small crowd. So bear with me today. I woke up sick to my stomach this morning, but I do this because I think most of you, because I don't recognize a lot of you, so I know you're new to the office. When I started here 5 years ago, I came to every single one of these classes that I possibly could, and I think you're in the right place. If you will learn from Heather and learn from Ed, you will be where I'm at. I've been here 5 years, and so you're.
And by the way, she's one of our top agents in the office.
So I just want to put a plug in. I mean, I love this office. I told Ed. I mean, he literally held my hand when I got started here. He probably got so sick of seeing my phone number on his cell phone because we're just brand new and we don't know anything. You'll get there. I promise you'll get there. So anyway, so we're working with sellers, which is in this market is what we want to be doing, right? So buyers can waste a whole lot of our time. So you want the listings. I lost a listing one time because I let a buyer control my time, and I lost a listing and a sale because I was so wrapped up working with a buyer. So I love working with sellers. Brian Buffini, if you've never taken his class, he says that the upsides to working with a seller are that our listings are working for us even when we're not. Other agents are working for you because they're working to get your property sold. Listings help you gain more buyers, and it establishes your presence in the neighborhood. When I first got started, and I'm going to jump into the listing presentation, Heather, so don't panic. But when I first got started, I worked FSBOs like crazy. That was my, other than friends, that was my bread and butter, going after FSBO listings. I just did very well with them. If I could ever get in front of them, I'd say 9 out of 10 times I'd get the listing. Follow up. And there was one that I worked on for a year. I mean, I kept reaching out, and he said, no, I think, and then he called me, he said, well, I think we're gonna just go with somebody at our church. I said, you should, so he was gonna list, because they all eventually do. And, but then he decided he wasn't gonna list with somebody at his church. He didn't wanna work with a close friend, so I listed that property. And from that one listing, I had to go back and count. I got 3 more listings, and I got 4 buyers that bought off that one listing. So listings are so important. One of the listings I got on the same street was from, I was putting a sign out at the corner of the road, and one of the homeowners stopped and said, hey, and he liked to joke that he picked me up on the street corner, because he really did. That's really how I got that listing. And we're still family friends today, but that's why listings are so important, so we should go after them. So but sellers want to know, can they trust you? What do you do that others don't do? What will you do to sell my home? So when I go to meet with the seller, I try, unless they just call and I got to go that day, I try to do a little research before you go. Don't walk into it blind. Know what's going on in the neighborhood. Know how many days they're sitting on the market. believe me, if they're thinking about selling their house, they know what Joe just sold his house for down the street. And so they're going to probably talk to you about it. So do some research. Look up your MLS listings. I can guarantee they have the Zillow's estimate in their head, whether it's on or off. That they've got that number in their head. So I try not to walk into it blind. So I go, I do my research. I set up. We go and we meet. You're going on a job interview, so treat it as a job interview. Look professional. Know your audience. Be on time. I think real estate agents are notorious for not being on time. Be on time for a listing appointment. I'm really big on sending cards to people. Brian Buffini, if you ever take his, he's really big on that. My grandmother was big on it growing up, so I've always been used to writing note cards, thank you notes. I got a text last night from a former client. She said, "Hey, Lindsay, I'm moving to Kentucky. I need to put my house on the market." And so I'm going to go meet with her Sunday. Well, Kathy's going to have a card go in the mail today that says, "Hey, Kathy, thanks for reaching out to me again. Look forward to seeing you on Sunday." So if you have time, if they've reached out to you, or if it's a for sale by owner or whoever and they've agreed to meet with you and you've got time, stick a card in the mail, say, "Hey, I'm looking forward to that meeting with you." And then after you go, write another one, just thanking them for having you over. So when I get there, I just tell them, "Hey, I greatly appreciate you reaching out to me," because let's get real, everybody knows about a dozen agents. And so if they have you out to your house, just be sure you really let them know how much you appreciate. So when you tour the home, ask a lot of questions. Ask the questions so you'll know how to serve them in that listing. You're going to want to find out what their motivation is to selling, building that rapport. I've got a listing right now that I went on, and I could tell like the teenagers are so upset that mom and dad are selling this house, and they didn't know me, and I was really trying to like build a relationship with the kids and the family to try to make this easier on mom and dad because I'm coming into their space. So I want everybody to try to feel comfortable. A listing I had recently with a lady, house was in very poor condition, and her biggest concern was she honestly didn't think anybody would buy it because it was so bad. And my biggest challenge was just making her feel comfortable. She had some people come in and look at it and throw out a number to her that was, she got about twice what they offered her for when we went to market. But she, very, very dirty home, but I didn't want to sit down, but I did. And I, had to make her feel very comfortable that, hey, we're going to get this home sold for you, and she greatly appreciated it, So you're going to ask a lot of questions. If you don't know them, find out how they heard about you, so you can go back and thank the people that referred you. Why are you selling? Where are you going? What updates have you recently done to the home? I'm big on taking notes, because if I don't take notes and write it down, I'll probably forget. And I think when I'm walking through the house, it shows them that I'm very interested. I'm writing down, I'm taking this very seriously. And as we're going through, I always try to see if they've got a number in their mind. You can't always get it out of them, but that will greatly help you when you sit down with them to start going over numbers, like that Zestimate. I know they have thought about that. So I try to, it's some way to get them, did you have a price in mind? So I visit the home the first time, and then I go back with my presentation and my CMA report. It's very rare for me to throw out a number. the first day I go view the house. I just don't feel comfortable doing that. Sometimes there's such good comps in the neighborhood, you know, you probably can, but I just typically don't. So I try to schedule a time. Hey, can I come back on Friday and bring you this information? We sit down, go over the numbers. So I use, and just because this is the way I do it, doesn't mean that this is the way you have to do it. You need to find what works for you. I use, and I think this is in your book, the CMA, the Cloud CMA and RealTrax. Is that what you use, Heather?
That's what we just went over with Ed.
Okay, that's what I use now for my presentations. It's very easy. Just get in there and play with it. Create yours for your own personal home or your friend's home, or any of them. I didn't have anybody sit down and teach me how to do it. I just kept working with it. There's a lot of, so Ed went through the pages?
We did not
Okay.
go through it. We just kind of put
Okay.
together the CMA to get a number.
Okay, so this is what I do for all my presentations. I print this and I take this to them when I go back to meet with them. You can email this to them as well through Cloud CMA, which is very professional, has some great links. I like the way it's set up. Sometimes I will go ahead and email that to them before I go. It really depends on the sellers. Like if they're close friends of mine and I 100% know that I am going to list that property, I might go ahead and email it to them so they can be looking over it. But a lot of times I don't. I print this and I take it to them and then I send them the link later. So when you go into Cloud CMA, you don't have to use all these sheets in there. It's very user-friendly where you can, I want to use this page, but I don't want to use this one. Some of them I don't like, some of them I do. Some of them don't relate to that listing, so I take them out. There is also what they call a quick and dirty in Cloud CMA. I don't ever use that. I don't recommend using it. Do you use it, Heather?
No,
I never use it. I wouldn't advise that you do. It's going to pull, basically it's pulling listings for you rather than you doing the comps. I don't think it's accurate though. They could be all over the place that they haven't seen the seller's house, you know, so I would not use it. I went on a listing appointment one time and the lady, she literally handed me the report from the other agent and said, this is what the other guy gave me. And that's exactly what he had done. He had gone in RealTrax and let them pull their own comps, and it was like way off. She was like, here, you can just keep it. And I was like, well, I don't want it. I don't need to take this. But she was like, I don't want it. But it was, don't do that. It's not, I don't think it's professional. It doesn't look good, and it's not accurate. So
It's kind of like apples and bananas instead of like trying to just get your comps to be apples and apples. Like that quick and dirty just would pull apples, bananas.
yeah, I mean,
Probably like Zillow and the other algorithms.
Yeah, it's probably
Yeah.
just the estimate, you know.
yeah, and it's just trying to get as close to the property as it can, but they're all over the place. Don't use it. You can, but I wouldn't advise. If you do need help walking through this, I'd be happy to show you, but it is super simple. Just get in there and play with it. So I prepare these for my clients. This was my sister's house that I sold, so she had a lot of good comps because they're in a big neighborhood. So it was really easy to pull hers. So I go back and I sit down with them and I go through these comps that I've pulled. And you can add more pictures with it. So they have this full report in their notebooks, correct? Yeah.
Yes.
So if you'll look through that.
It's on so it's in the listing appointment. Everyone sees where it says listing appointment. It is kind of in the middle, is it?
Yeah, it's like halfway through. It's after, let's see.
Black and white,
It's right after the net sheet. It's like 2 after the net sheet, if you found that, for Ed.
So, yeah, it's like between listing appointment and showings halfway through.
It's right after where it says Hazer.
Let me make sure before I tell you. It's specific to that cloud CMA. So if they go to that, like if you scan that QR code, it's going to pull up this whole report. So if you've never gone on a listing appointment before, you've never had a listing yet, they don't know what you don't know, what you don't know. So if you do this is already prepared for you, other than putting in the listing. This is going to make you look very professional because there's tons of information in here. And go through it, pick the pages you like, take out the ones that you don't, and use this. So, as Brian Buffini said, he said, play as a pro. So act like a professional, even if you don't think you are right now, because you will be. So you'll see where I have picked my comps for their home, and so when I go back and meet with them, I sit and I go through. I don't read every one of these pages, but I go specifically through the comps because maybe if they've got this, especially they've got this price in their head that they're thinking, I'm going through this saying, well, this house had these updates. This house had these updates to it. This one, look how long it was on the market. I point out those different things to them. And I also will email them the RealTracs listings as well, so they can go in and actually look at all the pictures, because you're not going to want to print a report with that many pages. Now, I did include in this one where it says your suggested list price, this page right here. It's in there. I typically don't include this page though. For one, I like to give a range, and this one, when you use Cloud CMA, it won't let you give a range. It just has you put in one number, and I don't really like that. So I don't usually put this page in there. And I remember Heather talking about when she does her presentations one time, when she's going through it, you know, she writes it down in front of them. This is what she's thinking. So this is in here, but know that I don't usually include it. I probably would if I can make this to be arranged, but it just won't allow you. So
yeah, I never put that number in there just because sometimes, like we talked before, sometimes you like realize, oh wait, I forgot this, or they're thinking this, or you know, you kind of need a little bit of flex. And sometimes, like when the other agent gave that CMA to somebody else, sometimes when they're looking at a couple different CMAs, they're like, oh well, she said 450, but she said maybe 455, 460. Let's just go with her.
Yeah.
So you know, I do.
Yeah.
I just kind of like write down. I'm kind of thinking somewhere around here. That way they can't use it against me, and that way too, if I have to kind of adjust my number by 5,000 here or there just to get the listing, like if it's one I just want to get because I know it'll get me out of business.
Yeah.
You know, I can do that.
Yep. You gonna say something, Ed?
Oh, we're supposed to use the microphone.
Oh, okay.
If we have questions.
I will chime in on that. What Heather just said as well. I've had a little something I do. It's backfired on me one time. But like Lindsay, when I go in, often I'll do the same thing, have my book there. I sit on the table where we're going to work, and I will ask them, so, you know, guys, before we go through this, I'm just curious. I'd just like to ask you a question. What do you guys think your house should sell for? Do it with a smile. Just, what are you thinking? My work's done. We're getting ready to go there. What do you think? You'd be amazed what they say, number one. But why do you guys think that would be an important question to ask before you drill down in this?
I think it's important because, oh, is this on? It's on.
Weird.
I think it's important because you don't want to be the first one who puts the number out every time, and then they're just hearing what you said, and they were thinking,
That's a good point. The other point is, though, as Lindsay said, the presentation's got lots of things in it. I don't mean to step on hers, but I'm telling you this so that you understand where she's going. If they're thinking really high, you really got to try to figure out why they're thinking that high, and your listing presentation has all the information you need for that. If they're thinking really low, in other words, you know what areas you got to concentrate on. Is it cost? Is it motivation? What are the things? If they're really low, then they're going to be, I would use something, if they're coming low and like, wow, I'm so excited to go through this, because you guys are going to really be pleased, right? Mm-hmm. If they're pretty in line with what you're thinking, you're like, you guys are really astute. I'm really excited to go through the numbers. I think you're going to be, if they're really, really high, that's a time to ask some questions before you drill down to figure out. I understand. Just I'm curious how you get those numbers, but that's what sets the stage for what you concentrate on is the point on which pages, because a lot of these pages, there's no need to go through if it's not relevant. But if it is relevant, you don't want to miss that opportunity, and that sets the stage for where your emphasis should be in order to get that. I'm going to have to replace these batteries.
One of my recent listings, when I first went and looked at their house, and it wasn't in a subdivision, so I really had to do some research. I struggled with the comps, and I was able to pull a number out of them that first day that I met with them. And so when I went back home and did my research, I was really trying to get hard to get to where they were thinking. I got pretty close. And we didn't sell it too far off from there, but that will help you so much. And it's not always high. Sometimes they're really low. I've been surprised here lately that sometimes they were really low on what and they were like, no, it'll never sell for that. And I'm like, well, actually look at these comps. You know, it should. So you can include that page if you want to. I typically don't. So. This one also has a net sheet in here. I printed, this one is in here for you to look at. It's nice having it looking like this to match the rest of your presentation. I don't always put this one in there either. I like to, and this is super generic, and if you want a copy of it, I've got some copies. I like to do it at different price ranges for them when we sit down and go over numbers. And this one is super simple. You can also create a net sheet in RealTracs. I don't particularly like that one. I think it's confusing. Do you like that one, Heather?
I don't use it.
I don't use it either. I don't like it. And if you use Title Solutions, Property Title has a website where you can go in and figure this. They're doing some updates on it because some like title search fees and things have changed, so it's right now it's not accurate. But I have used that a lot to plug my numbers in on my net sheet.
Where did you get that one?
I made this one. You can have a copy of it. Yeah, but I made this one.
So I was just gonna say, depending on your client, sometimes they wanna see it all. With the other net sheets that are on RealTracs, there's all these other lines, so people are like, oh, am I gonna have this expense? And sometimes they get confused, like, there's all these pop-up expenses that maybe you're not telling me about, because there's, like rows and rows of spaces
Yeah.
to fill in. It looks intimidating, like you're gonna be spending way more. So sometimes something like this or like that,
The-
it's kind of
simple.
easy. I
That's
still
the one
use
that
it.
just went through, right, was the one from the
Top one,
sheet?
yeah.
Actually, I created this one, so I mean,
But you can just make something
Yeah.
up too, you can handwrite something.
The one that you said you don't include, that was a selling net sheet analysis.
you can include it in here if you want to. If I do this though, I like to do it at different prices, for them, a couple different.
Substitute this one for this one. That's your
Yeah, I don't do this one a lot.
You just gotta find something that works for you, because there's so many choices, you can go on, like, Google and find something.
Yeah, because I'm not including it, I don't print in my report what my suggested list price is, so therefore I don't usually include this net sheet. But I will provide this to people if they want it. So, let me see. Let me go over my notes here. I always tell people, I always say, I will list this house, whatever you want me to list it for. But this is my opinion from the comps, from what's going on in the market. This is the price that I can justify listing it for. If you want me to list higher, we'll list higher. I have no problem with that. But you'll hear Ed say, manage expectations. And so, Rika always tells me, she'll say, if they want to list it real high, she'll tell them, now you just remember though, if in a few weeks, we're not getting that price, you just, remember what I said, because I don't want you to be mad at me, and if you know Rika, she's super sweet, so, let's see, when I first got into real estate, I was really bad at, when you get a listing, you're just like, you're so excited, you'll list it for whatever they want you to list it for. You don't care, you just want the listing. But I feel like I am getting a little bit better at telling people, this is really where I think that we're at. But again, it's your home. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. So just manage those expectations. So I go back the second time with this report. However, always keep with you listing agreements, all the required documents for listing a home, because some people are like, I want to do this today. I want to go ahead and get this signed. And so they have signed, and I've filled it out, and I've put price to be determined until we decided what price we're, because if they're ready and they want to get it done, you want to be ready as well. So.
I'm just going to add,
Yeah, sometimes people are ready, like you're looking at a piece of land or something, you can just fill out the form. You do not have to do the form on the computer. You can handwrite it in with an ink pen. It is totally fine. And you can do it right on the hood of a car, just fill out all the documents. So, but if someone's ready to go, sometimes you want to strike while the iron's hot, because if you wait, okay, I'll go back to the office, I'll print out all the documents, whatever. Well, somebody could sneak in between, like another listing appointment or agent, call them and say, hey, I think you can get what more. So if you have the opportunity to handwrite it, if they're ready, do it, and get it signed as quick as you can.
Right.
So you're saying keep the physical
in the trunk of your car.
Okay.
What documents would that be?
That would be the listing agreement,
All the things in that seller's template.
yeah, all the things in the seller's template, the disclosures, all the disclosures that you need. Just keep you a blank with you at all times. So that way, if they're ready, they're ready.
So your personal approach is to set an appointment. If you don't know them already, you're just gathering information and building rapport, and then you set a follow-up appointment, usually the same week?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
As soon as you feel like you've got time to pull your comps together.
Yeah.
To sit back down. Yeah.
I was just going to say, don't wait too long.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I've been doing it a long time. Don't wait too long, because what could happen, someone else can just do a one and done. They can come in and list it right on the spot, and you're doing a 2-time, which is fine. It's totally fine, but you don't want to wait I'll get back to you next week. I'll get back to you Friday. If you went in on a Monday, can we meet tomorrow? Yeah. Try to be as quick as possible. Again, so many crazy things happen. And you're like, oh my gosh, it just slipped through my fingers because someone else came in and had the paperwork right then and there.
Mm-hmm. It really depends on the seller and how quick they're wanting to move, how well you know them. I've got a listing right now. The people called me. I sold the land. I was the listing on the land last year. These people bought the lot with another buyer's agent. They built their house. They called me the other day to list their house. I said, why aren't you calling the agent that sold you that lot? And he said, well, actually, we did reach out, and we've reached out twice asking her to come by and take a look at the house. And he said, I'm not going to reach out again, and we're ready to put the house on the market. And I felt terrible. She's not in our office, but I don't personally know her, but she's a very nice agent. And I was really torn. And I was talking to Rika about it. She said, Lindsay, if you don't list it, they wanted to put that house on the market. And so I went out there. She probably threw up when she saw that listing go in MLS.
Tell her to look at her messages.
Yeah, and I think it was probably just because she thought maybe they weren't serious, because literally it was a new construction. They had moved in 2 weeks ago and have decided they were going to move to Florida. And so she probably didn't think they were serious about selling it, but boy, they were. So I went out there, listed that property. Well, guess what? They're not moving to Florida now. So now I've got another purchase contract, and they're staying in Tennessee. So never turn, even if you think, oh, they're probably, you never know with people. I mean, you just never know. So always be prepared. So I feel like I'm being kind of wishy-washy, saying be prepared, but then I go back a second time. So
You're just reading people.
I'm just reading. Yeah, you have to just read.
If you just have the listing agreement, is that enough for them to be your client? Like, let's say you
Yes.
don't have a copy of everything, of all the disclosures. Okay.
Yeah, because sometimes it takes them a while to. I usually leave that property condition disclosure while we're getting it ready to go on the market, because it's going to take them a little time to fill that out.
Okay.
Yeah. So, let's see. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to keep looking back at my notes. I'm not a professional speaker up here, so. I had a buyer tell me recently that I didn't know them, but he said, he called me again about one of my listings, and now I'm helping him and his wife, and he said, I've talked to a lot of agents, but I like working with you because I don't feel like you're pushy. And I feel like we kind of have to be pushy in our business, but in a subtle way, you know? So, and that's just staying in contact, answering your telephone, you know, responding with, you know, to their texts. And so, does anybody have any questions?
I do have one question.
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so you mentioned that this might be stupid and really detailed, but you mentioned that sometimes you'll put price to be determined is that in the listing agreement? Okay.
I have before, if they don't know yet what they're going to list it for, but they're ready to sign paperwork, I have done that.
Okay, see, this is my past few listings, I feel like I have done that listing agreement. Heather's always like, you got to get that signed. I've done it like last minute because I feel like I don't know every single detail in there, and I guess I didn't even know.
We'll just do an amendment.
So I could just do it and do an amendment. So I always wait, and it's like that's the last thing I get signed. I'm like, man, if they go to somebody else, I'll be so mad. But I wait till I know everything, so I can just put it in there and change it.
Yeah.
Duh.
And you can talk to them about it and say, hey, will you change anything? Change your mind?
Yeah, that was. I didn't even know to do to be determined. I didn't even think I could do that, but that is very helpful actually. So okay.
You do it in paper, you can scan it and
Yeah,
take a
scan
PDF
it,
out of
upload it.
It still goes to Dolly. Yes.
I guess, I mean, I have done to be determined. Ed, that's not wrong, is it?
No, I'm not saying I just didn't even know. That's really helpful. I
Yeah,
just didn't think that's what you're talking about was in the
I haven't done it a lot, but I have, if they were unsure, but they were ready to, we've done that before.
That's awesome, because I really have waited to the last minute and been like sweating, nervous
So,
a couple times.
have you done that, Heather?
I've never put it to be determined, but
I've done that one.
what would you say?
Maybe you shouldn't do it. Let's ask Ed.
Let's get this right.
All right, full disclosure, I was responding to an attorney on my mom's house. So give me the question again. I'm sorry.
Okay, we were talking about listing agreements, and I have put, when they were ready to sign paperwork, but they weren't quite sure on the price, I have written in to be determined on the listing agreement and done it, and then completed an amendment later before it actually went on the market. Is that wrong?
I'm going to say it's not wrong. Technically, it's not a legal binding contract.
It's not.
Here's why. Legal binding contracts, one, must have a beginning and an ending date. They must be specific as to what you're talking about, meaning what's the agreement.
if there's no dollar figure in there, they could say it was understood it'd be at least 900,000, and you could say, no, we talked about 400,000, so it would not hold up. What you can do is put in a price that you can mutually agree on as a starting point, and then in your special stipulations in there, put in there buyer and agent and buyer agree that prior to going active in the MLS, the price may be adjusted accordingly. And then you can do an amendment to your listing agreement with them, because the listing agreement is between you and them, nobody else. So then in that, you can do an amendment to reflect any changes you want on there. You see what I'm saying? If you want it to be a binding contract. And that is the key with any contract, is you want it to be binding. And without those specifics, it would not hold up. Okay? Right philosophy, just agree to a number, and in special steps, put those caveats in there. That makes them comfortable, and it makes you comfortable. Okay?
So don't listen to anything I said.
Basically the same thing.
Yeah. So, any other questions?
You said seller and agent agree to any special stipulations.
Buyer and sellers agree that the listing price, agent, in other words, the agent and the seller agree that an adjustment may be made to the sales price prior to being activated in the MLS.
And one more thing on this, like in the back, I have, a list of references with phone numbers. I have a resume. If you don't have that yet, just leave these pages out. Don't panic that you don't have anything you can fill in there yet. Just don't do these pages, and then as you build your business, you can start. Because I didn't start with these until I started having closings. So.
Is this part of the XCMA template, the reference sheets and the resume? You added that?
No,
It's on Cloud CMA.
it's on Cloud CMA. All this was created in Cloud CMA. Yes. And then once it's in there, it's in there. So you can just update, pull, add. And there is a lot more pages and different presentations that you can use too. I haven't used them because I just use the listing ones. But there may be some that you'd like to use for other things as well.
We got hot food out there, and
So, you're all finished? All good?
can we?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
So do you want to announce who our speakers are?
Yeah, I'll announce. Okay, so we have got JoJo coming up here in a bit, and she is going to be walking us through some social media stuff that she does, which is awesome for those of us like myself who need a little help in that area. And she brought us some great barbecue, some chicken and pork barbecue in the back, so that's awesome. We can take like 10 minutes maybe and go to the bathroom and fill our plates and come back, and then she's going to come up here and give us a presentation. So 10 minutes, we'll meet back at 12:10.
Totally different than everybody else.
And then it's nice. No, I'm loud and I'm a fast talker, so it's nice to have someone that's
like slow and steady, and it's not, like you did it. You built up this business in 5 years, and and you're not pushy, you don't come across as like salesy or, I don't know. It was really nice for me to hear.
I thought it was nice too. I thought the same thing.
Oh, good.
We need to bring lots of like diverse, different people, so people can be like, I'm more like Lindsay. I can totally identify with that, and I could do that. There was so much stuff that you said that I was like, I could do taking it. In fact, I forgot to write questions for our little ball because I was writing down notes about like but
One of those notes.
Oh, yeah.
do you need help setting anything up here?
And then I think that would be actually kind of cool. Any good information in it. And
Yes.
stuff that.
Yes, Wi-Fi is fine still for us to.
Oh, yeah.
Is the Broker Agent Network?
Yes, it is Broker Agent Network, and it is Just
The number 5?
spelled out FIVE, 5 stones.
Fine.
I don't know what I hit.
Short, sweet, to the point, and as, you might not remember, but Sergeant Joe Friday on Dragnet.
Okay, did that work?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
great.
So I need this on presentation mode, and then just plugged into the.
I know you didn't feel confident, but you did great. I was like very encouraged. I think this, I can see how clients like you because you have a calming energy that's just very trustworthy. Like it's right up against. It's very genuine. She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you're not.
Yeah.
I was like,
Oh yeah,
what?
I just need to.
Okay,
I don't want
and
to like
then-
unplug her computer.
Right. The other thing is that you'll be mic'd. Okay, it's on mute right now, but we'll turn this guy on for you to talk, so that way those that are watching the recording and the live stream can get all your lovely info too.
Cool.
Let me go grab some barbecue.
Yeah, absolutely. Does she care if I unplug?
No, go for it.
I don't want to.
Nope, she is done with her part. Feel free. Let's see. How cool would it be if I just plugged in and it worked? I know, I've got good vibes going. I think today's been good with technology. You know what I'm saying? Well. Yay. Look at us go.
Ed, you remember the guy that was selling his house and he decided not to sell anymore?
Oh yay, it's working!
You remember the house that, listing that I had that the guy decided not to sell anymore?
Yeah, Clarksville, yeah.
I get calls daily about wanting to put in offers on the house every single day. Do I just refer them to him or?
No.
Like, I don't even know what to do anymore. It's getting
Well, he won't respond to you, will he? Will he respond to you?
He won't. I tried to respond to him.
Yeah.
I've given his information to Angie Haggard,
Yeah,
and she was gonna call him. I don't know.
yeah.
I'm just annoyed by.
You have his
calls.
email address, right? What I would do is every time I have one, I would email him and say, I have an offer now. Just keep sending those to him.
Oh, okay.
Even if he don't respond, if you have it recorded, it's archived,
Yeah.
and you can say. So if he says, I've told you I don't want that, it's fine, I've told you that's fine. Either, I gave you an out, you didn't want the out, listing expires December 3rd or whatever the heck it is, 'cause I know it's December. And, there you go.
I'm gonna
At
send
some
this-
point, he'll either
I
get
got
tired
another
of
one in
it.
my inbox this
He'll
morning.
either get tired of it or he'll pay you the release fee that we've agreed to.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Every day I get stuff and I'm like, oh.
Okay, no doubt.
Okay.
I'm gonna come around and hand you guys this little sheet that I'd love for you to fill out. I'm not gonna hunt you down and try to sell you stuff. A bit of market research for us here. A way to connect if you're interested in some solutions. Yeah, no, absolutely. It's one of my favorite places. Where's your welcome? Buck's Barbecue?
Yeah, I think social media is one of my hardest things to keep doing.
Yeah, I hear that.
So good at it, like this is.
I hear that from like 90%.
So is this for business or is this
For real estate. Yes, exactly.
love this.
So we'll probably do it.
Yeah.
Mine are like, not at all.
Not at all, not at all. Not at all. Hopefully there's some things that build some confidence in there, we'll see. That's why businesses like mine exist, right?
I don't have anything on social media. I mean, I talk about Taco Bell. That's it.
Yeah.
And my kids.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
But not even that much about the kids either. I just do these things.
It's just another thing to do. Real estate agents are busy, I get it. I do, I get it.
That's why we need people, we need to outsource it.
That's exactly right. You guys let me know when to get started, if everyone's here, if we need. So I kind of walked around with these little handouts.
Yeah.
Let's see if did I miss anyone? Did anyone not get one?
Let's have her. Okay, let's get you mics up.
Okay.
I'm pretty loud. Oh, I know, but it doesn't go through to the live stream unless you're mic'd.
Cool.
Yeah. So you can just blast us out of here.
Alrighty. There we go. All right, guys. So I kind of addressed a few people in the room about the little handout that I gave you guys. If you could fill it out, that would be so helpful. Worst case scenario, it's a little bit of market research for me so I can do my job a little better. And best case scenario, we can connect and find some solutions that work for you guys. So, my name's JoJo. I'm glad to bring you Buck's Barbecue. It's one of my favorite places out in Gallatin. You're so welcome.
Thank you.
You are so welcome. There's one here in Hendersonville if you're not familiar. It's amazing, my favorite place. So I'm sure you guys had a long morning, getting ready to rev up for a long afternoon. Hopefully this gives you a bit of energy, fill up. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just going to jump right on in. So I want to introduce you to what I hope will be your new social sidekick. My company is called Charlie Co Media. And a little bit about me. My name's JoJo Worley. I founded Charlie Co Media in 2019 with hopes of providing small businesses solutions for social media strategy, press releases, things like that. Really building a brand that personifies who they are, who they do it for, and building brands that reach their target audience. I'm an Army wife and a mom of two. Switching through. Sorry, I'm hitting my little thing here, not this one. Okay, here we go. So these are my two little babies. That's Skylar's the oldest and Savannah. They are 10 months apart. It has been an absolute wild ride. All of my friends keep telling me when they get to 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, things will kind of calm down. And I see some people shaking their heads. I don't know if you guys are lying to me or if, I need to hold my breath till 3 and 4. But it's been a really fun ride so far. They're obviously my pride and joy. He's my husband. He owns a construction company. His name is Brad. We do flip houses, and we have a house out in Portland currently.
That's really
So weird. This house is on Portland Boulevard. It's right by the library. It's 100 years old. We were super excited about that, trying to salvage some original hardwood floors and all the really cool things that come with a 100-year-old home. I walked in a couple of months ago. I walked into what was the front door, which became a threshold for the house. I looked down and there was dirt. We had to do the entire foundation. All of the super, super fun things. Good thing we are on the mend. My husband is fantastic at all aspects of house flipping, thankfully. An excellent carpenter and all those things. So we're on the mend. We're super excited to kind of get this property listed here in the next few weeks. But really all of that just to kind of tell you that we've got some skin in the game too. To give you a little bit about me as a kid, I'm from, a long line of people, real estate investors, people in the real estate game, property managers and things like that. So I was fortunate enough to grow up in a home where at the dinner table, we had a lot of conversations about house flipping and real estate and things like that. So it lit a passion in me from a really young age. And as an adult, that has really kind of manifested as this business and helping real estate agents build their brands and reach their target audiences. Where are we? So I learned a ton as a kid that kind of lit that passion. And I know that you guys are experts at real estate, right? And I'm an expert at developing content to reach your target audience and content that converts them. So we'll do one of these. And the biggest thing that I want you guys to know about me is I love what I do. You can see from some of these snapshots from the clients that I've had that I've been able to build really genuine, authentic relationships with these people. I love meeting my clients where they're at, fueling what fuels them, going off of their industry experts. I know all of you guys, some people might be first-time home buyer experts. Some people might be, experts in house flipping and finding investment properties for some of your clients. So really kind of meeting you guys where you're at and connecting with them organically is a big part of what I do. And I'm so passionate about this. I feel like I'm winning when all of my clients are winning. So by now you know that social media is one of the most important tools that you guys can have in your tool belt to build a successful real estate business. You know that your clients are on social media. You know that they are looking to social media for direction and information. And you know all of these things, but things like not knowing where to start, or not knowing what to post, or having the time to run your own social media have really stopped you from being able to commit and build a brand that works for you. And here's the truth about, I keep forgetting to hit this button. So here's the truth about the social impact. And I'm gonna read here, there's a stat. So 47% of socially active real estate businesses note that social media results in the highest quality leads versus other sources. And only 20% of these guys claim to use paid advertisements for these leads. That's an incredibly powerful statistic. So a solid brand really should build trust, build credibility for your business, position you as an industry expert. And if all of these things are done right, this will become a lead generation source for your business. And further, it will be the deciding factor between someone choosing to work with you versus a different agent. So our goal, obviously your goal is to find dream properties, dream homes, dream investment properties for your clients. And our goal is to make your job as easy as possible. So we are here to help you gain confidence and consistency on your social platforms, show up authentically and organically, build organic relationships with your audience before they ever meet you, and see real results without a huge marketing budget. Over here on the right, you'll see I've been working with Cayenne for, I want to say 4 or 5 weeks or so. So this is a snapshot of before and after we started working with her social media strategy. Just in the last 4 or 5 weeks, she's seen a 207% increase in her following. Her engagement percentage weekly is in the thousands. The percents are in the thousands. And her reach every week, the amount of people that her content is getting in front of a week is in the tens of thousands. So she's been able to really connect with several organic lead generation sources just through the engagement that's included in her packages. So we'll touch a little bit more about the analytics and about the ins and outs of that here in a little bit, but I wanted to give you a quick side by side for a before and after for some social strategy that we've worked on, currently working on. So here's the good stuff. Here's our solutions. I want to meet you guys where you're at. I've created 3 packages for real estate agents, depending on how much time you have to dedicate to your social media and how much money you have to dedicate to your social media. So this first package is the best deal and the most common for newer agents and agents on a budget, and it still packs a huge punch. It's the caption template membership. It includes 25 engaging captions with proven calls to action that promote likes, follows, shares, comments, saves, all of the good stuff. It includes photo suggestions and 10 done-for-you graphics. Going back to the captions, these posts range from educational type of content like 3 terms first-time homebuyers need to know, to personal posts that really build trust and authenticity, like current projects that you're working on, just listed types of graphics, really clean cut and in your own brand. Now the graphics that we provide, if any of you guys in the room have your brands that you've built, you love the fonts that you have, you love the colors that you're working with, these templates are super easy to plug and play your own brand and plug and play your own fonts and colors. Now if you don't have a brand that you've built already, which is about 90% of my clients, we have 2 different brand palettes that are included in this. One's a little tan, super pretty, kind of nudes, and the other one is blue, and it is beautiful. These are two of my favorite brand templates that I've ever built for my clients. So those are included. And we have stock photo resources and stock video resources. Now, today's the 20th of the month. Every 20th of the month, we update our caption templates automatically onto our website. So they just refreshed today. All of the graphics, all of the new templates are in there. This is something that you guys can cancel at any time from your own portal. And it's $125 per month. This middle solution here is a 1-month done-for-you content. It's pretty self-explanatory. 15 custom posts, the carousels that you kind of swipe through. Videos and static posts, 10 stories. All of the templates, again, are editable for you in Canva. A when to post guide and a how to engage guide. And this is a one-time fee, 1 month worth of content for $650. This social automation, the third solution that we have here, is the VIP package. So this is for agents who are ready to pull the trigger on social automation on their social media, but they don't have any time to dedicate to it. So everything is internal for our clients that we do. We build the content, we do the hashtag strategy, we do the engagement, we do story management. Everything involved in building a successful real estate social media profile is included in this package. And they vary. It's $1,300 per month starting, and it varies depending on, do you want Instagram? Do you want Instagram and Facebook? There's a ton of a la carte options that we can kind of add into these packages, so if that's something that you're interested in, you know, I usually meet with my clients one-on-one, talk about specific needs, and kind of build a package from there. Let's see. So, the thing that I am the most proud of in this business is that every single one of my clients sees growth. Every single one. This doesn't matter if they're in the caption template membership, if the done for you, 1 month done for you content, or if it's for the social automation. Every single one of them sees growth. That's incredible. I'm incredibly proud of that for my business. And the reason is their messaging is direct. They know who they're talking to. Their messaging that you're putting out there is being seen, it's being devoured, and it's converting. They're also empowered in their social journey, which is a big thing, and their audience is engaged, and all of their businesses benefit for it. So, now I really obviously want to make this something that is a no-brainer for you guys, because by now you know that your social media goals are attainable. There are solutions that don't break the bank, incredibly affordable solutions to get you started in building your social journey, and solutions that free up your time, right? So if we get 5 new members in the caption template membership by the end of the week, and this includes people that are here today, it includes people on the live stream. If we get 5 members, I will unlock a free training session for an hour for the entire office, regardless if you guys are in a social strategy package or not. And this training package will go through, or this training session will go through one of 2 options. Depends on what you guys feel is going to be the most valuable for your office. The first is Canva 101, where we'll talk about the ins and outs of Canva, how to use all of the features for Canva. You guys know that Canva is super important. I'm sure all of you have either heard of it or played with it yourself, and kind of really getting acquainted with Canva. The other is batching content, which is creating a lot of content all at once, and scheduling, so you guys can work smarter, not harder. On top of that, we'll go ahead and make it even juicier with monthly marketing materials. That includes pop buys, buyer's guides, open house flyers, open house signups. I was talking to Cayenne, and she was like, the biggest thing is like, I try to put these open house flyers together like last minute. Like I need something that's like better than that. So she inspired me for this month. The marketing material that's included is, they are open house sign-up sheets. And they're super cool, very branded, depending on, you know, which brand palette you guys want, editable for your own brand colors, again, if you guys have them. And the cherry on top is an ebook for story ideas. Instagram and Facebook stories is a huge way to be able to get people to engage with your audience, get them to know you a little better, and sometimes it's hard to kind of come up with those ideas. So kind of as the cherry on top for your engagement, the ebook will be included there. So the value's there, The numbers obviously don't lie. You know, all that's left to do is for you guys to take the step to level up your social media and really channel your business power through your socials. And, you know, kind of go from there. So I want to open up the floor, get some questions, get some feedback, answer any questions that you guys have. Yeah.
If needed, we're starting another business with my husband in contracting. Would you design logos too?
I do have a company that I partner with to design logos. We don't do it internally. That's kind of more of like a big graphic designer thing. But yeah, I can totally point you in the right direction. Absolutely.
Okay, I actually have a couple questions.
Yes, I'm here to answer.
So one, just this Canva 101 and batching content scheduling. Are those like courses that you offer normal? I mean, I know you're saying you do it for us, but is there a way, if that didn't happen, that we could take those courses?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We have a ton of courses. I have a huge course list that we offer.
I love it. This is an area I really need assistance with.
I
want to be like Beth when I grow up. That's my goal.
I hear it.
I do. Oh, well. Well, true. Tomorrow. Anyway, next thing. So that middle category that said done for you. This might be stupid, but is that something where it's like, okay, just copy and paste this into your story, done for you? Is that what you mean by that?
So the done for you options, let me go ahead and go back so you guys can.
And you may have explained it and I just didn't quite. This is like so out of my realm.
No, that's totally fine. So what we do is we do 15 custom posts, and that includes the graphics and the captions. So
Okay.
yes, you would copy and paste the caption into
content.
Facebook and Instagram, and then upload the graphic that's associated with that as well.
Okay. Okay. That was it. Thank you.
Yeah.
My question is,
For the done for you content, yes, you're still doing the engaging and the posting for yourself. That's why we include a when to post guide and a how to engage guide to kind of get you started with those things as well. I hear that. The social automation, yeah.
You do everything.
Yeah, oh, sorry, you have the mic.
I was going to wait. This is still valuable.
Okay,
You gonna
awesome.
answer that?
Awesome. Yeah, no, so the social automation is we do everything. We build the content, we schedule the content, we do the engagement. There's literally nothing that you have to do for your social media. If you want to pop on and see how beautiful it is and tell me that you love it, shoot me a text message. I'll probably take a screenshot of it. Yeah, no, the social automation is everything is done for you.
Okay, so my need is do everything for me, but my budget is the $125 a month ish. So when you talked about empowering your clients, do you mean that along with this comes the training aspect where you'll show me how to do as well? Because that's part of my need is I am just so technologically challenged with all of these different platforms, and I accidentally had some things going to Instagram, like I don't even know how I did it. I was like, oh, that's cool. I started getting all these Instagram
notifications.
Yeah, and I'm like, how am I getting all these Instagram notifications? So I go over there and I'm like, okay, that's a post that I made to Facebook. Like, how the heck? I have no idea. So I look up like that way sometimes, but I also want to learn how to do things for myself. So I don't want to just put it in your hands because I do want to learn how to, So how much of this, like in the 125 best deal category, comes along the training part of it?
So like I said, the biggest thing I guess that I should preface this conversation with is that I want these captions to work for you. It's not enough to be able to collect the $125 a month and hopefully you guys are doing what you need to do to make these things work for you. What I want is to be able to educate and empower you on how to do these things, how to make it work for you. That's why I always want to include these training sessions. Now we offer, like I said, training sessions that we can do for larger groups, people who are or are not in the Caption Template membership. I've offered discounts to offices. So if you guys, there's 10 of you guys in the office that are part of the Caption membership, I'll go ahead and give you guys a discount, and then everyone else pays the standard price for a course.
So it's so this is just for this, what's in this package, and then we would still have to pay for a training session.
It's like $30 a session. Like it's pretty insignificant for a training session. Is like the discounted price. So it's really not expensive. But again, I want to offer as much value as possible. Now, if we get into a situation, if we get 5 people sign up for the Captions Template membership, and we go ahead and do the Canva 101, we open it to everyone in the entire office, we get a ton of feedback, there's probably going to be something where I'm like, hey, I'm gonna come back and do another training session for free for this batch content and scheduling. I'm always open to offering deals and discounts for my clients if I see that the need is there and it's working for them. That's most important to me for sure.
All right, Jojo, are you going to stick around for a little bit? We can let people come and talk with you individually and then break for the rest of the people and come back at 1.
Yeah, I can absolutely do that. And you guys, if you have a second to fill out that little paper, it would be fantastic. Like I said, you don't have to fill out the bottom if you don't like, but at the end of the day, at the very least, it's fantastic market research for me and my team to be able to kind of figure out what's working for you guys and what you guys need to make our jobs, to do our jobs better. Thank you.
Your first one, it's like an ad.
Do you guys want me to leave this up here for you, or any of these slides up here that you want to see a little further?
Yeah, people maybe take a screenshot if you want it. What about the one that has your contact information? Can you put that one?
Yes. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna make my rounds too and connect with you guys on social media. I have a really cool, thank you so much. I have a really cool thing on my phone that just kind of connects you. It's like a little dot thing that connects you to my socials. So I'll go ahead and do that as well. Where are we? There we go.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you guys incorporate Reels into any of your
Yes.
strategies?
Yes.
I feel pretty confident with social media, but I also I'm not using like the templates for
Thank you.
probably for maximum engagement
And reach for sure, yeah.
Reach.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know. I'm gonna start doing Reels because I kind of understand that strategy, but I haven't started doing it.
Listen, I own this marketing company, this social media brand strategy company, and it took me forever to hop on Reels.
Yeah.
Just showing my face. I don't know. I was nervous about it. So we offer a course for Reels. We can do some one-on-one training. That's absolutely fine too. But my biggest advice to you is for absolutely hop on Reels. The reason, if you check out Cayenne's social media, I don't know if you follow her.
I just followed her.
Awesome. So yeah, you can check out all of her Reels. We put them together. So what I did with her is I did a 1-hour photo shoot with her where we went to my home office. We also went to a coffee shop that's in Gallatin that I absolutely adore and took a ton of different pictures and videos. I uploaded all of that into our shared drive. And then as I build content for her, I plug and play all of this Reels content. Do it. It's amazing.
My idea was, I wasn't going to do anything like that, but whenever I'm like showing houses, because I'm a YouTuber too, so I know how to like make content, edit, add music, all that.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to do like tours.
Yeah.
But I hadn't thought of doing anything like
The
that.
biggest advice that I can give you is start your engagement. Even if you're not posting a ton on social media, engage with people in real estate, your competitors and people not even in Middle Tennessee and all of that, and then create folders and start saving things to folders to give yourself inspiration for Reels. And that way you can kind of get like what's trending in the industry and position yourself right there in the middle of it. You're so welcome. Let's see.
She's getting good views on these.
Yeah. Oh, you should see behind the scenes analytics. It's nuts. It's insane. I think last week it was like 42,000 reach.
Wait, this is Laura, if you want to see this. How does it get out to other people, like, from her one page? Like, she doesn't have friends on
No, Yeah, the algorithm just pushes it to people who Instagram believes will eat this content up and needs to see it and wants to see it and will engage with it. That's like what the algorithm of Instagram. Yes. And actually, Instagram just launched a new feature. Meta, I guess, owns Instagram and Facebook. Meta just launched a new feature that now they're doing Reels on Facebook. It used to kind of like cross-pollinate, but now it's like an active platform on Facebook. So the cool thing about that is reach has tripled just in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I noticed hers was different recently, and I was like,
Oh, what's that?
So if you have an Instagram? If you want to open it, I can give you her handle so you can kind of see her stuff.
Yeah, and I have a friend that I just met. She only does like Instagram. What is it? Is it Instagram Reels?
Yeah, yeah, that's what we were just talking about too.
And that's all she does. She doesn't even do posts. Every now and then she'll do a post like Happy Valentine's Day or something like
Yeah.
that. She just does and it just keeps going.
Yeah, when you check out Cayenne, she has a ton of reels that we've been able to post. So I was telling them, okay, it's at KYANNEMADRERE. So 2 R's. No, that's the social automation where we create the reels. That's included in one of those packages, yeah. But the cool thing about this, about the caption template membership, is there's a lot of captions in there. If you kind of go through and scroll through like Cayenne stuff, you'll see like, I think the most recent reel was about, shut up, I'm not.
Shut up, I know. It's really good, man. Like we copy and paste it or something.
Well, yeah, no, that's perfect. So let's say that this was, and it would say 6 things that you need to know about blah, 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 and then it would list them. The cool thing is you don't have to post that as an image. You can take that inspiration and build a reel. You know what I mean? So you don't have to write the post at all. You just have to figure out what type of image you want to post with that. And we include, like I said, so there's 10 graphics that we include for 10 of the 25 captions. So some of them are done and the other ones you can take inspiration and either build something on Canva, which is why obviously the Canva 101 would be like a great investment. Or go ahead and build a reel based on that. Based on, you save the trending audio and you're like, you know what, I can do with the 6 things you should check out, blah blah blah. I'm gonna build a reel. Okay. Yeah, super cool. No problem. I'm gonna connect you guys to, let's see if we can do this. I'm gonna come close to your phone and see if this pops up for you.
You just have to sign up by the end of the week, right?
By the end of the week.
I'm definitely gonna sign up. I gotta talk to my husband.
Oh, I love that. I'm really glad I'll answer any
Do we
questions.
have to put it in a certain?
He knows I struggle so bad with social media. It's
I have an Android.
So, do you have,
It's like you start and then you stop, you know what I mean?
That's it. I'm
Like
gonna
you
do
think you're doing it right and then you're like, is somebody gonna laugh
I
at
don't
me
know
if I
what
post that?
where's your
know what
search
I
bar
did?
on your phone? Like,
I
I'm an
did a
Apple
couple
person,
things,
so I
and
kind of.
people loved it.
So let's do
I had this, oh shoot.
NFC.
I went to 2
I don't
days
know.
social media class. And I swear I barely learned anything.
I don't think that your phone is compatible with it, but in that case, we can go ahead and go. Do you have an Instagram?
I do.
This client,
I can go ahead and connect you. You know what?
So do I, let's see, should I
I had to.
get on Instagram? Would that help?
Yes, perfect. Is this your business page?
No.
Do you want to go to your business page? We can connect personally. That's fine too.
No, I'm not really, let's see. I am, because whenever I do anything, I just do it on Facebook and then
Oh, okay.
sometimes I do Instagram
Well, let's do it from
directly.
here. That's totally fine.
So if I go to my
I'll go right
story,
here and I'll go to. There we go.
That's cute.
So my contact information is right there. If you want to go ahead and save any of that,
Right.
just click on it and it will either call and then you can end the call and save it.
oh,
I like that.
so
Or
that,
that's mine too.
Yeah, that's
how do I, how can I save it? Just, oh, okay.
You should be able to, yeah.
I'll just call you.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
Easy. Okay. I'm gonna make my
And I
own
got
connecting.
105 likes on that, and I ain't really told them about it. All right, what's your name?
CC. Great. I love to write classes. I'm always a fan of like.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh my God. So you got some good ideas.
This is a new thing.
But what I wanted to do, I wanted I'm a realtor to pop up later, and that's what I don't know how to do.
Oh, I got you.
So,
I just had to put it all out there, so I didn't know how to do
This
it.
might be easier for you guys.
My husband's leaving his
How about that?
job and going into website like designing or whatever. He's going to school for 8 months for that.
And that should take you right to my
So when he's
Instagram.
done, he's gonna help me set up a website. But until then, what am I
All right,
supposed to do?
so that-
I'm
Okay.
so terrible.
So that
at
has
this
all
stuff.
of my contact information.
I'm so terrible at it. So, and I have friends who are like, it's not that hard. I do.
It should work. It's so tricky today.
Oh, to do.
It might be, sometimes.
I was telling them I actually took an Instagram and Facebook 2-day class, and I didn't learn a thing.
What?
I don't know. Like I am so illiterate with that kind of stuff. And one of my really good friends,
You should just use an iPhone.
she is so
It
good
should
at
just
it.
come up.
And then she'll be like, it's not that hard. And I'm like, it is for me.
Yeah, my husband is
I
like
just
illiterate when it
terrible.
comes to social media.
And then
He's
my
like,
husband
he's like,
is
what
good
did
at
you,
that
what
stuff.
did you build? Oh, is it, wait, who sees that?
Thank you.
It shouldn't be, I don't know, this thing's being so finicky.
It works for me.
Yeah. Listen here, Dot. No, it worked on one, I'm like 1 for 3 today, 1 for 4 today.
And
Sorry.
my
You can scan the
Instagram
QR code.
is set. I cannot get it to set as a business Instagram account. Like I can show you, it still has my old email from way back when.
Were you able to scan the QR code?
No, I didn't even try.
Yeah, that's alright, it'll take you to the same place that my phone was trying to.
And then like even my
Do you have a
friends will go on there and
QR
be like,
code reader?
why does it say Marissa
You
James
might have
Baby?
to
Because that was my old thing and it
like a
won't
QR
let me
code
update.
reader.
You might be on a personal, page
See,
instead of a business page.
But they taught me in the social media class how to change it and it still didn't change right.
You are on a business page.
I am, okay, see, but that's not the email it's supposed to have.
So that's not an email, that is your username.
Can I change that to like Marissa Robinson Realtor? Like that's what I'm wondering, cause I've never been able to change it.
Did you get to this page before? What email do you want?
Well, it's
Go ahead, yeah, go ahead.
my husband always says I need to learn more about social media, that's what I'm lacking.
Well, it's hard to learn these things on your own. That's why it took me a really long time to figure out that real estate agents function the best when you give them things like captions and
Yeah.
training, rather than trying to do it all
Right.
themselves. So the VIP packages are fantastic, but they are really kind of built for agents who are established
Yeah,
and need these things, but they don't have the
So,
time.
that's the problem I wanna have. I'm so busy, I don't have time
Let's
for
get
this
you
stuff,
there.
yeah.
I have
And
had
I'd rather pay the 1,300 than to hire a staff.
Well, you have to think about it. How much is your time worth?
Yeah.
Right? So if you're investing how much time into building your social media, it's probably going to be more expensive for you to do it yourself down the line when you're established than $1,300 a month.
Okay,
Right?
it changed.
There you go.
Now you owe her $125.
Right, no, I'm gonna do it.
There's nothing more valuable.
My
than your
husband will be
information.
like, yes, do it, cause you're terrible at this, yes.
Well, and like I said, you know, you get a feel for what it is. We go through a one-on-one or like a group training session to kind of give you more power in your social media to figure out, you know, the brand that I'm essentially building for you through these captions, through these graphics. You can use them to build your own graphics. And God forbid you have, you know, we're 6 months in and you're just like, ugh, things aren't going really well. I need to pause this for right now. You go ahead and cancel. You still own all of the graphics and all of the brand that we've been able to build you.
Like I'll find things from like the National Association of Realtors that I wanna post on my business Facebook page and I can't figure out how to
I
post
just
it
wanna
on
figure
there.
out how to do the freaking reels, because I see people,
Oh, and it's so much easier
in the way I wanted to pop in, and
So we do a Reels training session as well.
Okay.
That's a course that we offer. It's an hour session and kind of gives you the ins and outs. I was telling someone earlier that like as a social media strategist business owner, it took me forever to hop on Reels because I was afraid. I was afraid to like learn something new.
yeah,
To
same, that's
to
me.
put my face on stuff and show it constantly instead of like the educational content that I always posted
Yeah.
before. But it has completely changed the game for my business.
But I love it because I don't exude it right now because I'm in kind of a lot of pain, but I do have a lot of personality and,
I
have
can
great
see
sense
it.
of humor. But it's just, I still have that, I'm cautious because I am that person that, what are they gonna say? What are they gonna think? If people are gonna-" So I just need to get out of my head. I'm really in my head about it.
Well, and at the end of the day,
I even bought a tripod, girl, with the ring light. I bought a tripod with the ring light that you can stick your phone in there. I bought that.
You need a notebook and a folder to save inspiration ideas on Instagram
Okay.
and go from there.
Okay, so I don't wanna assume, but if you're getting ready to put your house on the market and you know a lot of real estate agents, do you have an agent?
We do. This is the first presentation I give. It's like, hey, so I love opportunity.
We have not because we have not. Hey.
Oh, I feel like we connected recently.
I think so, because I saw your pictures on
You engaged with Cayenne, I think.
Yeah, I was like, she's so pretty, yeah. That's so funny.
Yeah,
When you
no,
checked
I
the picture,
thought that you
I was
looked
like, she was.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar too. I definitely remember you from engaging with
That's
Cayenne.
funny.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
So you said that you could work with the colors say I'm not branded per se, but I do have a color template that I like.
Yeah.
It's very light, very neutral. I can show you pictures of it, but it's not my brand.
Yeah.
Can you find that color?
So what we do, so if we do, couple of different ways to answer questions. So if you're in the captions template membership, you might fall, if it's like a neutral kind of nudie thing, you might fall in love with one of the two options that we have, just to kind of preface, because it's beautiful, it's amazing. If you don't, or if it's a little different,
Can I see it?
yeah, sure. What you'll be able to do is, get these templates, you click on a button and it will literally open all of these templates in your own Canva.
Okay.
And then you can take the color that you want and edit any section.
So I have to have a
of-
Canva account first.
It's free, yeah.
Okay, I know. I've been scared to do that too, child.
And the biggest thing, the first thing that I invested in my business is the $12, it's like $12 or $13 a month Canva Pro account. The more you get into social media, the more you're gonna realize, oh my god, this is a game changer.
The Canva Pro's only like $12.
Canva Pro, it's like $12, $13 a month.
I always see it on there and I'm like, I'm not paying for that.
I mean, get your feet wet.
I
It's
have
free
kids.
now.
I have 3 kids at home. I have another baby on the way. I do not have time
Oh,
for social media.
Congratulations. Like where, girl? Where?
Well, it's like I don't know how far along yet. 'Cause I have
boys
got-
or girls?
Girl, boy, girl.
So are you hoping for a boy?
God, please. God.
Really?
Girls.
That is too funny. I'm gonna pull up these.
But my thing is, I don't have time.
That's why you like all these.
The time I have is my girls, their sports, my daughter, her Girl Scouts, my daughter, her music. Everything is centered around my children.
Right. Well, here's the thing with the Canva templates, doing something is better than doing nothing, right? So we give 25 options. I don't even post for my own business 25 times a month, but you'll be able to, some things might resonate with you and other things you're like, oh, I don't post that. So we give you enough options for you to scoop through whatever you'd like. I've never gotten feedback that people don't like some content, but again, it might resonate with what's going on in your life more than others. But at the end of the day, you being able to start with a caption template and at least 10 posts that are completely done for you
Yeah.
saves you the anxiety of not knowing where to start still and not having anything done and the time to start. So if you have 10 posts done for you for $125 a month
Yeah,
and
that's
you don't do
amazing.
anything else,
That's
it's
what
better
I
than what
needed.
you're
I
doing
need
now.
something.
Okay.
So my mom will even be like, "You're a realtor," and I go on there and I don't see anything real estate related when I look at your Facebook.
Ooh, we're gonna change
My
it.
mom. I'm like, really, ma'am? Thanks.
We're gonna change it.
You wonder why you're not selling to me.
Yeah.
She's with it.
So,
No, for real.
Like one of the reasons why I'm cash strapped
I'm
right
like,
now is because I paid this company like almost $400 for the year to build my website.
But I do.
And
I get
Websites
to
are expensive
to
Well, I did the math, so it's 1,500.
Like, I have all the pieces, I just,
1,500.
And I'm logging on to my Canva, so I
And
can
I had that for the whole year. That's what I'm gonna talk to you about today.
Actually, easier. Here's my computer.
I don't know. I have to make an appointment, so, see, my OBGYN is not under my new insurance. So now I'm having a hard time getting anybody to see me. Oh, it's been
what's the
terrible.
network here, do we just go under, it's a guess?
It was
Because
broker
I
or something?
had to get on
Broker
the
agent network?
because my husband's doing this job. So I had to get on that for making baby.
Lowercase?
And then I
What was
texted
it?
her never had to do that. So it's like, I'm totally fine.
I don't
What's
remember
it
what
called?
it is.
Oh, we're booked out
Here,
to
let me show
October.
you.
Okay, I'm pregnant. I need to have
Ladies,
a
do you
phone.
know the password for the
'Cause I'm going
Wi-Fi?
on a cruise in September.
Would you say
The password for the Wi-Fi, do you guys know what it is?
Five, that's what it is. It's FIVESTONES.
I gotta go pay for it. Yeah, I'm like, I called a few of these. And they won't take
Okay.
it. Like,
So I'll give you a glimpse. These are the templates that are included in this one.
accepting new patients. Okay, what kind of
So this is the new palette.
accepting new patients?
This is the blue palette.
Well, I went to the health department. They can't do ultrasounds or fetal heart. So that's why they told me I need to get an OB.
Like
Because
that.
I've already had a test.
Well, yeah, you know, yeah, well, it's gotta be, there's gotta be some type of dark color to give it some sort of like.
See, this is the one
something
I'm
to
under
compare to.
blue care.
But like,
I called. I
not
said,
just
"Do you
tan,
do
but
so
I'm like,
far?"
like in a
This
blush
one I
tan.
called. and
Love
they said
that.
it's
Yeah,
really
love
easy.
that. So
I
again,
said,
you
"So
got
you're telling me if
these
I was
templates,
pregnant and I
and you
didn't
find the
take
color.
it,
I could
but I'm
walk you through
35
a
and
really
more?" I
quick
said,
feature
"That's
that Canva has
discrimination,
too.
by the way."
And
And the
to
lady
find
said,
some colors,
"That's not
and if you wanna plug and
discrimination." I
place
said,
these
"You
templates,
have
your
a
colors,
med,
you can,
like,
it's easy peasy.
somebody above you I can speak to." I said, "Is that discrimination?"
To kind of give you
They're the ones I
a
called.
glimpse, these are the captions that we created this month. So these are kind of in there. There's the new palette.
But it's frustrating because I had the same doctor for two of my kids and I loved her. And then she's
And the
not
easiest
covered
thing
on them.
about
I'm like,
this
"Are you kidding me?"
is that you literally
you gotta
plug
start
and
all
play all
over
of this
again.
information. So if you wanna change, you have a really
I
good headshot.
appreciate
You
it,
wanna put
yeah.
something there, you literally drag and drop the image. If you wanna change that to somebody else, drag and drop the image. Super, super easy. So it's kind of a glimpse of the templates that we have created for this month. You are so welcome. Let me just kind of get out of your way over here. I'll give you a free try.
I don't know if you're picking these up or.
Oh yeah, I can grab that for you. Thank you. And I'm JoJo.
Hi, I'm Randy.
Randy, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
I'm gathering the troops.
You're fine.
Okay, we may just need a couple extra minutes. A couple people are on phone calls in their car.
Looks done. I'm gonna seal it.
No, it is golden.
I love your frames.
Oh, thank you.
Where did you get them?
Zenny.
Listen, I tell everyone, I get compliments on my frames all the time, and I'm like, they were like $7. Go buy yourself like 9 pairs of them. I love Zenny.
Yeah, and then where do you guys go to get your lenses?
I got mine on Zenny.
Zenny does
Oh,
it.
they does
Yeah.
do the lenses.
Yeah. Complicated. Sorry.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Cause I want a
My eyes are
progressive
very
lens.
mature.
Oh, okay, I understand, cause I wear a progressive lens too, and
Yeah,
plus
they
I
make
want,
progressive and,
the thinnest lens you can make, I want that.
Yeah,
Oh, they have the blue one, the blue thing.
Yeah, I
so you
need
stare at your
that,
I
yeah.
got like all the things on them. They're progressive and they're transition and changing the sun.
And so how much was a pair, like with all the bells and
It's like
whistles?
$140.
Get out town!
Right.
Shut up.
It's a
Oh,
game changer for
Lord
glasses,
have
for
mercy,
sure.
I mean, in a regular eyeglass, but you can pay easy $700-800 for all that.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah, let's see, what else do I have?
For nice frames, you know, a Nigerian frame with all the bells.
You want some candy?
Yeah.
I do not. Thank you, though.
Answer your question.
I think I got blue blocker on them too.
All right.
Yeah.
I think I have
I mean, how do you
everything that I came with.
How do you spell that?
With a
Z-E-N-N-I, and it's just
like.
and I think these are,
I appreciate it. I got my frames, so let me know if, you know.
Okay,
sure do.
How many friends do I have?
I have one.
Thank you.
No, not your friend.
Yeah, they're the ones who, well, they're the ones
That's
who
somebody
said
who started
that if you're 19 or under, and I was like,
I hate it.
That's your face. You got one Facebook follower.
friend.
Well, and I know, it's like, they can tell you're not being
It's like MySpace.
But you have 136 followers.
People love me.
You are popular. Popular.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we're gonna have a 10,000. We don't charge for anything. Okay, we'll do.
into a
Cool.
career.
Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you
no
so
problem.
much.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
guys. Thank you. It was so great to meet you guys.
I don't think that we connected on JoJo. So
About how many friends have all those followers? You did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Instagram. People are following you.
Apparently.
I think I only have like 30. So what do you got, Shannon?
Maybe you got more. Maybe they're sneaky little things. I didn't think I had more.
Are they? Oh, Arlene's gonna be here. Oh, guys.
Okay, thank you so
Cool.
much.
Thank you guys. I might be following. I'm shut down for a little bit. I don't have it down.
Other questions? How do I know?
Yeah, for sure. So there's a lot of
Also
others.
saying that there was sent to
I didn't think the first time.
is the correct one. Because they were trying to fix it sometime yesterday.
Call the title company real quick and just have them resend it. Say,
Randy, you want me to put you in the book?
and that way you're gonna.
Put me in the
So,
book?
They give you, make sure you.
So you get a ticket.
I gotta look it up. I don't even have the number.
For the trip.
It's our type of company.
Yeah, Title Solutions. So this is where your brand.
He like knows more about the trip than anyone else. Like,
Don't you want the trip?
No, we're going on the trip in December.
You won the trip? It's called the office.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
what kind of trip? Where y'all going?
We're going to Dominican.
Look at all those color ballots.
Yeah.
There's like, I don't know why.
Yeah, I got canceled 2 years in a row now, so.
What? They keep telling me they're using that.
There's also a way.
Like, I have no idea where these handouts are in this book, so you're just gonna have to tell them where it's at.
That's free.
This is huge.
Is it the 9?
Well, mine says Beth Ortel template, so I don't know what that is, so. Beth, you can answer that question. We'll start with that.
Wait, what?
So on my outline, it says Beth Ortel template
Where?
on the marketing the listing.
Oh, that was probably something, from.
Yeah, it's probably from before. Mm-hmm.
No, it was something else. It was just how she was.
It was something else.
No, it was, I think, no, best to templates after, Emily's at 2, the best can be at 2:30.
Is my thing still here?
What thing?
Where, what?
Yeah, no, that's
Anyway.
great.
It's my first talking point.
I'm telling you it's at 2 o'clock.
You're so welcome.
2:30. Whatever time I'm at.
Okay.
Stay around, might be at 1:45, so.
I can do that.
This is not much to cover.
I was just gonna say, our next speaker is Randy Lawyer.
Actually, I wasn't so bad, but when I went outside, I'm like, oh.
So we stand Okay, just so I can get everyone's attention,
It works off of one picture.
we're gonna start.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
JoJo, your time's over. My time, JoJo.
So if you don't know Randy Lawyer, he's a
Now
longtime
you do.
agent in the office, now you do. So he's gonna take us where we left off before lunch was that Lindsay talked with us about the listing presentation. They're finally saying, yes, let's sign the listing agreement. And so now we have the listing. So what do we do next now that we have a listing agreement? Randy's gonna take us from there, like what happens next.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay,
Oh, yeah.
that's what we're doing.
Right, so all we know is that we have a listing agreement, they said yes, and they've signed all the contracts. So now-
Congratulations. Now the fun starts.
Can you put on can you mic yourself too?
Yes. We're recording this? Careful what I say. All right, well, fill me in here. I don't know half of these people in this room here, and I apologize, but how many of you have actually had a listing? Let's start there. Ah. Okay. How many of you have actually sold your listing? Congratulations. That's good. And then the rest of you are new?
Yep.
How new?
2 months.
Okay. 2 months?
2 months.
2 months? few weeks, months? Okay. Well, good. Well, welcome. I feel like I haven't been around to see all these people. Anyway, yes. So we're going through a couple of things, and usually this isn't the class I teach, so we'll kind of touch on some things. I'm filling in for Bobby Jean. So there's no real PowerPoint, but this is what they've asked me to cover, so that's what we're going to kind of do. So we'll look through that. We'll look at the MLS listing, go through some of those, seller tips and tricks for curb appeal and decluttering. There's no real trick for that. You just got to be blunt, and you just got to tell them. Photography, we'll talk about that. Signage, flyers, we'll go through all that stuff. Social media, that's really my wheelhouse, so we'll talk about that. And that's really what's going to help you get it sold. So if you can get it in the MLS and you can market it, you should get it sold. We'll talk a little bit about e-listings. That's changing actually with RealTracs a little bit. So we'll talk about the difference between those two. And then we'll talk about Facebook and open houses if you want to do them.
Where can we follow along? Are we on?
There's not. That's what I was looking for. There's a couple of handouts we're going to talk about that
Yeah, there's not really like a
they'll have to
section
steer
on
for
this
you.
part. It's basically kind of where we go from showing, so under showings, and then I don't think we really have anything, so then it's contracts, and then it's getting your stuff on .loop, and then it's those email templates, but Beth's gonna talk about those later. So he's kind of taking us from how you just market. We don't really have a section in the book.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. I'm kind of an off-the-book kind of guy. Welcome to my world. So putting it in the MLS, let's talk about that real quick because that has definitely changed. This is your listing management, so if you're actually in RealTracs, I would take a RealTracs course because I'm not teaching that, but this is where you're going to go to your listing management. So here's the currently, the one I have active and the two I have closed, but we'll at least go through putting those in and how you do that, okay? So here's where you're in your listings. If you go to appointments now, which is what RealTracs has, and then listing management, that's where you're going to kind of start at, okay? So we'll go to there. This is our managed listings, and then over here on this right side is add. So that's where you're going to add a new listing. If you got everything where she was saying you're at, this is walking you through the nitty-gritty of it. And it's really been dumbed down now. You really can't screw this up. You used to be able to. It would just tell you, no, you're not right, but it wouldn't show you what you did wrong. So you go through and have to call a broker and ask. But so this is kind of where it's at. So residential, lot, land, farm, rental, multifamily, and commercial, those are the things that you're able to list, right, with your thing. So we're going to click on residential. You're going to put in a property address, right? So we'll do, oh, God, I should have copied that one from my other one, but we'll just do, this will be easy, I think, if I can spell. All right, so you can see it's going to pull up all the different ones with that address, okay? So we'll click on the one in White House, and it's going to pull up, oh, okay, here's the tax records, everything. If you can't find the results, it'll be down here. So you're going to click on the tax record, and it's going to move you forward. Let me get back here. Actually, let me close this so you can see the whole screen. And then you're going to click next, right? So then it drops everything in there. It's going to put everything that you need, White House, all the county, everything. And then you're going to have to come up with some of these fields. Now, this is the tough part because if you don't know where you're at, how do you do directions? Directions are normally from the major interstate or the major road. And you can be as detailed as you want. You can go back and look at prior listings. If you need to get them, you can put it in your GPS and you can pull it up. But this is the basics of RealTracs. So you would add your directions there, save a draft, or save and continue. And we're going to run through. This is just the basics of the listing, all right? So over here you have your location tax, listing details, office and showing instructions, structure. So you're literally just going to go down until all of these are green, and they have all checkbox on each part of this. So office and showings, my name, if there's a co-listing agent, compensation, how you're going to put those in. Everybody know the different compensations and how you can work that and do? Yes?
Can you go over that?
So most of it's going to be by the book, okay? If you get to a point where, let's just say it's a 2.5 or a 3%, whether it's a compensation agreement or the MLS that you put it in, that's where it's going to come back to. So sub-agent, basically, if you're going to look at a sub-agency, you're offered to an agent who is working as a sub-agent to the listing broker. So if there's somebody sub to you, right, so somebody on my team, somebody that's not the actual agent, right, a buyer broker compensation is going to be offered to the agent representing the buyer, and then facilitator is, of course, you're not a member of either one. You're not representing either one, right? So you're going to put in each one of those into this compensation. So let's just say sub-agent, yes?
I was going to say, I think our office, we do not do sub-agency at all, so that is always going to be a 0.
Always going to be a 0, right? And if you have questions about this, check with your broker. Buyer broker compensation, again, that's who you're going to be paying as the buyer broker. Most right now are 2.5 to 3, but that's up to you. There's a lot out there at 1 right now. There's a couple out there at $1. So if you want to have fun with some people, do that. But anyway, we'll leave it as strictly 3%. These are all in percentages, so whenever you put that in. Facilitator, what is a facilitator again?
Not representing others.
Not representing either side, right? So that could be yourself, right? If you bring the buyer and you have the listing, so you need to make sure that that's compensated. Most are 3%, right? And then, of course, dual variable commission. In my situation, again, you can do this however you want. Just make sure you get it approved by your broker. If you have a variable commission, let's just say if I bring the buyer, instead of the seller paying 6%, they might pay 5.5%. Through my marketing, they're going to get a discount, right? I hold an open house, the buyer comes in, unrepresented, I move to facilitator. Instead of me getting 6%, now I'm getting 5.5%, okay? You need to put that in there, and you need to actually let everybody know. So we would click yes in that situation.
So that would be like on your listing agreement.
Mm-hmm.
On your listing agreement, if you had, put on there 6% plus 260, okay? But you're saying,
Okay, so you, on the listing agreement, you might have 6% plus 260, but what this dual, sometimes when you're negotiating, you don't have to always go, oh, okay, I won't do 6%, I'll do 5%. You know, like Randy said, you can do like a 0.5%. You could say, you know what, I'll do it at 5.5%. So someone's actually getting like a little discount on their commission. Sometimes, and like he said, was that you could say, well, if I sell it myself, or if there's no co-op brokers, like how I usually phrase it, if there's no co-op broker in this deal, I will do it for a lesser amount. So like he said, maybe 5.5% or 5%. So yeah, we're listing it at 6%, but if I sell it myself, we'll do it 5%. You know, chances you sell it yourself might be kind of slim, but it might be, instead of getting away from that 6%, you can negotiate something different. So that's what that variable is. You have you have the authority to negotiate those. You just have to get it approved by Ed or myself, and you know, there's always a reason, but you can negotiate that with your sellers.
And again, I'm not saying start there. I'm just saying if you do a variable commission, you need to disclose it on the MLS. Okay, it needs to be out there. These are showing services that you can use. RealTracs now has theirs. I hate it. You know, it's free, and it's not Zillow. It's not Showing Time, but it has been very complicated as they've just started it out. So. Again, if you're used to it and you're going to start with that, it's a great thing, but it's not been as good as Showing Time. So if you're using Showing Time, I would stick with Showing Time. But if you're going to use RealTracs, you're going to click here. If you're going to use Showing Time, you'd click here. And again, that's just going to give you the information, showing instructions, how to get into the house, right? And then if you're going to fill that out, and this is where we keep missing it, there's not really a place on here to tell what is lockbox, Century Lock, what is the code. So that's really the problem with this that they're fixing. But notification, you know, approximate duration, 15, 30 minutes, 60 minutes, you can set all that up here, but there's not a lot. So instructions, which nobody reads, whenever they get the confirmation, unfortunately, is where you would have to put in all of your information if it's a Century Lock or a combo. So that's where they're having problems with right now. If you get an actual Showing Time, it shows actually a Century Lock box or a combo. So you show up to the house and you don't know how you're supposed to get in. All right? So you're going to fill that out, showing availability. If you're going to get the seller text notifications, that's important so that they can approve that. So you're not the middleman and they're calling you, can I see it at 3 o'clock? And then you call the client and say, can they see it at 3 o'clock? And they say, no, let's do 3:30. And you got to call back, right? You want to stay out of that as much as possible, unless you like your seller, and you want to talk to them all the time. So use that in the showing portal so that you can actually get that in. Make feedback visible to the seller. You have to choose that, or else you'll have to send those to them when that feedback comes in, okay? You might want to do that anyway. You might want to leave this blank, just because sometimes they say some really cruel things, as we were talking about the decluttering. Those are just kind of the things. So I leave this unchecked. If you want to leave it checked and you don't want to have to talk to your seller and it just automatically goes to them, you can use that, okay? Showing availability. When is it going to be on market? This is a new thing, right? If you're doing a coming soon, you have to have a date that you're going to have start showings. Saturday morning, 9 a.m. You have to put it in the MLS. You have to let them know. Time zone, start time, end time. Again, notice this goes back up to 10 o'clock, where showing time went to 9 o'clock. So if you're putting it in this system, then they can show till 10 o'clock. So you need to change that. Just a couple of little changes that are happening. Minimum notice, if you're going to have an hour, or let's just say you need to give them 2 hours or 24-hour notice, that's where you put that in. Okay? Any restrictions? I have one right now. Seventh-day Adventists are not showing on Saturdays. Tough. So I have to put that in there, and I have to block it for Saturday so they don't make appointments. Right? It's still on the market, too. Only thing that's on the market right now, which is weird, but that's just what it is. This is where you're going to put in your information about the house, right? The structure. So now we're down to the structure. And you can see over here, see this is red, not green. Can you see that? Yeah. So because I didn't fill all that out, so I'd have to come back here before I can make it active. Same thing on structure. Now I went off of it. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. Didn't used to do this. So now everything's red because I went off of it. Now I know which ones I have to fill out. So that's where you can come back in. All of the requires under there. Optional, built information, number of stories. You're gonna go in and fill all this stuff out. That's why it's important. If you get a listing and it's your first, you might want to print out the MLS listing little sheet, and you can actually do it while you're there at the house. Because if not, you're going to be, was that aluminum siding? Was it all brick? I don't remember. Did it have a dual vanity or is it single vanity? All those things you're going to have to answer at some point. And you can wait for the pictures to come back, but usually the pictures come back the day you need to get it on, on listing. So building information, a lot of this stuff is in the tax records. So you can actually pull up the tax records and look at a lot of that because it is going to ask you a little bit later, where did you get this information from? And you need to let them know. Basement type, basement description, garage spaces, all of these are required and you must have them. Anything that's not required, unless it's a feature that's going to add benefit to it and value, I don't put it in there. It just gets confusing and convoluted. So plus it opens you up to, if I put carport features here and there's not really a carport, but I think it is, now that was optional and I've opened myself up to another lawsuit potential, okay? So only things that add value to it. Any questions so far? Pretty easy? Roof material, optional. Shingles, what kind, asphalt, all those. Don't have to add it unless you have to.
So if it's not red in color and it doesn't really make the house any better, just leave it alone.
Leave it blank. Leave it blank. But also keep in mind anything, and we'll talk about this here in just a minute, that you're going to market these houses, XAD listings, the new Facebook, all of our stuff with Commissions Inc. that we have, it's going to pull whatever you put in here in the MLS, and that's how it's going to market that house. So make sure it's all correct here so your marketing is all correct whenever it goes out, okay? A lot of people spend a lot of money on marketing that have crappy pictures in the MLS or have wrong information in the MLS, et cetera.
I just have a question.
Sure. Oh, yes. Mike.
How easy is it to make a correction if you do put a typo in there?
You can always go back and edit it, right? So you can come back in and edit it. But once you get it out, okay, the way that Exit works, once we put it in the MLS and it becomes active, we send that out to, what is it now, 130 different websites, right? Once it's out there, it's gone.
You can't make the adjustment to...
You cannot make the adjustment on those. You can on the MLS and any marketing you do after that. But once they simulcast it out, it's simulcast out. All those websites.
So you'd have to take it down and re-enter it if there's something really
Depending on
wrong?
what it is, yes. If it's something major, like it's a 2-bedroom and it's, let's just say for septic reasons, right? You can only mark it as a 2-bedroom and it's a 5-bedroom or a 3-bedroom septic, then yeah, I would probably take it down because you've got a huge lawsuit on disclaimer stuff that you have to disclose. So I would probably take it down and redo it.
What about an adjustment in price? You're coming down $20,000.
Most marketing stuff's not going to have price on it. Okay? So when we put it out for a price, it's not. So if you make an adjustment on price, it's not going to go simulcast out to everything.
Oh.
Zillow will and those will, but most marketing pieces are not going to have price on them. And I'll show you that here in just a minute. And there's a reason why that you don't want that. Make sense?
Not really. I mean, if you're coming down $20,000, you would want all websites to know that you're coming down in your price.
So your majority websites of Zillow and Trulia, and there's a whole list of them here. Do you have them? Okay.
You can see that, like YouTube, mistake links, all that.
Those will change. Anything that is a MLS, and we'll get to them. Well, let's see if I can skip it. So here you go. So this is the online marketing right here, this marketing, where they send it out to simulcast out. All of those that are attached to that will, and that list that she has in that packet probably will. But all of my marketing stuff, I don't put pricing on it. I don't want to put pricing on it. Because if it does change a Facebook ad, anything like that, I don't want to have to come back and deal with that.
I get that. Okay.
I was gonna say too, sometimes people intentionally do not put marketing prices on some like slicks because then it makes buyer or customer have to call you. And, cause they're like, well, how much is the home worth? We saw the flyer sheet in the take one box, but it doesn't have a price on it. Gives them a reason to call you, and then you can say, oh, do you wanna go look at the home or have a further conversation.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things we do on the marketing side that just make sense. And until you're actually doing them, we'll talk about that whenever we talk about marketing. Okay? Any other questions on structure? When that goes out, while we do it? We'll skip rooms. So here's your rooms, number of bedrooms. Keep in mind, this is main floor and second floor. A lot of people mess this up. 5-bedroom house, 5 on the main floor. And then there's none on the main floor, right? And now you got this old couple moving in, and they can't get to any of the rooms because they're all in the second floor. And guys, there are a lot of people buying houses without going and looking at houses right now. So this stuff is so important, and you're going to see a lot more problems down the road because of the way that people are buying in Nashville right now. Full bath, half bath, that's important. Just actually went to look at a house the other day, 3 bathrooms. Guess what? 2.5. Master bathroom did not have any tub or anything in it, but it was listed as a 3-bath. So.
I made a mistake on one of my.
If you're confessing, you don't have to do it on the mic. It's okay.
Yeah, you're right. Learning moment.
Yeah.
I made a mistake on one of my listings last year, and I had the square footage wrong and did not realize it it was an investor sale, so no one else was double checking it. It was so wrong that it sat for 3 weeks, and I was, why is it sitting? This is the hottest market ever. I look back and it was way off. I'm embarrassed, but it finally sold as soon as I corrected it. But yeah, make sure you put the right thing in.
Yeah, and Lindsay can answer that as well. We've had some issues with those. And even when you have it measured, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. The guy that does all mine laser measures these houses. So you have to put in there, was it professionally measured? Did you take it from the tax records? Where did you get that measurement from? Because people are going to ask.
I got it from tax record, but the tax record was wrong, and I didn't catch it until it was too late. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's still sold.
Learning lesson, yeah.
All right.
Like I said, it's not when you will get sued, or if you will get sued, it's when you will get sued eventually. If you're in it long enough, that's just the way it goes. Bedroom details, again, dimensions, description. I use a guy that does it, that way I don't have to. But if you are going, and I know we're talking about after the listing, hey, if you're there and you've got a laser measurer, they're about $25 if you buy a cheap one, go ahead and do it, because that way it looks like you're working for them, right? That's what they want to see. Hey, let me go ahead and measure them while I'm here. Just to do that.
Sometimes I'll even go old school and bring out the, tape measure instead of
Yeah.
using my laser pointer, and say, "Oh, can you hold it to that side of the wall?" And they're like, they're like invested in it because they're holding it to that wall, holding it to this. They're like, "Okay, like 12 feet. All right, go to that wall." Sometimes they like that, so I do that sometimes.
Yeah. See, when I pull the measuring tape out, I'm usually yelling at my kids, and it doesn't go well. So I'm like, just get out of the way. I will cut you with my laser. But that's all efficiency. And hey, if you ever go to an appraiser and they're using one of those laser things, talk to them about it. Man, they love those things. They're totally cool. Mine can do square footage. It's great. Oh, yeah. Who's got a laser? CC, behave yourself. But anyway. Yeah. The lasers? Yeah. Yeah, they're good for that too. But anyway, if you talk to an appraiser, kind of figure out how to use one, see what they like, you can usually find them. Primary bathroom type, office or other living spaces. If there's anything in the house that you're going to talk about, again, optional, 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 if it gives benefit to the house and in the marketing. Not in the dwelling, right? If they got a barn, they got a detached garage, an office over the garage, all those things you have to put in here. All right? This one's the acreage, so this is the acreage pulled from the tax record. Might or might not be right. Again, most of us don't go out and measure lots, but you can get them off of the property tax record. Here's your acreage source is telling, here's the lot size, so if you want to check that 1.18 acres, do that. Level lot, again, these are pretty important whenever you're coming in, especially people that are looking, backyards, things like that. Try to be as honest as you can. Waterfront, mailbox, central door or mailbox, right? So those are important as well in subdivisions. Association fees, this is always good to get, and don't take them from prior listings. Call and get that, or check and see. Maybe if there's a newer listing you can get and it has a link, but yeah, check on those, make sure if there's any other association fees, what it includes, if there's a transfer fee. All these are important things. This is actually important now because a lot of these HOAs now are banning renting. They're kicking these out. That's my one listing that was on under contract with somebody that was going to rent it, and HOA, while we're under contract, came and changed it, voted against it. No more rentals. So what do? We back out, and we put it back on the market, and now the 3 people that have wanted it all want to rent it, and they can't rent. So sucks, but you got to check that. You got to know it. Trailers, again, these are not trailers that you pull your lawnmower. These are, manufactured trailers. Pets permitted, again, more rentals, et cetera, unless you're doing townhouses and stuff like that. Water source, sewer system, cooling, heating. This is all stuff you can get from the house. Homeowners should know. If they have a gas bill, they need to know that they have a heat pump or they have baseboard heating, central heating, whatever. Try to get that as best as you can. That is required, as you can see now. Green features, again, if they're moving from California, they're probably into that. If not, they're probably not. But if it adds value to the house, add it in there. Electric, gas, oven description, again, you'll learn these, single, drop-in, double, all those things. Range, source, again, important. Fill all those out about the appliances. If there's something that doesn't stay, how many of you know which ones stay and which ones don't? Whatever the seller says, that's smart, yeah. Yeah, refrigerator, yeah, go ahead.
They're already built in, they convey like the dishwasher would convey with the house.
Yes. Anything attached, right? So refrigerator doesn't have to stay. They can take it with them if they want to, or you can just hold it and use it for a negotiation.
Someone once said that if you just take the house and you tip it upside down, I think that falls out. That goes.
That's literally what I've told
But I
them.
think that's like stays or it's attached, and also TV brackets, they stay.
Yeah. You don't listen until you don't take any pictures or listen
It's-
until you've
yep.
changed everything out that you were taking.
Yep, or showings or final walkthroughs.
They were selling, and they were taking their brackets with them, and I told the lady, I was like, I'm not sure if you're supposed to do that. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to. And she said, well, I don't care. I pay a lot of money for these. And I wasn't her realtor. I was just cleaning the house. So
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
But
If they replace them, I've had people replace them, with this $10 or $25 one from Bargain Hunt or Target or Walmart. As long as you put the holes in there, just replace it and get out of it. I mean, we just sold one. It was a gun safe, and we sold it with the property. And we could have taken it down, but we had to fix the whole holes in the wall and everything. So luckily it was an ex-Marine, I think it was, so he thought it was pretty cool. This is where you're going to put your photos in. See, now we're up to 70. I don't recommend that as a ton. It used to be 32. So now you can put a whole booklet in there. I'm like, if I ever print out the listing and set all the photos, you're like, boom, here's your book. It look like your package is over here. But make sure you get those in. Again, if you're doing coming soon and those go out, you want to make sure all your professional photos are in there, because if not, it's going out with whatever you put in there. You can drag and drop, put those in there if you need to. Documents is where you put all your 10 documents, PDF only. So any kind of disclosures, anything that you need to put in there, your COA, all that stuff needs to be in here. And that confirmation of agency, sorry. Also now a lot of them you'll see the offer instructions. Those are important. You know, if you're going to write an offer, who does the title company need to be? What is who's holding the earnest money? All of those things are good to put in there right now, especially if you're getting into that. And then links. So if you had to add a link, you can go in here and you can actually put what it is. Here's your hyperlink, any kind of virtual tours, kind of branded or unbranded, any kind of video. If you have a video, just make sure you mark it in there so they know what it is. Any questions on media? Okay, marketing we kind of talked about. This is what the brokers sending everything out to. Where else is it going to? Pretty much anywhere else that Exit wants to. But if you don't want it to go there, you can mark that you don't want it to be virtually sent out. But I think it all pretty much goes out anymore. So that's how you put it in. And then you can go down and preview it, see if you like it. If you like the pictures the way they are, all your information's correct. This is what it's going to look like. Of course, we're empty here, so we're not going to go through that. But that's what everything would be at. Same thing, financing, all that stuff, you're going to put it in. Make sure your information's correct. If there's any co-agent, or if you're co-branding it, make sure all that's in there. Go from there. Any questions on how to put it in? All right, let's talk marketing then. That's my fun. That's the fun part. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Oh, yes. Is it a confession or is it a question?
No, it's a question. On the facilitator part, do you put the difference that you're getting or the total amount? So like, let's say you were going to get 5%, but you were already getting 3. Do you put 2 or 5?
So if it's going to be just a facilitator getting the other side of this, and I know what you're asking about because there has been some issues with that, I would go ahead and put whatever the facilitator is going to make.
Total.
Right? Total. So if it's 6% or 5.5%, I would put that in there. Okay. But again, that's where the dual comes in, and it's going to cover you anyway. But yeah, I wouldn't put, again, you don't want them to look at, oh, I can do 3, but if I'm going to be a facilitator and I'm not going to represent this side, now I get 6 or I get 5.5, right?
Sorry for these long pauses where you're gonna so with facilitator, sometimes someone who brings in your buyer they may be a facilitator for that person. So it may not be you as a facilitator. So if you listed it at 6, 3 for the listing side, 3 for the other side, you would put 3 for, whatever the co-op is, and then 3 for facilitator. Because you may be, but you'll put dual variable because if you're doing
their side.
So
you're going to make 3 as the facilitator for each side, right? If you're the facilitator.
No, you would just put 3. The facilitator and the co-op agent would be, unless you marked it something different, because it could be a 3 and a 2.5 or something like that. But usually, if you listed it for 6% and you're paying a co-op broker 3%, you're keeping 3 and you're paying whoever else sells it 3%. Usually, the facilitator, you're doing the same thing. At least I usually do. So sometimes you may be the facilitator, but somebody else who brings in the agent may not be a buyer's agent. They just may be a facilitator for the agent, and so they can get that 3%. But if you put 5 there, you have to pay that facilitator 5%. Because they're representing, but they're not representing. They're just a facilitator. There's all kinds of reasons. Sometimes, like you have like licensed attorneys, they're not representing, but they're not an agent, but they're a facilitator, but they have a license, so they get 3%. You can pay an attorney if he's licensed. A facilitator, but he's not technically representing as a buyer's agent.
So you recommend putting in there, So you recommend putting for sub-agent 0.
Sub-agent 0.
we're saying 6% total split to, okay. Then you're saying 3% for the agent who brings a buyer. Then you're saying 3% for facilitator.
Correct. And if you did some kind of arrangement where it was 6%, but if I sell it myself, it's 5%, you mark dual variable, yes.
Mhm. So here's mine. This is the one I have listed that's
I don't
not
do
showing.
dual
So here's
variable.
mine. So it's at 2.5%. That's facilitator. So I'm going to get 3 as the selling broker, and I'm going to get 2.5 as the facilitator. Because I'm still representing the seller. I can't facilitate that. Now you're talking about, you know, where you're walking away. So I would get that at the 2.5 and 2.5.
Yeah, you do not want to put like 5% or 6% under facilitator. Because that means they get to keep that. Yeah, that means.
Yeah, because they just go say, hey, I'm going to change the facilitator and get 5% as opposed to 2.5 or 6%.
So not on the topic of commission, but if you have a listing, let's say, and somebody brings a buyer, or nobody brings a buyer, the buyer comes in and you are now, basically helping the seller and the buyer, don't you become facilitator in both?
Well, we don't do dual agency. You can be a facilitator, but you don't have to be a facilitator for both. Sometimes you are
They're
And
non-represented.
then they're unrepresented. You don't
Correct.
automatically have to be facilitator. The buyer could be unrepresented, even though you're kind of facilitating in a way. They could be unrepresented and you could be representing your seller.
But writing the buyer's contracts for them as a facilitator.
They can choose. I mean, they choose if they want to be unrepresented. You give them no information, but you're basically just writing.
So you don't fill out a COA in that case?
Well, you fill out a COA, but you're going to mark unrepresented. Buyer's unrepresented, seller is represented by you.
But not like designated agent.
I had it right, yes, I had it right.
Seller's a designated agent,
Yes, I had
buyer's
it right.
unrepresented.
Got it.
So I had the seller, but I
Oh, I
had,
know the money.
the buyer came, they
Heather,
didn't
how
have
does
any.
the commission work on that?
So I was right, yeah, I wrote up their offer.
So the commission would be, since they're unrepresented, they don't have anybody there on that side, you would get that full commission. Because listing agent, it goes to you getting all the money, you're just saying you're gonna pay a facilitator, whatever, but if there is no facilitator, you would get 6%.
Or if you're a buyer's rep and you've got a for sale by owner that's unrepresented, you can still be the facilitator for them, or they can be unrepresented. And I'm still representing my buyer because I'm representing them from before we got into contract.
I know. But it was weird
But
because
with a
they
for
would.
sale by owner, you could still get 6%. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you for sure get 6%. Because like for a sale by owner, you could, if they want representation, then you could actually list that property, right? Or, you could represent him and them and 6%. It's ideal. It's ideal.
Yeah, I just actually had one last month that we closed on this property. We actually had an open house. Saturday they had a garage sale for the whole area. Of course, I couldn't show it on Saturday, so I went and door knocked and handed out open house flyers because we had the open house on Sunday. And one of the guys was talking on the phone. It was kind of a funny situation about a property he owned that he was going to sell. And he was a garage sale guy. I said, "Hey, you got us, home to list?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "I got a buyer for you." It was in Portland. So literally, I gave him the flyer, told him all about it. He said, "If you want to go check it out, I got a renter in there, but they're moving out." Within 7 days, we closed on that property. He paid me 3%. I got 3% from the buyer, which we just upped the price because it's for sale by owner. So I got 6%. We closed on the deal because they were cash, and they were getting $30,000 because we sold their house in Nashville to be out of it by July 31st. They were paying them extra $30,000 so they could tear their house down. So it worked out well for them. Totally off market, yeah. And the guy actually is an investor. He's got about 6 more houses to sell. And his daughter is a real estate agent in White House. He did not disclose that to me. And I know her, yeah. But hey, I had the buyer. They were willing to pay, and it went. So, yeah, daughter was not happy about it. But no, and he lives in, anyway, it's a long story, but yeah, it was not a funny one. All right, so let's get on to marketing. So I'm going to pull mine up. Actually, we'll go back to where we were. So this is listing management. Did we hit that? Seller chips for curb appeal. Curb appeal, there's, if you use the CMAs that we have, there's a whole list of how to talk about curb appeal. Guys, I've pulled up to houses and they've said, nope, we're not going into this one. Let's go to the next one. That is huge. You got to have the guts to go in and tell them that. Hopefully you have a relationship with them. You can tell them, hey, here's some things you're going to need to get done before we get pictures done, right? That's just your job, right? You're not the bad guy. I'm trying to help you sell your house. So have that. Decluttering's the same thing, right? I point out stuff. It's much cheaper to go and rent a storage building for $300 for a couple months and get it out of the house and open up the house than it is to have them walk in and have all that clutter, right? People have a tendency to not be able to see the open space without that. I had a kitchen. They had a beautiful hutch in the kitchen. They had the table. They had another little table that had display stuff on it. I mean, it was so cramped. But then whenever you took those two things out, you just had the table, or go to a smaller table, and it just opens up that kitchen so much more. And that's what people look at. So decluttering's huge. Suggestions on it. There's all kinds of videos out there if you want to look at staging and what's the best way to do it. If you want to pull up pictures while you're going through your CMA and kind of look at other pictures, that's another good way to do it. Hey, here's a CMA. Let's look at this kitchen. Is this better than your kitchen? What's better about it? Well, it's open. There you go. You just answered the question. What can we do to open up your kitchen?
Yeah, I was also going to say, sometimes
Sometimes it's good just to, like, let's say they do have a lot of stuff and they don't want to get a storage unit. Sometimes it's better just to take that third bedroom and stack it wall-to-wall boxes or throw it all in the garage. Like, it's better just to have most of the house looking good. If one room has to look like a hoarder's nightmare, but, whatever you have to do, throw it all in the garage, have it stacked to the ceiling, or just, like, designate one space so that they can see the rest of the home.
Yep. That is good. Oh, question back here. Runner.
Run. Maybe you'll get to this later, but pets being at the home, like when you're showing, and people, like if there are renters there, because I walked into I was showing a house, and the dogs were there, but they were like 3 huge dogs in like a crate in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. And we didn't know, and so when we walked in the house, and as soon as we rounded that corner, oh my God, they scared the bejesus out of all of us. And like they were gonna like eat us up.
Yep. And we usually have that conversation. Dogs, of course, are an easy one to have just because people's fear of dogs, kind of play into that. We want to make them comfortable. I had one that left them up, those little stairwells, and they have the little cut in for the dog. They left their dogs in there. The dog's barking the whole time because there's a stranger in the house, right? So you just have to kind of say, hey, remember how when I came in, right, and I'm friendly, and they were barking? Can you imagine being in a house and trying to enjoy looking at a house with that going on? So you just have to have that conversation, unfortunately.
I just went into a house.
You gotta have the mic.
I just went into a house. I showed a house. We walked, beautiful house in Durham Farms. Walked into the master closet, and there was a pig. A real, not a miniature pig, a big ass pig. And it was like, and then on the opposite, we were like, oh my God. And then there was 2 dogs in crates on the other side. And this is in the master closet. So their only thought was like, my clothes are going to forever smell like pig. And so but if that's your listing, I literally put in feedback, I would recommend removing the pig from the master closet. But literally, it's your job to tell your sellers, not how people are going to perceive that.
Yeah, that is 100% true.
I was going to tell another one. I don't know if this is better or worse than a pig, but I walked into a showing recently. Thank goodness I brought my sister. We walked in the kitchen, and I smelled food, and I saw that there was warm food on the stove, and I was like, that's weird. And then we walked into the bedroom, and there was someone sleeping in the bedroom, and we ran out as fast as we could. It was a tenant situation, and they told me the tenant was gone, but they were not. They were asleep.
All right, let's vote. How many think tenant is worse than a pig? Anybody? Pig worse than a tenant?
Warm food on the stove.
Yeah. I've walked in on 2 people. One was a teenager skipping school and was asleep, and we did not know that they were in the house until we were in the room. And the second one was a lady trying to get a shower before we got there. So we heard the water running, and anyway, we just backed out a little bit. Back away. Don't look. So, yeah. If we could all write a book, we'd all be millionaires. But
even though like the appointment, I always knock. hello, is anybody here, really loud, just in case they're wrapping up or something.
Yes. But always have that conversation. That's, if you can't have it, take your broker with you and they can have it. So, but yeah, smells are always bad. Just got to deal with it. Yes.
So with investors who don't live within the state, because I also had an issue with, I was doing a showing and I got there and on showing time, I had the appointment and everything to arrive at like 8 o'clock in the morning. So I get there, but I see a car, so I knocked instead of just doing the lockbox. And nobody said anything, nobody came, and I knocked again because I'm like, this is unusual for a car to be here. And so this guy comes to the door and just starts cussing me out. And saying that, you know, what the hell, you're here, you're knocking like the damn po-po, and he just was going on. And I was like, well, first of all, I'm an agent. I said, hold on, I'm an agent. I said, I am here. I scheduled a time to show this property. And so the issue was the investor lives in California, did not tell them that anybody was coming, and so they had like rented out the rooms to this house. And so there was not only just him, but 3 other people like in rooms in this home. So it's like, how would I have known that? Like,
yeah, and you have to just
I mean,
have that
it could have been
conversation.
a dangerous situation for me because literally he charged at me, and I was able to like back up a little bit, and I was like, wait a minute, and I had my name badge on, all that kind of stuff. But he was super, super angry because he had gotten in that morning and was sleeping. You know, people were in there sleeping.
Yeah.
Not expecting anybody.
No.
It's a dangerous job we have.
Yeah.
It could be dangerous.
It could be very dangerous. So, yeah, I usually push the buyers in front of me. You know, just get on in there. I got you. Go. You know, they're rolling, and you know that's just Springfield, Antioch. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. You put it in the book. You bring us that story, and we write it in the book.
Yeah, chapter 2.
So, yes, you will have some tough conversations. If you don't have kids, you'll learn. Who's that? That ain't. Oh. Control yourself. All right. So, let's talk about RealTracs marketing real quick. So, see this cool little button right here just came up about a week ago? See this little button right there? Can you read what it says? Share to social media. So we used to have to do this through Commissions Inc. or e-listings. Now you can do it all from here. So if I wanted to share my listing, this Indian Ridge one, I can go in. Here's your edit button, by the way, if you want to edit the listing. There it is right there. I can go in here, and it's going to pull up a post, and it's going to put a cool little thing together for you, right?
No, I never knew.
Yeah, oh, it just came out. Yeah, this is all new.
Okay,
So,
I was wondering.
welcome.
I keep seeing that.
Right. So, of course, you got to be logged in, and then, of course, you click your page there. Again, only to your business page. You can't do it on your personal. So, everybody have a business page?
Can
Yeah.
you share it to your
Okay.
personal from your business?
Oh my gosh, they've changed that too. I hate Facebook right now because I used to have to teach that stuff, and yeah, so it's really hard to do it, and you have to do it a certain way, but that's a whole other class. But yes. So this will put you a little thing. Now again, remember what we talked about? This is all of my comment stuff. See, here's even my open house thing still in there, which needs to come out. But that's what it is, right? So it's going to take all your information on this and put it in here. Now here's the pictures, professional pictures again, so you can pick your pictures that you want to put in there. But again, you can do it from RealTracs now. You don't have to get out and go into anything else, and then you could publish it, okay? So that's a cool little way to do it. Now again, there's a lot of different ways to do that. If you go in, this is our sync page. So again, this is all properties. We talk about marketing, right? So these are all the Exit Real Estate Solutions because the brokers own that, right? So if you wanted to do that, again, here's that little thing here, and you can share that to Facebook. I haven't played around with RealTracs very much, but I don't think it's going to send you any leads unless it's set up through your Facebook page, okay? So it just came out last week, so I haven't really played with it a lot. But this is a cool little way. Again, this is, I don't know whose this is. It's just Exit Real Estate Solutions. You can also do share MLS listings. So there's a couple guys around, Cope team. Anybody ever got a call, got a listing, and they want to, share? Right? They're sharing your ad, but they have to say that it's your listing, right? But they can say, book an appointment with me, and I'll show it to you. So they're going after buyers. But if they don't have listings, this is a good way. If you don't have listings, you're getting started, this is a good way to do it. Any of these you can do. So here's a $375,000 house. This is a whole sync class, but you can look at your buyers that you might have that match that. You can set up a text responder. You can do a virtual open house, all within sync, right? But if I wanted to do a Facebook page, I could just click that button. And the cool thing about this is it's going to give them a form to fill out, and I'm going to gain their information, okay? So now this is my Facebook page. I can say, new listing in Goodlettsville. Call me with for a private showing. Not my listing, right? But it's going to say that it's by Exit Real Estate Solutions. Hashtag Randy the Realtor. Right? So I can put that out, and now I can do it on my feed, my story, all the above, and I can publish that and post it to Facebook. Now, this is the cool part about that. Post, post, post. Okay, so here's my Facebook page. I'm going to run down here. Oh, that's my other one. Let's refresh. Yeah. They're changing everything. So much changes, right? I don't have to go up yet. Might take a little while to go from there. But anyway, if you were to click on that, let's see if it actually did it back on the. Oh, did it? Oh, it must be attached to the personal switch. Nope, there it was down there. See, they change this stuff so much. You guys know that if you're on Facebook.
You have to click like 3 times to get to your profile.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, there it is. So it did go to there. That's good. Right? So new showing, blah, 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 Randy Realtor. And that's just kind of that. So now if I'm going to click this, it's going to ask me, if I'm not signed in, it's going to actually ask me to fill out the information. So I can see all the information, right? I can request a showing here, but it's all going to come back to me and My Commissions Inc. You guys have this for free, right? So a lot of details, a lot of information about the house, but a really quick one click and gone, okay? Now again, I log in here. Go ahead.
I just have a question to.
I know,
just a question to clarify.
Yes.
Just to clarify, so like I don't have any listings of my own. So if I talk to you or another realtor, I can say, hey, would you mind if I guess, hijack your listing and send it out?
You're not hijacking it. You're marketing it for us. You're free marketing for my house. I'm going to get paid either way. Anytime
Do you want me to call, should I contact the realtor who has it listed and say, hey, I'm doing this?
Now, this one I didn't have to because it is with Exit. So I have the right, because Ed says, hey, we want you to market that.
Okay.
Market any house that we have, right? If it's
Okay,
past
so
anybody's, it's out by Exit Real Estate Solutions, okay?
Okay, so
Now, you can call them if you want to, but for the most part, Exit Real Estate Solutions is Exit Real Estate Solutions.
Okay.
Okay? But yes, if I'm going to have a Remax one, so if I go back over here to my handy dandy Commissions Inc., I can actually click on this Show MLS Listings and watch this. This is kind of cool too. Oh, well, that's going to, let's see. All MLS. Okay, so now look, this is benchmark, right? So these are all that have been put out there. So yes, I would need to call whoever has this, and I need to let them know, hey, can I have permission to do that? Now, I'll text them sometimes so I have it in writing, but now I can do that same thing, and I can click on here. Now, I can also hit buyer matches, and it's going to tell me which one of my buyers match that, and I can send that property directly to them. Okay? So these are ways that you can market other houses. You can even go in here and change it and do listings in the past 24 hours on the MLS, right? So now I can market these houses that just hit the market and within the last 24 hours. But if it's not Exit Real Estate Solutions, I need to contact them and ask permission.
So then I just need to take that number and find their information in the MLS.
Yeah, just take the MLS number.
It says
right
send
here.
message right there. Can I
Yep.
just send them a message there, or is that not what that's for?
So no, this is going to be a different way. So this is a Commissions Inc. class. So this would get out. This would be to your buyers. So if you want to send a message, I can go up here and click my buyers, and I can send it to all my buyers or my peoples. Okay. and say, hey, check out this house. And it attaches the property to that. Okay?
Take the MLS number, go with
But again, that's more, hey, if I'm going after, you know, it's a whole other marketing. But you can do it with yours, or you can do it with all of them. Anything, anybody's, right? So MLS, office agents, whatever. Okay? But that's the same button that you're going to use right here. You can share it to that. Now I need to go back in and change mine to my business one on there so it doesn't go to my personal one. Because they just had that change where you can click that little button. Okay? Pictures, as you can tell, that's a pretty important part, the picture side of it. I use a company called Avista. The only reason I use them is because, like I said, he does the measurements for me. I don't know that I have it open here still. I think it's closed. But it also does the 3D tours, and that's something that I've used a lot of. In here real quick. So when you're looking at professional pictures and marketing, this is my marketing guide from him. So this is my listing that just sold on Cobblestone in Greystone. So I have a property branded site for this, unbranded. I have a 3D tour, both branded and unbranded. I have a whole marketing kit, so it actually does all of my cool so now I have my QR code. I have all the links. So if I was going to put that in that link in the MLS, I have my virtual tour, so I can share that. I have any kind of flyers. This is where the whole layout, because they laser measure it. I have all my social media flyers. He's done all this for me. It's $50. It's easy once I do pictures. So I can go in here and I can download all of those just sold. Matter of fact, I just got a new listing because I shared, not this one, but the one on Cicada as a sold. And guess what? I've got another listing for $700 and something thousand because of that ad, right? So spend that money and put it out there, with that. He also shares it. So back where'd the Facebook go? Let me get back to my business. Get my business. So he also shares it for me. Down here. So he shared it to all his pages and on his, so this one's still available, move-in ready. And now I click, this is my site for him, which I can get leads from as well. So now here's the site. Very professional, flyers, all the information. You want to do a 3D tour, you can do a 3D tour and go into the house.
Once you pay for the pictures, you pay the additional $50 for the rest of this.
For the flyers and all the social media marketing stuff. Yes. Just sold, just listed, open house. All of them are done for me.
How much do the pictures normally run?
About $350 depending on the size of the house. So, but considering I made about $12,000 on the sale of this house, and then I got a $700,000 listing, this is going to be another $15,000. It's worth it. So, but yeah, spend the money. Like I said, this is something I actually started using him during COVID. We sold several houses without anybody ever stepping foot into the house because all these California people, and I do all kinds of ads within California, you can just walk through the house and do a video. You can use VR glasses, etc. So kind of a cool little way to do it. But get a professional photographer. It's not him, somebody. If you want his, I'll give you my referral number. You'll save $25 off your first one. Try him out, right? So, but do it. E-listings the same scenario. If you go to your Exit Realty site, and there's classes, you can go in and take all kinds, go to support and take class. You can do all kinds of classes on this. This property right here, okay? So again, here's my one property I have available right now. You can click in here and you can do the same stuff that we just did. You can do all the, and again, this is included. With your exit registration, whatever you want to call it, there's your flyers. So if you want a quick flyer, you can generate a portrait flyer or a landscape flyer. So you don't have to use somebody, but again, I had to get my professional pictures, so for the $50, it was worth it. Because I get more leads that drive back to me. Exit will do it as well. There's an embedded, but so here's this. Now, again, Exit's the only one that I use that actually has the price on here. We were talking about price earlier. The marketing, Exit, eListing's the only one that I use that actually has that. So, but very professional. If you wanted to print for your open house or you're just going door knocking and you want to do something with it, it's there. This is your text. So if they text that, you're going to get that lead. If anybody texts that, so if you want to make a sign for that or you want to use that QR code or that text responder, it would come into your leads and say, hey, you have a new Exit lead. We have some of the signs, the geolocation signs, correct?
Yeah, we have all riders for everybody.
Okay. So you have a rider as well, so if they text that, you're going to get that lead as well. And again, that's what I tell my people. My job is to market your house to where we get both sides, and I save you 0.5%. Because on a $700,000 house, 0.5% could be $2,000, right? So it definitely saves them money. But eListing, same thing. Once your information's in there in the MLS, and it's all here, and your pictures are there, it's pulling it all from there, right?
Can I just have the microphone?
So with every listing you put in the MLS, Exit, the eListing program will automatically create a URL, a website for each individual home. It'll create a flyer and a virtual tour. How it creates the flyer is everything you've put on MLS, RealTracks, it generates the flyer. The virtual tour, basically it is all the pictures you've taken are just kind of like a video tour. Maybe it's more like that.
Yes.
So, but that's done automatically. It's already created for you. You don't have to do anything for that.
Yes, and those are all up here at the top. So here's my text code for this property. Here's my tour. If I were to go in and make a tour, it takes about 10 minutes, and it's going to give you your thing. So here's your pricing. You can change all this stuff if you want to. Normal speed, tour quality. If you like light jazz, you can play the light jazz, or you can play happy piano, right? That's what it's going to play. You click next. I mean, it's really not hard, guys. If you want to put an overlay, front of the house, you know, welcome home, any of that stuff, you can put it in here. This is your black, you know, your font, all that stuff. You can change that. We'll run through it real quick here. Let me see. Right, so now it's all done. I hit finish. It's going to create it. Maybe.
Randy, I have a question.
Yes.
In regards to pictures and so on, if you have a house that is vacant and there's no furniture in there, are you a fan of virtual staging, or how is that received in the industry?
Yes. Box Brownie out of Australia is probably the best for that. It's a virtual staging, and you take the pictures of the house, and then they will put in whatever furniture you want. But they have actual designers that will do that for you, and it's pretty cheap. You can get a starter pack of like $55 for a package. But yeah, virtual staging is great, especially right now is where we're at. I mean, we're coming out of COVID, but still people aren't really coming into town. Right now I've got buyers in California, buyers in Florida. There's only 2 houses to see, so we're not coming in. Well, let me see the virtual tours, right? So they'll put an offer in, hopefully it gets accepted. You know, we got 10 days for the inspection, they'll come in for that. So that's the only way you can really do it right now. So as much as you can virtually stage that, I would virtually stage it. So virtual staging has come a long way. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We didn't really get into open house, but that's more of what you're going to make money off of anyway. So use your Agents of Exit Real Estate Solutions page if you're on Facebook. You have a new listing coming up. We've sold a couple of those before we ever hit the market. You know, give them what they want and close that thing. We'll get both sides of it. And open houses, again, be safe. You know, bring somebody with you, hang out together, split the leads. Open houses are not to sell the house. It's not to market a house. It's mainly to get buyers. So there's I think it's still in the packet, but there's a little sheet you can hand them, ask for feedback. Hey, they want to know sign-in sheets. You can use the open house app on your iPad if you just want to use that. But there's lots of things that you can do with open houses, but it's not really to sell houses, it's to get buyers. So, and if you want to do any open houses for me, let me know. Love to have you. Keep it busy. All right. Thank you very much. for you.
So now we have our listing, we've got it in the MLS. Oh, that's right.
We have our listing, it's in the MLS, it's being advertised. So now we have people looking at it, and our next speaker is going to be Emily. Hello, Emily, you want to come up here? And so what's going to happen now is we get an offer on our house. So what happens next? We get an offer on our house. What do we do? What are we looking for? What are the different types of offers? And she's just going to kind of go through that with us. Yes. Thank you so much.
You want my multiple offer spreadsheet?
Yeah.
Crazy.
This picture right here.
Awesome. Yay.
Okay. I'm really not prepared.
Okay, here. Would you want this?
Yeah, you can give that. Sorry, I've been running around. My hot water heater busted late last night, so we've been doing that on top of work and, you know, all that good stuff. I've been in a crawl space all morning and no shower.
You look great.
Thanks. Okay, so now that you have offers in hand, you kind of have to know your seller's situation. So you want to know how quickly they are. You know, you have some sellers that are like, well, we don't really have to sell. We just want this price. Then you have some sellers that are like, we're about to close on this house and so it has to close within 30 days. You know, so when it comes down to figuring out what offer's right and negotiating, you know, in the multiple offer situation, it's crucial that you understand loans, understand your seller's situation. You want to kind of dig around and do as much digging as you can on the other side to figure out like the buyer situation, maybe how much cash they have, what their situations are, if they have any home sale contingencies. Well, it's funny, I was on my way over here and I've got an entire family from New York I'm relocating, and I had, they actually called me. It was like, we've got these offers and this loan is this loan is this, what do we do? I'm like, what about your realtor up there? But anyways, they're sweet people. But
I was going to say first,
because I know we're going to talk about all the different types of offers you can get. But when an agent calls you and said, when you're asking for feedback and you're asking for feedback and an agent says, you know what, they're really interested in the property, we think we might make an offer on the property. So, you know, people can say that, you never get one. You do not want to just tell your client saying, oh, I think we're getting an offer on the property, because you may not get it and you're going to be like, well, what happened to the offer?
Wait till it's in your hand, because the worst thing to do is assuming stuff and then getting your seller excited and then having to be the middleman going back and forth. Like sometimes I've realized that being in this business, like you've got to kind of hold your excitement and know for certain, like when something is in your hand.
Exactly. And so when you are
signed.
Yes. And when you finally do get an offer, they're going to most likely email you the offer. The other agent's going to email it to you. Mm-hmm. And so at that point, you're going to call we're taking right to the basics here. You're going to then call your sellers and say, hey, we got an offer. And then ideally it's best to meet in person rather than go over the phone. Like, just say, do you have time to meet? So go from there.
Yeah, and what I like to do is I like to print out all the offers, meet with them in person if they're able to, and I'll take a highlighter and just kind of highlight some points for them, like highlight the purchase price, highlight what kind of loan, if it's cash, conventional, FHA, VA, whatever, their close date, closing costs, title expenses, who's paying all that, because you can, sometimes it can get down to those little tiny numbers, as much as title expenses, $2,500 there, and this is the winning offer, But you want to print them off, highlight all the important points out, toss away your, this one is 50 grand under, like, no, we're just going to go on and set that aside, sift through those. So let's see from that, what do you think? The loan types?
Let's just say we have one offer and we're looking.
I'm not good at this guy. I don't speak, y'all.
Oh, no,
sorry.
you're doing great. No.
I'm shy.
Yeah, let's just say we have one offer, and so we're looking at it, and you're going to go over it with your.
Well, I've got a perfect here. That whenever I was talking about the people from New York, they called me earlier, and she's got somebody that's right under her asking price, and it's a conventional loan, and then she has somebody 10 grand over the asking price, but it's an FHA loan, and they don't have a lot of cash and stuff to put down. So things to keep in mind there for her that I told her. If it's an FHA loan, they could be more picky on the inspections. I mean, they could, a handrail can be loose and they're like, no, we're not closing until this is fixed. Or, they really don't have the potential to waive appraisals and stuff like that either. Some conventionals, depending on your lender, you can. But, yeah, so VA loans are the same way. I mean, they're strict on, you know, inspections, and you know, they can drag out longer. They can kind of take a little bit longer. Yeah, and then again, if they're offering like above asking or something, and if it's an FHA loan, chances are they might not have the cash or something. But too, I mean, I've had some people that do FHA loans to keep more cash, so then they can do. So then it's good to dig around and figure it out. It's really, I think like every situation is kind of just based on its own scenario, like its own.
I was going to say, do you ever call the agent that sent you the offer and ask them to go over a few
Absolutely.
things?
You want to verify everything. So you want to make sure that you have proof of funds. If it's cash, you want to make sure you have a lending letter. If they are offering an appraisal gap, then you want to get a bank or some kind of letter from their bank stating that they do have that cash for it, because people can talk all day and say, hey, I've got 10 grand to go over the appraised value, and it comes down to the appraisal and then they don't have the cash. It's your job, you know, to verify all that for your client and make sure, you've got to be like a little investigator kind of and figure out, if they have the money.
Tell them about the one that you told me where you had to, I don't know if this is really like contracts, but just for the point of like digging, where you called the attorney on the land one.
I called, yeah. I was representing a buyer, and I had, we were supposed to close like in February, and our close date got pushed out like 5 months or something because the seller ended up having a bankruptcy. Nobody knew about it 2 days prior, or actually the day. It was like 12 hours before closing, and I get an email saying we can't close because the seller filed bankruptcy and all that. So anyways, it drug out so long that my people, we were getting super high quotes on building and stuff like that. I mean, we were offering, you know, 130 on it at the time of writing the contract in January, but turns out, you know, prices kept going up, so I had to negotiate them down. But I got threats from the other agent saying that we could get sued because of their Chapter 13 bankruptcy and it being in the bankruptcy attorney's hands. So I called the attorney myself because we wanted to negotiate price down because it had drug out so long. So I called the attorney myself and figured out everybody was paid out and got 15 grand off their price. So they dig around. Don't be scared to dig around. Like, you've got to push people. And I've had to learn that the hard way sometimes with other agents, but you've got to, your duty is for your client, and if you've got to go the extra mile and make as many calls as you have to. I've been in situations where I've called the buyer's lender that I'm not representing to make deals follow through. So it's important. Know everybody. Don't be scared to pick up the phone and call. If it's an attorney, and you know, we've got Kevin Williams. He can answer a lot of questions at title. He's good there. But yeah, it's kind of contracty, but yeah. Yeah. So what else? Let's see. Negotiating the offer.
So when you're sitting with your sellers and they're looking at you, like they're going to probably say, "What should we do?" Like they have an offer.
Yeah.
Let's say the home price is $300,000 and the offer comes in at $260,000, and they're
Yeah.
like, "Well, what should we do? Should we, counter? What are the
And
choices
that's the famous
they have?"
question. What should we do? What do we do? You're the professional.
Yeah.
You tell us what to do.
So what's
Which-
something you would say to them?
Like, okay, you know, you want to make them make the decision themselves. Don't be pushy and say, well, I would do this. You know, don't like lead them that way, but just lay them all the facts and just be like, hey, you know what, this might not be our asking price, but this is the most solid deal that we can get. And, you know, depending on their situation, you want the solid one, obviously. You don't want the offer that's wishy-washy and you get down to the closing table and it doesn't close. But yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, usually, like the seller, if you've done your, when you gave them that listing price, or you guys negotiated or talked up front about when you listed it,
Yeah.
you probably said, you know what, we think your home's gonna probably get somewhere around, $290,000, $295,000. So if
Mhm.
this offer comes in less, like at $260,000, most likely you may say, hey, we should probably, you can either reject the deal, you can accept the deal, or you can counter the deal.
Yeah.
Those are your three choices.
It's always negotiable. It doesn't mean it's set in stone. Sometimes I have to explain to the sellers too, like, hey, this is a starting point. Okay, they didn't want to come up with but let's see how far we can get them to go up. I've had situations where we're asking $460 on a house and they come in at $400 and we end up negotiating at $455. I mean, you can make them come up a lot, somewhat, but it's good to know your sellers too, because sometimes you have sellers and sometimes you have unrealistic sellers too. that think their house can get all this and that and, you know, whatever. It's your job to know the numbers, have the comps, you know, figure out what the house is bringing. You know, sometimes sellers are okay if it's less. They're like, hey, we just need it to close. So know that situation, and maybe you're asking $300 for the house, and you're getting offers at $260. You know that they just need $240 to do it. I mean, you know, just let them know that, hey, guys, I know we tried for this, it didn't bring it, but we're able to bring $260. You know, it's 20 above what you're originally going for. So.
Okay. And then how would it work? Like if your people wanted to counter, how does the countering work? I'm sorry, I'm leading.
Yeah.
you
No.
through
No. Please do, because
Yeah,
I don't.
know. So like
it's been a very long day.
Exactly.
tonight.
So no problem. So if you were like your people decide they wanted to counter, how would that scenario play out? Like with you countering, and then what if they counter? Just how does that go until you can get to an agreed upon price?
So all your counter offers are numbered too. So start out counter offer number 1. It's good to do a little bit of verbal, I think, back and forth before you just go paper crazy and writing back, especially if you're dealing with people who don't have email addresses and everything's done in person. Yeah, try to. What I do with them is we're asking $300 on it, and we get an offer at $260. All right. Well, what do you guys want to counter at? You know, well, what do you suggest? I mean, well, they're offered this. You know, it's kind of up to them. I've had some people like, well, that's fine, we'll take it. You know, but if you do counter, you just write your number 1 up there, counter offer number 1, right in there. You know, seller would like to counter at, you know, $270, and we want to add title expenses to be paid in there from them or something like that. I mean, there's other little niches you can throw in there, like title expenses, closing costs, that can, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, please, everybody talk.
That,
They're making me.
that made me think what you were just saying, like, first of all, don't do it all on paper the first time. I always think the best thing is just getting on the phone, and I have the best luck doing that. I just approach it with a friendly tone. I'm like, hey, yeah, saw the offer. Everything looks great, except, or I don't even usually say except. I say everything looks great. Only things the sellers would like to see different or ... and I just say it in kind of a friendly way.
Absolutely.
Just do it
you
really.
You want to be friends. I mean, the other
Yeah.
agent's not your enemy.
Oh, no, they're your
she's
friend.
Prime example. I mean, she came
That's
over
how
here
we
to this
met.
office. We negotiated a lot in our deal, you know, back and forth, and had a lot of counters, and or not a lot. I mean, but
We had a few, but we had some large like adjustments, and I didn't even think my sellers would accept it, but they ended up accepting it.
Yeah.
But anyway, moral of the story is, if you're friendly, if you're just cooperative, like it's a cooperative agreement.
It's better to pick up the phone. It
Just
really is.
Pick
Just
up the phone,
and
chat
figure
about
out.
it, and don't try and make it a war zone, because then no one wins. But if you're just
You're right.
friendly, and a lot of times you can get more for your client.
Yeah, absolutely. Being friendly and showing them too that, you know, we want to just make this work. I love her point on it. Call them and don't like pin it down like, well, that price isn't going to work. You know, hey, everything looks pretty good, but you know what? We're going to need it up just a little bit. It's only been on the market 3 days. We're not going to settle it, you know, 40 under or something like that with it being on the market 3 days.
What if the sellers are like, I'm only going to accept full price? What would you say or do at that point? If they're like not negotiable at all,
if they're
like
like
we want
non-negotiable?
300,000. So what do you do in a situation like that?
I'm like, well, like, good luck. That's kind of what I want to say. Like, good luck. It's not going to. Yeah, answer it. I want to hear it.
Tell you a little story.
Story
I had a listing, and we got an offer that was $10,000 over ask. We went through the appraisal, and the appraisal came back $15,000 under what they offered and $5,000 under what I had it listed at. Okay. And so my sellers were like, we're not selling for that amount of money. These buyers couldn't pay anything over. So that was the end of that. So when I talked to them, I said, well, what would you like to do? We're going to go back to the market? Yes, we still want to sell it. And now we want you to list it $5,000 above what you had it listed at originally.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. I also know I know these people. I have a relationship with them. I've worked with them on multiple deals. And I know that sometimes they need to see, right? They need to see what the result of that is. So I did list it. This is hilarious. I can't believe I did this. I did list it over, what I had it listed at before. And I put in the private comments, seller not willing to accept less than this price. And that was the truth. That was the truth. Because I didn't want to waste people's time.
Yeah.
Don't go show it and write me an offer for 10,000 under. They're not going to take it.
Yeah, they're not going to entertain it.
They're not
so
going to
just
take it.
save
Just don't
everybody.
even waste your time. So we went for about 2-3 weeks with no offers, but a lot of showings, but no offers. And then finally I said to them, you're going to have to lower it. Let's go back to the original price. So they said, okay. So we went back to the original price. And we did generate an investor offer, but it was now 10,000 under the original price. Okay.
Yeah.
So we could have sold at 5,000 under, but now we're 10,000 under. We countered. They're going to all in all get an extra $1,500, but they were more willing to go down at that point because the market was telling them over and over and
became
over
realistic to
they
them.
weren't going to be able to get this. Now, maybe in 6 months or a year from now, maybe I wouldn't be willing to do that. I would have pushed harder, to take the original one. But I know what the market is right now, and I knew it wasn't at this certain price point. It wasn't going to sit there for forever, and we would eventually sell it. But yeah, sometimes you have to decide, is it worth pushing and having them, because you also run the risk of them not trusting you, right?
Yeah.
Because then they say, well, you just want to sell the house so you get paid, but that's not the truth, right? So you want to walk the line of, do you want to sell it?
Yeah.
And this is what the market's telling us, and it has nothing to do with you.
It's not you, it's not the buyer, it's the market. You're exactly right. And that's what people have to understand. And that's the whole realistic, unrealistic that you've got to put on your sellers and on your people. I mean, like she said, I actually had a guy, true story, I was selling his house and we got lowballed on an offer. It's funny. But we were asking, I think, $459 or something for it, and they offered $350. So he had me counter at $500. And he was like, no, I'm serious, write it. And I was like, all right. So even the agent called me back and she was like, so just to get this straight, we offered $350, but now your counter is $50 above your asking? I was like, that's correct. And she was like, okay. And I was like, my seller said it was for your buyer. So but I did it. I mean, I was asked to do it. You got to do what you're asked to do. So to your point, I know. I was like, well, this is a waste of time, but it's funny.
Emily, I've been on listing appointments with you, and one of the things that we typically will say is when we're presenting the market analysis, and if they truly are wanting to go over what the numbers clearly say, in the same case as Beth said and Emily, I've said, hey, you know what? We work for you. We're glad to do that. I just want you to understand that the market will either accept it or reject it. And if the market rejects it, then we need to come back and readdress it. But, obviously it's our job to articulate the numbers, tell you where we feel like it is based on being the market expert. But when you use the term, if the market rejects it, you use those same words when you go back in to get the price adjustment, and you say, as you will remember when we went through our listing presentation, we had these different numbers, and it is apparent that the market is rejecting our price, and we'll need to address that. And sometimes you got to do knee CMAs or whatever, but the real point is like I think Beth said it, as long as you put it on the market. But the deal is, again, I'm so big on managing expectations. If you have that conversation at the listing appointment, because again, you can tell there whether they're thinking here. Yeah. As long as you have that conversation up front, you're using their words against them when you come back in a positive way, not a negative way, but you're just saying, I know we discussed this, but the market is apparently rejecting it.
Not even like you were wrong on your price. It's
No.
more of like, hey, the market's just not taking it. We
Yeah.
went for it. We tried it. It's not taking it. If you guys want to sell it. We need to sell it. We're running out of time. Let's make an adjustment. Let's make a price drop on it.
Okay, I was going to ask, is there, going back to the different types of loans, is there one loan that's a better loan to get? Like I was going to say, is cash always the best offer?
It's not, without a proof of funds, it's not.
Yeah, well, that's true.
But, yeah.
And it's not that it's a loaded
always
question, but because, terms come into play too.
Yeah. Yeah, terms do come into play, and cash being the best offer on paper. I mean, like I said, me personally, I've got to understand the other person's situation. You can say you have cash all day long, but it could be wishy-washy. Might be one of 3 houses that they wrote in an offer on or waiting to get accepted and might pull out. Loan-wise, I think, conventional's kind of, you're more flexible. They're not as strict on things. VA, FHAs are pretty strict.
Right.
What do you think in regards of like cash being the best?
What I was going to say is that you really have to look at the whole offer, because the cash offer could say,
definitely.
Yeah, we're cash and we're going to pay, full price, but then they want, close in 2 weeks, or they, or it might be say, but we want you to include your car in the garage.
Or it could be cash, and it could be a home sale contingency in there or something. Like, yeah, we can pay cash. I've got a deal right now.
Yeah.
I'm swapping.
Yeah, so cash doesn't necessarily always mean the best deal. You got to really look at all the terms and all the little nuances in the contract. So, like, sometimes people just get really excited, it's a cash deal. But you know what, this one that's conventional, they're pre-approved, they want to close in 2 weeks, they're willing to do this.
They love it.
You can live here for 2 months, free rent, all that kind of stuff. You just got to look at the full deal.
Yeah, and what I see a lot in this market right now are people that want occupancy agreements, the TOAs, and that's been a really important part on a lot of deals with us, and that has been like the determining make or break factor on a lot of our contracts have been this whole occupancy agreement, because everybody's wanting to sell their house, get the best bang for their buck right now, and they're wanting to move out somewhere else, or they're getting a house built, or they're doing something, but maybe their house isn't going to be built in time, so they need 2 months on the market. Well, if I were you, and you know that they're going to sell it, I would go on and put the house on the market and stipulate that, like how Beth stipulates hers, that hey, don't waste anybody's time. We're not going to accept anything under this, or I would go on and put it on the market and say, seller requires a 60-day occupancy agreement post-closing or something, just to go in and stipulate that and fan out the rest of the people who can't do that, and maybe they need to close like in 2 weeks or something like that. Yeah, that's a good point on that.
Okay, so let's just say that we accepted the offer.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you accept an offer?
So so let's say you get like 4 offers in hand, and you're asking $300 on it. You've got one that's like $315, $320, $325, and you go with the $315 because it was they were more flexible, all this and that. So everybody agrees. Once everybody's agreed verbally and stuff like that, let's get the signatures. So you want to get them ASAP. As soon as anybody get the signature first before anything. Once you get that, the last person to receive it back should be the seller. Well, yeah, you bind the contract, which does everybody know what that is? I didn't on my first deal. I was like, what is binding a contract? But yeah, so you want to bind the contract.
That's when everybody signed it, right?
Yeah, so like there's like a little section on the very bottom of it. Yeah, so like right under it'll have like whoever's making the offer up here, and then it'll have accepts, decline, whatever, and then it'll have the other signatures, and then right below that it's like I so and so acknowledge receipt of this, and you just put your signature right there. And
exactly. It's just right after the buyer's already signed it, so your seller is going to say, I'm going to accept this offer. So they're going to mark X on accept,
and
they're going to sign it.
Mm-hmm.
And then
and once the buyers receive it back, right, they would bind it?
So yeah, so since your sellers signed it last, you then send the contract over to the buyer's side, and they'll bind it, because or they have to send a receipt, that they received it.
The last person to receive it.
Once it's bound once they sign it, and they've it's truly it's a fully executed offer once buyer and seller sign it, but like to be bound.
The bound is like everybody's seen it and accepted, and everybody knows like it's accepted, it's signed. So once it comes back to that party, then you'll put signature.
Not only signed, but everyone has been
notified.
Right,
yes.
right.
Responding party, right? So let's say seller makes an offer. Let's say, and then buyer accepts, and it's going to be the seller.
Oh, like on a counter, yeah. It's usually just the last person, and sometimes like you'll find it like with some agents. I'll call, like, let's say we've gone back and forth with like 3 counters or something like that. You know, okay, everybody's agreed. You got it signed. Okay, I'll bind it and send it to you. You know, and you can even do it like that and just. But yeah, typically it's the last person to receive the notification of after everybody's signed and stuff like that.
So it's been, let's say it's been signed, and these buyers, they want to do an inspection on the property. You had agreed, yes, they can have an inspection. So they have an inspection, and they find a bunch of things that they don't like about the home or they're concerned about, and they send you over an inspection report. How do you handle that with the seller?
So one, as a seller, if you're representing the seller and the buyers get a bad inspection report, you as the seller's agent and the seller, I wouldn't advise you to try to get a copy of that report because at that point you're going to have to disclose all latent defects and whatever is on the contract. I mean, you know it. So if somebody asked you, hey, are there any roof leaks up there? Yeah, there's 7. Like there's multiples up there. So and you have to say that. If you know, you have to say it. Otherwise, it's unethical, and we can't do that. So let's say, yeah, let's say they get the inspection, and there's a few things on there, and the buyer's agent calls me back, and they're like, hey, we want to, there's a window that needs to be replaced, and then this and this and this, but, the only thing that my sellers are wanting to ask is for you to, mitigate the water protrusion in the crawl space or something like that. I've got that. That's what I'm doing today. But, something like that. So then say, okay, we'll write it up. So then the buyer's agent will end up sending you over what's called like a repair/replacement proposal. And it doesn't mean your seller has to do it. You guys already have a bound contract, and it is contingent on the inspection. But they're going to send over a repair proposal and just review it with your seller and say, you don't have to, just say, hey, there was a few things that came up on the report. This is the only thing that they want us to fix. So whatever it is, something I try to get my people to do, selling, buying, whatever, I like for the buyer, if there's like an issue or something that they want replaced or fixed, I try to let the buyer, whoever's buying the house, take over that. Like, let's do a credit or something, because I feel like when people start calling their own contractors and calling their own people, like, I'm going to go replace this and do this, and then the buyers come and do another walkthrough, something's not right, or it didn't meet their expectations, So it's kind of better, I like to put it in the buyer's court, if we have to negotiate a price or something like that, and, say, okay, well, let's just give you a credit of $1,000 towards closing costs, and you hire whoever you want to come replace the window. So try to stay out of, because I've been in a situation too where I've had a seller that wanted to fix everything, and we literally went under contract 3 different times, and it was, in Tennessee you can use an inspection as your way out for a lot of reasons. For anything. And it was a lot of cold-footed people, but my sellers kept on having to replace stuff because they were like, what's wrong? We want to know what's wrong with the house. And I'm like, no, you don't. But I was like, don't. But, and it was like minor stuff, like little tiny cost things that they would fix here and there. So my advice, I would, if there is something that needs to be repaired or replaced, figure out the severity of it. Like, is this, you don't want to do anything cosmetic, obviously, or something, paint or something like that. Like, no, just give them a paint credit or give them, something like that. Is that?
Yeah, that happened to me when Mark, like, I fixed all this stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry. And I fixed it all, and then they backed out anyway.
Yeah. We did that with like two different people. I think the 3rd contract we finally closed.
And then somebody else came and they wanted other things fixed.
And they wanted the other stuff done.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
so it wore me out.
I know, and within that, I'm sometimes in those situations I'm like, okay, well, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 things, and get quotes. Let's go get quotes and do that, and figure out what it's really going to cost. Like, you don't really want to pull a number out of nowhere and just say, hey, it's.
If you're offering money in lieu of repairs, or if you're asking for money in lieu of repairs for your buyer, do you ask for that money off the purchase price, or do you ask for a credit towards the closing costs? Or
That's a
where
really
does
good
that go?
question, because now some loans, coming back to loans, it depends on loans too, because if you're getting an FHA loan, I had a situation, like if you're getting an FHA loan and let's say your buyer wants, or if you're representing a buyer, they want new carpets or something like that. you're going to have to stipulate that, or it's going to have to be stipulated in the contract to go towards closing costs or something like that, or maybe purchase price. They don't want any kind of like cash credits or anything like that because it's an FHA loan. They're giving you that money. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful with how you word that, or the amounts and stuff like that in there.
Always check with the lender.
Always check with the lender. Yeah, it's good to check with the lender and figure out what.
Going back. Sorry if this seems like.
I don't. It's okay.
This is good. Okay. I know. I feel like I'm interrogating you like 20 questions. I'm not putting you on the
No,
spot.
please do it because I don't know. Like I don't.
So going back to when you got that offer, sometimes most people will. In the past few months, we've had it where people aren't asking for inspections; they're waiving their inspections. So if someone was to like waive an inspection or waive an appraisal, what are the different choices? I guess with inspections, what
so they could do a pass-fail inspection. There's a box on the contract now in 2022 where because so many people were waiving inspections that the pass-fail box it just states like, hey, I'm not going to ask or off of anything. That doesn't mean you can't. I mean, they can. If the inspection was terrible enough, they can come back and say, hey, it was a pass-fail inspection, but we can't go and had an HVAC unit that was a 3-ton on a 3,500 square foot house. Like we knew we needed another unit, and so that was something that we had to negotiate in and just be like, okay, well, you're gonna have to give us $4,000. I know we had the pass-fail inspection. I know you've got other offers, but we're not gonna move forward until we have this. So.
I've seen it where they stipulate a dollar amount. It's
yeah.
Pass-fail up to a certain amount.
Up to a certain amount on there, yeah.
Like we'll accept that much.
Yeah, because like with an offer, either going to have an inspection, they're going to waive the inspection, or this new one that kind of came out during this
it's like
this
the
past few
pass-fail.
months is the pass-fail, and that pass-fail. It's like, okay, we're going to go check it out. If everything looks fine, we're going to accept it as it is.
Yeah.
But even though it is that way, like you guys said, sometimes it's not exactly that. Yeah, sometimes it's something larger. But I mean, they can walk, or you can, fix it.
And
So
that's what we had on this
it's like
one.
a gray area in a way.
Like it was a 30, 34, almost 3,500 square foot house, and I had a 3-ton HVAC unit, and that was it. And it was, that's kind of common sense. I mean, you need a 5-ton unit for that. Or something like that. So it was like, even though we did have pass-fail, we didn't really expect to have that. But, again, we negotiated it and got a little credit there.
So let's say we got through our inspection. Phew, right? We got through the inspection. Everybody's happy with whatever. Then the next hurdle would be an appraisal.
Yeah,
and
the appraisal.
Let's say the appraisal does not come back.
Yeah,
does not come back the way you want it to. You want the appraisal to appraise for at least what your purchase price is.
Yeah.
That's the goal, right? It's great if it appraises for higher, but you want it to at least appraise for what you're under contract for.
Yeah.
Otherwise, then we have an issue. So you want to talk a little bit about what happens if the appraisal is less than what you're asking?
So if the appraisal comes in less, again, you're just going to have to figure out. There's nothing you can do. If the appraisal is marked as a contingency on the contract, there's really nothing that you can do about that. You can ask for and say, hey, well, what can we do to meet in the middle? And let's make it fair. You guys were offering $320. We're asking $300. The appraisal came back at $280. Can we? You'll find a meeting point. You can negotiate that, yeah. But doesn't mean that they have to. They might not have any cash, and it might just be that you guys have to settle at $280 or something like that. And again, if your seller is able to to do that and accept that and live and make their next move or do whatever that they need to, then kind of it is what it is. You can't really do anything about the appraisal, but yeah, and you can even meet with the appraiser too and give them a list of your comps and say, I think Kathy talks about that a lot too, but.
Sometimes
Beth, you do that. I've seen you post on it, meeting the appraiser with, your comps and stuff like that and laying it out for the appraisal to help out, like, hey, here's some.
Yeah, definitely. If you it's great if you can. Like it's been in my practice that if it's my listing and the appraiser is going to happen, I for sure go and meet that appraiser just to have a positive spin. Sometimes it's the littlest thing, like if you have a front door that's a little bit sticky, or it's hard for him to get in the home, or he can't find the lights, or just the littlest thing could set an appraiser
Maybe
off.
he's having a bad day.
He might be having a bad day. You don't want to make the day any worse by the littlest thing can change everything. You just want the person to be in a good mindset. So I usually put together a folder. I find some comparables, anything that I can give him that might help his job, him or her job. you know, anything that makes it just a little bit easier. They may take it, they may not take it. Usually they take it and say thank you, but you also have give them your contact and a copy of the MLS sheet. And if there's certain things that you want to point out, like sometimes some people have those pantries that are you open the door and it's like a whole room, but you don't see it because it looks like a cabinet.
Yeah.
You know, they may never see that, you know, because they're going to go through. They may not catch there's a huge walk-in pantry
If
or
there's
a
like
hidden
special
door.
things that they did or
Yeah.
something like that,
Yeah.
or you know.
And it's good to also list, like, if the roof was just replaced last year, he's not going to know that. So, you know, you're going to say roof replaced 2021, or
Yeah.
new furnace, or brand new carpet, new paint, bonus room was
Give
just
them like
finished.
a list of your upgrades. Like have your seller do. Sometimes it's good to have your seller like, hey, whenever you do like go to the listing presentation or appointment with them, they can, you know, they love to tell you about their house. Let them, you know, take you through it, and they'll tell you, yeah, we just repainted, we just replaced this furnace, you know, 2 years ago. The HVAC's only 4 years old. The roof did. You want to know all that, and then you can even write that down. Whenever, like on top of your little packet, you know, or folder that you give to the appraiser and say, hey, here's a list of things that, you know, they've done in the past 2 years, or, and it helps, you know, it does help.
Because every little bit can help, because you're
Mhm.
trying to get that price, and, you know, if there's any question, you just want to make sure that they have
Yeah.
as much information that they need.
Definitely.
Okay.
Let's see. Well, after the appraisal goes,
Then you're just talking to the title company. What kind of things do you have to give to the title company?
everybody always wants to know, what are my title costs? What are the title expenses? Whoever you use, Title Solutions, Smith Scholler, whoever, typically they'll have like little templates, and they'll have, you know, our AFBA disclosure has the prices and stuff like that. So kind of know that. A lot of the, you know, homeowners insurance and stuff, it's good to know what title expenses are, what, you know, what your company charges and all that kind of stuff, because that's a huge question. So titles will also provide you with an ALTA. It's like your settlement, what do you call it, like your settlement statement. It'll have all the figures and numbers and stuff. They'll get that to you about 3 days prior to closing, and then so you can go over there and review that with your seller and make sure that all the numbers are adding up, like HOAs, taxes. It's all going to be prorated in that right there. So kind of after you pass the inspection, you pass the appraisal, everybody's agreed, our price is set in stone. Now it's kind of, you know, your preparation for closing. So yeah, it's good to know who's paying closing costs, who, you know, what they need to bring to the table.
I was just going to add that once you get a contract on your listing, you want to make sure then you send your contract to the title company, so that
Yes.
so that
Do that. It took me a while to understand
Yes,
you have to
but
do that.
You want to do it as soon as possible, just so that the title company can search to make sure there's no liens or anything on the property.
And
that-
lenders. Send it to your lender, send it to your title
Yeah.
company, whoever's involved in the process.
Make sure everybody has a copy of that. And then, you know, as it's getting closer, you, as the listing agent, need to contact the title company to set up like a tentative closing. So if you know that everything's moving forward, we're going to be closing the end of the month, it's your job to call Title Solutions and just say, hey, you know, can we set up a tentative closing date for Thursday or Friday the 30th or whatever date it is, you know, and find out what time works best for your seller, and then you can coordinate with the other side, say we're thinking we're closing at 9 a.m.
Yeah.
and you know, when are you thinking of closing? But it's your job to make those calls.
And if the buyer's getting a loan, be sure that you get the, what is it, like the 10-day mark, the CD. You want to get the conditional disclosure, you know, the CD done from them, and make sure that their loan has processed through, because there's been some instant, you know,
Yeah, you just want to
situations
follow
where-
up.
yeah.
If your buyer is getting a loan, you want to kind of follow up with that buyer's agent. How is their loan going? You know,
yeah, follow up with the agent.
have they
and
gone
get-
through underwriting yet?
Yeah.
Have they come out of underwriting? Underwriting's a key factor, because they could be pre-approved, but you know, once all their pay stubs and all those things get turned in, once the contract gets turned in, once the appraisal goes in, you want to make sure it all comes out of underwriting, and you want to hear the
Yeah.
magic words, they're clear to close.
the clear to
You know,
close.
if they're
You
clear to
wanna hear
close,
that.
you know you're closing, but sometimes that goes to the very last minute.
Yeah, it does. It can get real sticky towards that last. Yeah.
I think someone said this yesterday, but Beth, I think it was you. You always send out a 7-day kind of how are we doing with everybody, like a pre-closing 7-day email to everyone. No. Maybe that wasn't you. Someone said that yesterday, but I always do that. Cayenne. Okay, yeah. I always do that too, just
Yeah.
for that exact reason. I want to copy the lender, I want to copy title, I want to copy the buyer side, and I'm like, how is everyone looking so we're all in the same place?
Yeah, does anybody need anything? Be like a team
Right.
player. Like
And if you
it's-
don't hear from them, what's going on? And then I follow up with the buyer's agent. And I've had ones where it was like 2 days before we were supposed to close. I finally hear from them and they're not clear to close, so it pushes another week. So you really want to be following up at least 7 days before. And
I
then
was the buyer in a situation
pay
like
attention.
that, or not me, the buyer, my client was, but that was a bad situation.
I mean, like anything with real estate, communication is key.
It
You know,
is.
whether you're talking to the other agent, you're talking to the lender, you're talking to the title company, you're talking to your buyer, you're talking to your seller. Communication is key. Everybody kind of needs to know what's going on. It's sort of like once you get that listing or you get that buyer's rep filled, that other person's like your baby. You need to like do everything for them, take
Trust me,
care.
there's some that are really like babies. too.
Yeah, you gotta make sure it's your job to make sure everything goes as smooth as possible.
Yeah.
So whatever it takes for you to do to make it a seamless transition, you do it. Sometimes you feel like this really isn't in my job description, but being a real estate agent, your job description's a lot of different things. Half
It
of
is.
half of it's therapy, but it's just getting it to that closing, table is, key, and getting those
Well, the
keys
pig
in
lady,
hand.
I think I graduated with being an attorney, a therapist, everything.
Pig story too. Beth already shared hers.
You have a pig story?
She had the pig
Yeah.
in the backyard for her listing.
That was terrible.
I was going to ask a question, but I was just going to say, do other agents ever feel like you're overstepping your...
Yeah, absolutely, and be intimidating. I mean, not in a bad
Okay.
way, not in an ugly way, but to me, it kind of shows more professionalism, like you know what you're doing, and I'd rather be with somebody that knows exactly what they're doing. And the way I learned that was, from being on the other side, not being the agent that knew everything that I mean, you're faced with situations like that. I had a super sweet clients that they were pre-approved, and I was on the buying end. They had a loan up to I think $650 was their pre-approval, and we wrote several offers after about 4 months. And this is going to teach y'all a lesson too on questions to ask the lender. But after like 4 months of searching, looking through, probably wrote 5 or 6 offers. We finally got one accepted, and turns out we're about a week and a half into the contract, just had our inspections done, waiting on the appraisal. Well, I got a call from the lender saying that, well, apparently the dude hadn't done his taxes in like 2 or 3 years. So they were needing like a P&L signed by a CPA, and the CPA like doesn't have a good relationship with these people. So she didn't want to sign anything for him. So we actually ended up having to go and switch lenders and switch loans. We were doing an 80-20 conventional, and then we ended up having to do a bank statement loan because his taxes weren't done. So Tracy Finnegan, she jumped to the rescue and jumped in on it and did, great. And we just didn't know how time-consuming the loan was going to be. But, he didn't have his taxes done. We ended up having to, switch lenders and everything. Well, it flagged the other realtor. The other realtor was a very seasoned agent compared to me, and she was all on me about it. And she was, it was a good lesson, though. Like, I will call her up today and thank her again, because it's good dealing with people like that. I mean, you learn a lot. It helps you in your future, and because of her, I'm the way I am, because of that situation. I mean, she pushed me. She was like, well, what are you switching the lenders for? What is this? Well, give me the lender's name and number. Let me call and verify. Do this. I mean, you need to be like that. This is your client, and you can't just sit there and keep your fingers crossed and hope, well, hopefully everything's okay on that side. You need to figure it out. It's really, because it can mess up a lot of situations. It's, real estate's like a domino effect when you have a lot of people like that going on. And unfortunately, in our situation, we switched lenders. We kept going. But, she was calling me up. Your lender said she could get it done. Where's the conditional, where's the CD at? Where's the clear to close? Have you guys got the clear to close? I mean, it was like, it was very intimidating. But she was, like I said, sometimes you have to be that way. And it's good because the other people won't lie to you. I guarantee you that.
A good example of why you should do that is I had a buyer.
You know what? I think we're over.
We're all good. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think we're just a little bit over.
No, you're good. Yeah.
It's good. Well, thank you, Emily.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I was just like looking at this going, oh wait, Beth was supposed to talk at 2:30, so you got all that extra time. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Yeah, you did a great job, Emily.
I hope your water heater goes well.
Oh gosh,
That could be nice.
Beth, I'm so sorry for like going on.
Okay, I was like, I gotta go soon.
Yeah. I didn't have my thing in front of me, so I'm like, oh, wait a second, it's not 2:45, it's 2:30 you were supposed to get on. So, okay. Well, you
What
can.
the heck, Heather?
Yeah. You can, I mean, they know about the templates, but you can,
Yeah, we'll
yeah,
just go through
knock
seller,
them out.
seller templates and you guys can go home.
Okay, thank you, Beth. So everybody can flip to their seller template section, seller email templates. Thank you.
Sorry if it was very standard.
No, you're perfect. You're perfect in every way.
Yes.
The most updated one? Okay.
Do I wear this?
Yes, working today.
Okay. Stop popping up. Oh my goodness, this computer. Okay. Okay. No, not today. Okay. Have. Oh. Hold on. This. I blame that on Randy.
Yeah.
Ah. Okay. These work.
There you go.
Okay. Let's party. All right. So today we're doing seller templates instead of buyer templates, and looks like there's a couple of you that weren't here yesterday, so I'll just go over this really quickly. These templates are what I use to not have to hire a transaction coordinator. So they're going to save you money and time and make you look really professional. So again, how you implement these is you go into your computer in Pages or Word, whatever you have, create a folder called Seller Templates, and each template is its own document. And then the seller checklist is under page 1 under Listing Appointments tab.
Okay.
Yes, and then it should be page 1. You got it? Okay. All right, so that checklist you might want to use, move to wherever the templates are. What's your name?
Tracy.
Tracy.
Oh, Tracy.
Okay, nice to meet you. I'm Beth.
Nice to meet you, Beth.
These, since you weren't here yesterday, and Kaylee, I'm gonna help you guys a little extra. These seller templates, so the checklist is what I use for every seller transaction that I have. And on the checklist, it tells you when I send which template. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's like the master. Okay, so here's, before I go to a seller's house, so let's say we set the appointment, this is the template that I send. So I send them this email, and I'm asking for them to fill out the property disclosure or exemption, the homeowner information sheet, which is a template that's in your binder, tips to get your home ready for pictures, which is a template that's already in your binder, and I have like a little resume for myself that I send that's basically like about me, right? And so I send this over to them so they can get this stuff ready. So when I meet them for the listing appointment, 1, I look professional, and 2, I look prepared, and 3, it helps me cruise through the appointment faster, so I'm not sitting there waiting for them to go get their old appraisal, or I think I found it in this closet. I think it's in this closet, buried in here, in this box. Yeah. And then like 30 minutes later, you're like, okay, I'm going to go home, just find it later. All right. So the next one is so when I'm at the appointment, I bring the seller docs with me. They're in my folder, and I review them at the appointment. Sometimes they sign them if they're right there, or sometimes I have them e-sign them because I am just really bad at
having them sign and then scanning them in. So much time. So anyway, I'm like, okay, here's all this paperwork, and I'm going to have you e-sign it all. So then I send it. But if I send it with an e-sign, then I'm also going to send this document, which just gives a light review of what all the documents are that I'm sending them. Okay. Then I send, when their home gets listed, I'm going to send this template that says your home is listed. Now what? And so I can insert the link to their house so they can go find it on RealTracks or whatever. And I say, I want to take a moment and explain showings and feedback. And then I explain how showings and feedback works again, even though I've already done it in my appointment, I explain it again in here. Because as we established yesterday, they forget. And I talk about how I'm going to set up who approves showings. We discussed that ahead of time. And then I review that information in here. And I also remind them, for safety purposes and peace of mind, you may consider taking the following items out with you during showings: small electronics, prescription meds, valuable jewelry, and firearms, because we are in Tennessee. And I remind them about leaving their utilities on, because have you ever had a seller turn off their utilities? Right? They're like, oh, I'm selling off. And you're like, there's no electricity in the house. No, but I just had that. I was like, okay, you didn't follow my template. Okay. Oh, well. Okay. Okay, this is a great one. So you're under contract, now what? This is a two-parter, but it's only one part in your thing. So I review the close date, and I review from the contract. I have put in here verbatim what these lines of the contract say have to be left as a reminder. Then I talk about the inspection period and how it's a great idea to freshen your light bulbs and change your AC filter. After the buyer's done their home inspection, this is how long it takes to receive the information back. Then what happens after that. And in this, I also explain where the ball, who's got the ball in their court, right? So seller, you've got the ball in your court, but when the buyer goes and does their inspections and now they're sending a resolution, it's in their court. When we send the amendment, it's back in their court, because we're like, oh, are they going to agree to this or not? So I'm reminding them of all of that. I asked them not to be present for the appraisal. I asked them to make a list of upgrades for the appraiser. And I leave all of that stuff for the appraiser, or I meet with them. And then I just go through a couple of reminders. And then I have a template so all in one. We go under contract. Now I execute. So now I'm sending the template to the seller. You're under contract. I'm sending the template to the lender, the buyer's lender. That's the top one that says, hey, great to be working with you on this, blah, blah, blah. Please keep me posted. Then I send a template to the agent, the other agent. Can't wait to work with you. Here's all the info, blah, blah, blah. I put this in there. I value your time and professionalism, so I will keep all correspondence for this transaction via email. There's really not much that I need to be texted about, right? There's also not much that I have to be phone called about. Mostly throughout the rest of the transaction, we can communicate via email, and I don't have to be answering a zillion calls. So I, for myself, find that I get very overwhelmed. If I'm getting calls, texts, and emails all day long, I get super overwhelmed. So I try to be proactive and get people to email me in situations where I can be emailed instead of called or texted. So that's where I do this stuff. Heather's like, Beth, you call me all the time. I'm sorry, Heather. Seller to appraiser. So this is a template that I sent to the appraiser, or that I put like with it. Okay, just to like give you a heads up on the appraisal, it's gonna become very, very, this is not like part of training, but I'm just gonna give you this. It's gonna become super important in the coming months that you either meet the appraiser or you get your comps to the appraiser. Because I'm telling you something. I met with one of my lenders that I work with a couple weeks ago, and I said, I'm telling you something's changed. Like I've had a couple appraisals that are coming in low, or I'm hearing about it from other people, what are you seeing? And they said, well, I'm seeing the same thing. So I started looking into it. I just took a class, and Fannie and Freddie did change their algorithm. So when appraisers go put stuff in, it's coming down lower. It's appraising lower than it typically would have over the last 2 years. That's a real thing that's really happening. So an appraiser, if you're a good agent, you're doing your comps and you're using your comps to go in and say, hey, this is where I got this from, whatever. These appraisers are slammed. So more than likely they're going to use your comps because it saves them time. If they're real comps that are in the area that are recent, they're probably going to use them and you have a better chance of it appraising. I don't care if you're on the buyer side or the seller side. It sucks for everyone if the appraisal comes in low. So I don't care if you're buyer side or seller side, be proactive and try to be the one that either gets the comps over to the appraiser. If you're buyer side, I just had one where I had the seller and the buyer's agent, she was like, I always like to meet the appraiser. And I was like, oh my God, you too? Like, that's awesome. I did not do this always. I just started doing this more recently after I started having appraisals come in low. So I would highly, highly recommend that. Tomorrow, in fact, I'm meeting one at one of my listings. All right.
I was going to say, the appraisers usually call you anyway just to get access.
Yeah.
So when you're going to know when they're coming in. So you can just say, oh yeah, that's fine. I'll let you in tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
And the last two I couldn't be there. So I called the appraiser and I said, I just want to let you know I'm going to leave a packet of information for you on the kitchen counter. And I include comps. I include if you got other offers that were a same price. Because I just had a listing where I was like, oh, we listed on the higher, like, if you looked at the way I did my CMA, it was on the higher side. And I was like, oh my God, I don't know if we're going to pull this. But let's see how it goes. We got 2 offers that were both for full ask. So I included my comps that had me in that range, and I included the other offer, because the appraiser already had the first offer that we took. So I included the other one. And then I make a list of upgrades that the sellers have done, and I include that. So I'm not kidding. I went to an appraisal. This was a couple weeks ago, and I really needed this one to appraise. Okay, and Heather knows because I called her before it, obviously.
I know exactly.
And she's like, you really need to be there. And I was like, I do. She's like, you really do. I was like, dang. Okay, so I went and I met the appraiser. And when he came inside, so I stayed out of his way because I was like, okay, I don't want to piss you off, And I stayed out of his way. And he asked me a question. He said, hey, do you have a list of upgrades, or can you tell me what upgrades the seller has done in the past 5 years? I said, as a matter of fact, I have a list for you. I have a list for you, and I have other offers that we received, and I have my comps for you, and I have everything here for you. He was like, oh, wow, thank you so much. That's really great. I also gave him my card. He did his thing. We leave. An hour after we were done, he called me. He said, you know what? The square footage that I measured doesn't line up to what you have on the MLS. And yours says other, I think I had it listed as other. There's like other source or something like that. So I had it under other. And he's like, what do you mean by that? I said, well, actually, my clients have the blueprints from because they were the original owners and the original people that built the house. I said, I got it from the blueprint of their house. So he said, can you send that to me? I said, sure. Drove back to the house, took a picture of the blueprint, sent it to him, and that made the difference. Me being there, because otherwise, do you think he would have reached out? No, he didn't have to. He could have just gone with his calculations and things like that. But so just that extra effort, it looked, we're working together, and it did appraise, which was fabulous. So, and I will tell you this to you, I just talked to somebody about it, and they said, but are you sure the appraisers like this? Don't some of them get mad at you? And I said, well, I just called one yesterday, and she was like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. This is so wonderful. That's so nice of you, blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, she'll be fine. I called another one for a different house in the same day, and he was like,
all right, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. And I was like, oh, that's a toughie. I don't know if he's going to like this or not. But it appraised. And I needed it to. Like, I needed them to, and I used these comps. And, you know, a little, you know, some of it felt like a little bit of a stretch. But these people were willing to pay this, and it's your job to figure out how to get to comp. So
I was going to also add,
Sometimes too, when you have a listing, there's some quiet time after that inspection until you get to closing. There's that quiet time. So you always want to be looking like you're doing something. You want to always be involved or have a reason to talk to your seller. You just want to keep them happy and that communication. So by you going to the appraisals, just showing that you're earning that commission, but also that you're still working on it. You're not just like resting on your laurels, like, okay, we got sold and, you know, I'll see it closing, that you're still doing something. So there's like all that psychology involved with it.
Mm-hmm. But also, it helps to prepare your seller that you're doing everything possible in case it doesn't appraise.
There's no finger pointing back.
No, because like I have one right now, so actually I'm going to go to an appraisal tomorrow, and I have comps of this exact model, like from a different neighborhood that will be fine and will work. But my seller's like, I told him, like, I'm going to be there. This is what I do. This is this is part of my service. This is why I do it, blah, blah, blah. And even he called me, Beth, I'm really going to need you there tomorrow. I was like, oh, yes, that's why I told you I do that. So it's really funny. Okay, this is my seller, like 1 to 2 weeks before closing. And so I let them know that, you know, the title company is going to be reaching out. You're going to have to bring your bank information to closing of where you want your money sent, right? Bring your ID. If they have repairs, remind them of when the repairs need to be done by and that you need a receipt. If you need a receipt, just remind them of whatever you need. I just had one where literally we got the repair list. Here's a little tip for you too. If you get a repair list and you're like, I have no idea how much this stuff would cost, and I've got to call an HVAC person, an electrician, a this, a that, a whatever. There's a business called Mr. Handyman. It's literally a licensed, insured, full-on franchise handyman service in Hendersonville. John's in our B&I group, and I send him my repair lists. Whether I have the buyer or seller, doesn't matter. Whatever repairs are being asked to get done, I send him the list, and he shoots me back a quote within 3 hours. So I have an instant quote, and they can do all the work because they're licensed and insured for everything. They can do tile work, they can do landscaping, roof, plumbing, electric. I mean, literally everything.
What's his email? Hendersonville
at mrhandyman.com. And so I send him that over. He sends me a quote. So now when I go present to my sellers that the buyers are asking for A, B, C, D, I already have an estimate for them as well of how much this stuff is going to cost. If they decide to work with him, all they have to do is call and say, hey, Beth sent over this list. We're going to agree to do the repairs. Let's schedule a date for you to come do them, and they take care of everything. Well, my most recent, well, not most recent, but a couple months ago, I had some sellers who I did that with. So I literally teed it up for them, right? All they had to do was hit the ball, okay? And they didn't hit the ball. So like 3 days before closing, I'm like, okay, I'm going to need the receipts for all of that. And they're like, oh, yeah, we never scheduled it. Never scheduled it. Yeah. But Mr. Handyman's in our B&I. So he got out there and got it done before they did the walkthrough. Oh, it was magic. But anyway, yeah, so keep those people on your side. But you know, I'm going above and beyond, but I'm trying to make it stress-free and easy for my sellers and my buyers. Okay, the post-closing template is what I send to ask for reviews and to ask for referrals. And that's that. I think that's it. Oh, this one. Okay, so you'll see in my seller checklist that if I have an active listing and it's not selling, then every Monday I send a market update of what's going on in the market, what's going on around their house,
Do I think they need to lower the price? Do I think they need to sit and wait, be patient? Do we need to stage it? Do we need to do something? Blah, 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 blah. And it lets them know every week, hey, I'm following up on this. I know what's going on in the market. I'm paying attention to your house. I'm doing all these things. Maybe this week we need to have an open house. Maybe we need to talk about lowering the price. Da, 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 da. But this is the template that I use. This is pretty simple. Sometimes I do it more detailed depending on the seller or what I think the seller needs. Recently, I have added, I'll go Google a chart of interest rates over the last 3 months, and I'll show how interest rates have gone up, because I want to show them that the market is not my fault, you know? So, and that makes a lot of difference. So you can adjust this however you need to, what information you want to give them. Are you going to hold an open house? Are you going to do a postcard mailer to the neighborhood? Are you going to run Facebook ads? Are you going to blah, 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 blah? You can put all that in here so they know what you're doing. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. My question. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. So as you were going through your presentation, I was going through my notebook, and I'm missing a number 4. I see 1, 2, 3, and then it goes to 5, like the bullet points. So I just want to make sure my.
Oh, those are the
Those are what?
I think those are the contracts.
No, I see what she's saying. She has her bullets that she went through, and she was going through them.
Yeah, we just don't have a number 4 for whatever reason.
Yeah, there's no.
I just want to make
I
sure
don't know, I
wasn't
didn't make
missing.
that, sorry.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
On the templates, it goes,
I just want to make sure this
Yeah, it
was
goes
this
3.
was with this.
yes, 3, and then there's just, for whatever reason,
Oh,
there's number 4, I'm not sure why.
Okay.
It's probably how we got it originally.
Number 4.
There is no 4.
There is no 4, because what you were using, that was yours, right? And it matched this, but I just want to make sure, like I had what you had.
It's in the email, seller
So
email
there's
templates.
number 3, it says seller just listed. And then there's text on the next page with the next number is 5 agent invite email to open house, so I just want to make
See
sure
that?
that.
The person that had typed up the
Whoever
template.
typed it up went 3 to 5 instead of 4. Awesome.
Okay. I want to make sure I got what you had.
Okay.
Should we say goodbye on the live recording?
Oh, yes, let's say goodbye to the live recording.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, on our live recording. We're going to just be doing some group activities and just sort of wrapping up, but you're welcome to stay off. Have a good day. Bye.
Goodbye.